Sharpe's Rifles. Richard Sharpe and the French Invasion of Galicia, January 1809. By Bernard Cornwell. Read by William Gaminara. Prologue. The prize was a strong box. A Spanish major was struggling to save the box, while a chasseur colonel of Napoleon's Imperial Guard had been ordered to capture it. The Frenchman had been unleashed to the task, told that he could destroy or kill whatever or whoever tried to obstruct him. The strong box itself was a chest made of a wood so old that it appeared as black and shiny as coal. The wood was bound with 2 iron bands that, though pitted with ancient rust, were still strong. The old chest was 2 feet long, 18 inches wide, and as many inches high. It was locked with 2 hasps that were fastened with brass padlocks. The joint between the humped lid and the chest was sealed with red seals, some of them so old that they were now little more than wisps of wax embedded in the grain of the ancient wood. An oilcloth had been sewn around the strong box to protect it from the weather, or rather to protect the fate of Spain that lay hidden inside. On the 2nd day of 1809, the chasseur colonel almost captured the strong box. He had been given a regiment of French dragoons, and those horsemen caught up with the Spaniards close to the city of Leon. The Spaniards only escaped by climbing into the high mountains, where they were forced to abandon their horses, for no horse could climb the steep, ice-slick tracks where Major Blas Vivar sought refuge. It was winter, the worst winter in Spanish memory, and the very worst time to be in the northern Spanish mountains, but the French had given Major Vivar no choice. Napoleon's armies had taken Madrid in December, and Blas Vivar had fled with a strongbox just 1 hour before the enemy horsemen had entered the capital. He had ridden with 110 cazadores, the mounted hunters, who carried a straight-bladed sword and a short-barreled carbine. But the hunters had become the hunted, as in a nightmare journey across Spain, Vivar had twisted and turned to avoid his French pursuers. He had hoped to find safety in General Romana's northern army, but only 2 days before the dragoons forced them into the hills, Romana was defeated. Vivar was alone now, stranded in the mountains with just 90 of his men left. The others had died. They had died for the strongbox, which the survivors carried through a frozen countryside. Snow thickened in the passes. When there was a thaw, it only came in the form of rain, a pelting, relentless rain that turned the mountain paths into mud which froze hard in the long nights. Frostbite decimated the cazadores. In the worst of the cold, the survivors sheltered in caves or in high deserted farmsteads. On one such day, when the wind drove a bitter snowfall from the west, Vivar's men hunched in the miserable shelter of a narrow gully high on a mountain's crest. Blas Vivar himself lay at the gully's rim and stared into the valley through a long-barreled telescope. He stared at the enemy. Brown cloaks hid the pale green coats of the French dragoons. These Frenchmen had followed Vivar every mile of his bitter journey, but while he struggled in the highlands, they rode in the valleys, where there were roads, bridges, and shelter. On some days the weather would stop the French, and Vivar would dare to hope that he had lost them. But whenever the snow eased for a few hours, the dreaded shapes would always appear again. Now, lying in the shivering wind, Vivar could see the enemy horsemen unsaddling in a small village that lay in the valley's bottom. The French would have fires and food in the village. Their horses would have shelter and hay, while his men sobbed because of the cold which lashed the mountainside. "Are they there?" Vivar's second-in-command, Lieutenant Davila, climbed up from the gully. "They're there." "The chasseurs?" "Yes." Vivar was staring directly at 2 horsemen in the village street. One was the chasseur colonel of the Imperial Guard, gaudy in his scarlet pelisse, dark green overalls and colback, a round hat made of thick black fur. The other wore no uniform. Instead, he was dressed in a black, tight-waisted riding coat above white boots. Vivar feared the black-coated horseman more than he feared the chasseur, for it was he who guided the dragoons' pursuit. The black-coated man knew where Blas Vivar was heading. He knew where he could be stopped, and he knew the power of the object that was hidden in the iron-bound box. Lieutenant Davila crouched in the snow next to Vivar. Neither man looked like a soldier any more. They were swathed in cloaks made from common sacking. Their faces, boots, and hands were wrapped in rags. Yet, beneath their makeshift cloaks, they wore the scarlet uniforms of a Cavador elite company, and they were each as hard and efficient as any man who struggled in the French wars. Davila borrowed Vivar's glass and stared into the valley. Driven snow blurred the view, but he could see the splash of the scarlet pelisse hanging from the chasseur's right shoulder. "Why doesn't he wear a cloak?" he grumbled. "He's showing how tough he is," Vivar said curtly. Davila shifted the glass to see yet more dragoons coming to the village. Some of the Frenchmen led limping horses. All carried swords and carbines. "I thought we lost them," he said sadly. "We'll only lose them when we bury the last one." Vivar slid down from the skyline. He had a face hardened by sun and wind, a pugnacious face, but saved from coarseness by the dark eyes that could spark with humour and understanding. Now, watching his men shiver in the narrow gully, those eyes were rimmed with red. "How much food is left?" "Enough for 2 days. "If I did not know better—" Vivar's voice was scarcely audible above the wind's noise. "I would think God had abandoned Spain." Lieutenant Davila said nothing. A gust of wind snatched snow from the crest and whirled it in a glittering billow above their heads. The French, he thought bitterly, would be stealing food, firewood, and women in the valley. Children would be screaming. The men in the village would be tortured to reveal whether or not they had seen a tattered band of catadores carrying a strongbox. They would truthfully deny any such sighting, but the French would kill them just the same, and the man in the black coat and white boots would watch without a flicker of emotion crossing his face. Davila closed his eyes. He had not known what it was to hate until this war had begun, and now he did not know if he would ever root the hate out of his soul. "We'll separate," Vivar said suddenly. "Domblas?" Davila, his thoughts elsewhere, had misheard. "I shall take the strongbox and 80 men," Vivar spoke slowly, "and you will wait here with the other men. When we are gone, and when the French are gone, you will go south. You will not move until you are sure the valley is empty. That chasseur is clever, and he may already have guessed what I am thinking. So wait, Diego. Wait till you are certain. Then wait another day. Do you understand?" "I understand." Vivar, despite his agonizing tiredness and the cold that leached into his very bones, found some enthusiasm to invest his words with hope. "Go to Orense, Diego. See if there are any of our men left. Tell them I need them. Tell them I need horses and men. Take those men and horses to Santiago, and if I am not there, ride east till you find me." Davila nodded. There was an obvious question to ask, but he could not bring himself to speak. Vivar understood anyway. "If the French have captured the strongbox," he said bleakly, "then you will know. They will trumpet their capture across Spain, Diego, and you will know because the war will be lost." Davila shivered beneath his ragged cloaks. "If you go west, Domblas, you may find the British." Vivar spat to show his opinion of the British army. "They would help you," Davila insisted. "Would you trust the English with what is in the strongbox?" Davila considered his answer, then shrugged. "No." Vivar eased himself to the crest once more and stared down at the village. "Perhaps those devils will meet the British. Then one pack of barbarians can kill the other." He shuddered with the cold. "If I had enough men, Diego, I would fill hell with the souls of those Frenchmen. But I do not have the men, so fetch them for me." "I will try, Domblas." It was as much of a promise as Davila dared offer, for no Spaniard could feel hopeful in these early days of 1809. The Spanish king was a prisoner in France, and the brother of the French emperor had been enthroned in Madrid. The armies of Spain that had shown such fine defiance the previous year had been crushed by Napoleon, and the British army sent to help them was being chased ignominiously towards the sea. All that was left to Spain were fragments of its broken armies, the defiance of its proud people, and the strongbox. The next morning, Vivar's men carried the strongbox to the west. Lieutenant Davila watched as the French dragoons saddled their horses and abandoned a village that had been plundered and from which the smoke rose into a cold sky. The dragoons might not know where Blas Vivar was, but the man in the black coat and white boots knew precisely where the major was going, and so the French forced their horses to the west. Davila waited a full day. Then, in a downpour of rain that turned the snow to slush and the paths to thick mud, he went south. The hunters and the hunted were moving again, inching their intricate paths across a wintry land, and the hunted were seeking the miracle that might yet save Spain and snatch a glorious victory from defeat. Chapter 1. More than 100 men were abandoned in the village. There was nothing to be done for them. They were drunk. A score of women stayed with them. They were drunk too. Not just drunk, but insensible. The men had broken into a tavern storeroom and found great barrels of last year's vintage with which they had diluted their misery. Now, in a bleak dawn, they lay about the village like the victims of a plague. The drunks were redcoats. They had joined the British Army because of crime or desperation, and because the army gave them 1/3 of a pint of rum a day. Last night they had found heaven in a miserable tavern in a miserable Spanish town on a miserable flint road that led to the sea. They had got drunk, so now they would be left to the mercy of the French. A tall lieutenant in the green jacket of the 95th Rifles moved among the bodies which lay in the stable-yard of the plundered tavern. His interest was not in the stupefied drunks, but in some wooden crates that had been jettisoned from an ox-drawn wagon to make space for wounded and frost-bitten men. The crates, like so much else that the army was now too weak to carry, would have been left for the pursuing French, except that the lieutenant had discovered that they contained rifle ammunition. He was rescuing it. He had already filled the packs and pouches of his battalion with as many of the precious cartridges as a rifleman could carry. Now he and one rifleman crammed yet more into the panniers of the battalion's last mule. Rifleman Cooper finished the job, then stared at the remaining crates. "What do we do with them, sir?" "Burn it all." "Bloody hell!" Cooper gave a brief laugh, then gestured at the drunks in the yard. "You'll bleedin' kill 'em." "If we don't, the French will." The lieutenant had a slash of a scar on his left cheek that gave him a broodingly savage face. "You want the French to start killing us with their own gunpowder?" Cooper did not much care what the French did. At this moment he cared about a drunken girl who lay in the yard's corner. "Pity to kill her, sir. She's a nice little thing." "Leave her for the French." Cooper stooped to pull open the girl's bodice to reveal her breasts. She stirred in the cold air, but did not waken. Her hair was stained with vomit, her dress with wine, yet she was a pretty girl. She was perhaps 15 or 16 years old. She had married a soldier and followed him to the wars. Now she was drunk, and the French would have her. "Wake up," he said. "Leave her." All the same, the lieutenant could not resist crossing the yard to look down at the girl's nakedness. "Stupid bitch," he said sourly. A major appeared in the yard's entrance. "Quartermaster?" The lieutenant turned. "Sir?" The major had a small, wiry moustache and a malevolent expression. "When you've finished undressing women, Quartermaster, perhaps you'd be good enough to join the rest of us." "I was going to burn these crates first, sir." "Bugger the crates, Quartermaster, just hurry up." "Yes, sir." "Unless you prefer to stay here. I doubt the army would miss you." The lieutenant did not reply. 6 months ago, when he had joined this battalion, no officer would have spoken thus in front of the men. But the retreat had jaded tempers and brought hidden antagonisms to the surface. Men who would normally have treated each other with wary respect, or even a forced cordiality, now snapped like rabid dogs. And Major Warren Dunnett hated the quartermaster. It was a livid, irrational, and consuming hatred. and the quartermaster's annoying response was to ignore it. That, and his air of competence, could provoke Major Dunnet into a livid anger. "Who in Christ's holy name does he think he is?" he exploded to Captain Murray outside the tavern. "Does he think the whole bloody army will wait for him?" "He's just doing his job, isn't he?" John Murray was a mild and fair man. "He's not doing his job, he's gaping at some whore's tits." Dunnet spat. "I didn't bloody want him in this battalion, and I still don't bloody want him in the battalion. The colonel only took him as a favour to Willie Lawford. What the hell is this bloody army coming to? He's a jumped-up sergeant, Johnny. He isn't even a real officer. And in the rifles, too." Murray suspected that Dunnet was jealous of the quartermaster. It was a rare thing for a man to join Britain's army as a private soldier and to rise into the officers' mess. The quartermaster had done that. He had carried a musket in the red-coated ranks, become a sergeant, then, as a reward for an act of suicidal bravery on a battlefield, he had been made into an officer. The other officers were wary of the new lieutenant's past, fearing that his competence in battle would show up their own inexperience. They need not have worried, for the colonel had kept the new lieutenant from the battle line by making him into the battalion's quartermaster, an appointment based on the principle that any man who had served in the ranks, and as a sergeant, would know every trick of the quartermaster's criminal trade. Abandoning both the drunks and the remaining ammunition to the French, the quartermaster emerged from the tavern yard. It began to rain, a sleet, cold rain that spat from the east onto the 300 riflemen who waited in the village street. These riflemen were the army's rear guard, a rear guard dressed in rags like a mockery of soldiers, or like some monstrous army of beggars. Men and officers alike were draped and bundled in whatever scraps of cloth they had begged or stolen on the march, the soles of their boots held in place by knotted twine. Their unshaven faces were wrapped with filthy scarves against the bitter wind. Their eyes were red-rimmed and vacant. Their cheeks were sunken, and their eyebrows whitened by frost. Some men had lost their shakos and wore peasant hats with floppy brims. They looked a beaten, ragtag unit, but they were still riflemen, and every Baker rifle had an oiled lock and, gripped in its doghead, a sharp-edged flint. Major Dunnet, who commanded this half-battalion, marched them westwards. They had been marching since Christmas Eve, and now it was a week into January. Always west, away from the victorious French, whose overwhelming numbers were swamping Spain. And every day of the march was a torture of cold and hunger and pain. In some battalions all discipline had disappeared, and the paths of such units were littered with the bodies of men who had given up hope. Some of the dead were women, the wives who had been permitted to travel with the army to Spain. Others were children. The survivors were now so hardened to horror that they could trudge past the frozen body of a child and feel nothing. Yet if the army had been broken on the rack of ice storms, and a frozen wind that cut like a chasseur's sabre, there were still some men who marched in good formation, and who, when ordered, turned to keep the French pursuit at bay. Those were the hard men, the good men, the guards and the light infantry, the elite of Sir John Moore's army that had marched into the centre of Spain to cut off Napoleon's supply roads. They had marched expecting victory, but the Emperor had turned on them with a savage speed and overwhelming numbers. So now this small British army retreated towards the ships that would take them home. Dunnet's 300 riflemen seemed alone in a frozen wilderness. Somewhere ahead of them was the bulk of the retreating army, and somewhere behind were the pursuing French. But the riflemen's world was the pack of the man in front, the sleet, their tiredness, and the pain of bellies cramped by hunger. An hour from the village they reached a stream crossed by a stone bridge. British cavalry waited there with news that some artillery were floundering on a slope 2 miles ahead. The cavalry's commander suggested that Dunnet's rifles wait by the bridge. "Give us time to help the gunners to the ridge, then we'll come back for you." "For how long?" Dunnet asked testily. "An hour? No longer." The riflemen waited. They had done this a score of times in the last 2 weeks, and doubtless they would do it a score of times again. They were the sting in the army's tail. If they were lucky, this day no Frenchman would bother them. But the probability was that some time in the next hour the enemy vanguard would appear. That vanguard would be cavalry on tired horses. The French would make a token attack. The riflemen would fire a couple of volleys. Then, because neither side had an advantage, the French would let the greenjackets trudge on. It was soldiering. Boring, cold, dispiriting. And 1 or 2 riflemen and 1 or 2 Frenchmen would die because of it. The riflemen formed in companies to bar the road west of the bridge. They shivered and stared east. Sergeants paced behind their ranks. The officers, all of whom had lost their horses to the cold, stood in front of their companies. No one spoke. Perhaps some of the men dreamed of the Navy's ships that were supposed to be waiting for them at the end of this long road, but more likely their thoughts were of nothing but cold and hunger. The lieutenant, who had been made into the battalion's quartermaster, wandered aimlessly onto the stone bridge and stared into the stinging sleet. He was now the closest man to the enemy, 20 paces ahead of the green-jacketed line, and that piqued Major Warren Dunnett, who saw an unspoken arrogance in the lieutenant's chosen position. "Bugger him!" Dunnett crossed to Captain Murray's side. "He's harmless." Murray spoke with his customary mildness. "He's a jumped-up bloody nothing." Murray smiled. "He's a damned efficient quartermaster, Warren. When did your men last have so much ammunition? His job is to arrange my bed for tonight, not loiter here in the hope of proving how well he can fight. Look at him." Dunnett, like a man with an itching sore that he could not stop scratching, stared at the quartermaster. "He thinks he's still in the ranks, doesn't he? Once a peasant, always one, that's what I say. And why is he carrying a rifle?" "I really couldn't say." The rifle was the quartermaster's eccentricity, and an unfitting one, for a quartermaster needed lists and ink and quills and tally sticks, not a weapon. He needed to be able to forage for food or ferret out shelters in apparently overcrowded billets. He needed a nose to smell out rotten beef, scales to weigh ration flour, and stubbornness to resist the depredations of other quartermasters. He did not need weapons, yet the new lieutenant always carried a rifle as well as his regulation sabre. The 2 weapons seemed to be a statement of intent, that he wanted to fight rather than be a quartermaster. Yet to most of the greenjackets, the weapons were a rather pathetic pretension, carried by a man who, whatever his past, was now nothing more than an aging lieutenant. Dunnett stamped his cold feet on the road. "I'll send the flank companies back first, Johnny. You can cover." "Yes, sir. Do we wait for our horse?" "Bugger the cavalry." Dunnett offered the infantryman's automatic scorn of the mounted arm. "I'm waiting 5 more minutes. It can't take this long to clear some bloody guns off the road." "Do you see anything, quartermaster?" The question was asked mockingly. "No, sir." The lieutenant took off his shako and pushed a hand through hair that was long, black, and made greasy by days of campaigning. His greatcoat hung open, and he wore neither scarf nor gloves. Either he could not afford them, or else he was boasting that he was too tough to need such comforts. That arrogance made Dunnett wish that the new lieutenant, so eager for a fight, would be cut down by the enemy horsemen. Except there were no enemy horsemen in sight. Perhaps the rain and the wind and the goddamned bloody cold had driven the French to shelter in the last village. Or perhaps the drunken women had proved too irresistible a lure. Whichever it was, there were no Frenchmen in sight, just sleet and low clouds driven to turmoil by a freshening wind. Major Dunnett swore nervously. The 4 companies seemed alone in a wilderness of rain and frost, 4 companies of forgotten soldiers in a lost war. And Dunnett made up his mind that he could wait no longer. "We're going!" Whistles blew. The 2 flank companies turned and, like the walking dead, shambled up the road. The 2 centre companies stayed at the bridge under Captain Murray's command. In 5 minutes or so, when the flank companies had stopped to provide cover, it would be Murray's turn to withdraw. The riflemen liked Captain John Murray. He was a proper gentleman, they said, and it was a fly bastard who could fool him. But if you were straight with him, then the captain would treat you fair. Murray had a thin and humorous face, quick to smile and swift with a jest. It was because of officers like him that these riflemen could still shoulder arms and march with an echo of the élan they had learned on the parade ground at Shorncliffe. "Sir?" It was the quartermaster who still stood on the bridge and drew Murray's attention to the east, where a figure moved in the sleet. "One of ours," he called after a moment. The single figure, staggering and weaving, was a redcoat. He had no musket, no shako, nor boots. His naked feet left bloodstains on the road's flint bed. "That'll learn him," Captain Murray said. "You see, lads, the perils of drink." It was not much of a joke, merely the imitation of a preacher who had once lectured the battalion against the evils of liquor. But it made the riflemen smile. Their lips might be cracked and bloody with the cold, but a smile was still better than despair. The redcoat, one of the drunks abandoned in the last village, seemed to flap a feeble hand towards the rearguard. Some instinct had awoken and driven him onto the road, and kept him travelling westwards towards safety. He stumbled past the flensed and frozen carcass of a horse, then tried to run. "Where cavalry?" the new lieutenant shouted. "Rifles!" Captain Murray called. "Present!" Rags were snatched from rifle locks. Men's hands, though numb with the cold, moved quickly. Because in the white mist of sleet and ice there were other shapes. Horsemen. The shapes were grotesque apparitions in the grey rain. Dark shapes, scabbards, cloaks, plumes, and carbine holsters made the ragged outlines of French cavalry. Dragoons. "Steady, lads, steady." Captain Murray's voice was calm. The new lieutenant had gone to the company's left flank, where his mule was hobbled. The redcoat twisted off the road, jumped a frozen ditch, then screamed like a pig in a slaughter yard. A dragoon had caught the man, and the long, straight sword sliced down to open his face from brow to chin. Blood speckled the frosted earth. Another horseman, riding from the other flank, hissed his steel blade to cut into the fugitive's scalp. The drunken redcoat fell to his knees, crying, and the dragoons rode over him and spurred towards the two companies which barred the road. The small stream would be no obstacle to their charge. "Serrez! Serrez!" The French word of command came clear to the riflemen. It meant, "Close up." The dragoons bunched, booted knee to booted knee, and the new lieutenant had time to see the odd pigtails which framed their faces before Captain Murray shouted the order to fire. Perhaps 80 of the rifles fired. The rest were too damp. But 80 bullets at less than 100 yards shattered the single squadron into a maelstrom of floundering horses, falling men, and panic. The scream of a dying horse flayed the cold day. "Reload!" Sergeant Williams was on the right flank of Murray's company. He seized one of the damp rifles, which had not fired, scooped the wet sludge from its pan, and loaded it with dry powder from his horn. "Pick your targets! Fire as you will!" The new lieutenant peered through the dirty grey smoke to find an enemy officer. He saw a horseman shouting at the broken cavalry. He aimed, and the rifle bruised his shoulder as he fired. He thought he saw the Frenchman fall, but could not be sure. A riderless horse galloped away from the road with blood dripping from its saddlecloth. More rifles fired. Their flames spat 2 feet clear of the muzzles. The French had scattered, using the sleet as a screen to blur the riflemen's aim. Their first charge, designed only to discover what quality of rearguard faced them, had failed, and now they were content to harass the greenjackets from a distance. The two companies that had retreated westwards under Dunnet had formed now. A whistle blew, telling Murray that he could safely fall back. The French beyond the bridge opened a ragged and inaccurate fire with their short-barrelled carbines. They fired from the saddle, making it even less likely that their bullets would find a mark. "Retire!" Murray shouted. A few rifles spat a last time, then the men turned and scrambled up the road. They forgot their hunger and desperate tiredness. Fear gave them speed, and they ran towards the two formed companies who could hold another French charge at bay. For the next few minutes, it would be a cat-and-mouse game between tired cavalry and cold riflemen, until either the French abandoned the effort, or British cavalry arrived to drive the enemy away. Rifleman Cooper cut the hobble of the quartermaster's mule and dragged the recalcitrant beast up the road. Murray gave the mule a cut on its backside with his heavy sword, making it leap forward. "Why don't you let it go?" he shouted at the lieutenant. "Because I damn well need it." The lieutenant ordered Cooper to take the mule off the road and up the northern hillside to clear the field of fire for Dunnett's 2 companies. The greenjackets were trained to the skirmish line, to the loose chain of men who took shelter and sniped at the enemy, but on this retreat the men in green formed ranks as tight as the redcoats and used their rifles for volley fire. "Form! Form!" Sergeant Williams was shouting at Murray's company. The French advanced gingerly to the bridge. There were perhaps 100 of them, a vanguard mounted on horses that looked desperately tired and weak. No horse should have been campaigning in this weather and on these bitter mountain roads, but the Emperor had launched these Frenchmen to finish off the British army, and so the horses would be whipped to death if that meant victory. Their hooves were wrapped in rags to give purchase on slippery roads. "Rifles! Fix swords!" Dunnett shouted. The long sword bayonets were tugged from scabbards and clipped onto the muzzles of the loaded rifles. The command was probably unnecessary. The French did not look as though they would try another charge, but fixed swords was the rule for when facing cavalry, so Dunnett ordered it. The lieutenant loaded his rifle. Captain Murray wiped moisture from the blade of his heavy cavalry sword, which, like the lieutenant's rifle, was an eccentricity. Rifle officers were expected to wear a light curved sabre, but Murray preferred the straight-bladed trooper's sword that could crush a man's skull with its weight alone. The enemy dragoons dismounted. They left their horses at the bridge and formed a skirmish line that spread either side of the road. "They don't want to play," Murray said chidingly. Then he twisted round in hope of a glimpse of the British cavalry. There was none. "Fall back by companies!" Major Dunnett shouted. "Johnny, take your 2 back! 50 paces, go!" Murray's 2 companies, accompanied by the quartermaster and his mule, stumbled back the 50 yards and formed a new line across the road. "Front rank, kneel!" Murray shouted. "We're always running away." The speaker was Rifleman Harper. He was a huge man, an Irish giant in a small-statured army, and a troublemaker. He had a broad, flat face with sandy eyebrows that now were whitened by frozen sleet. "Why don't we go down there and choke the bastards to death? They must have bloody food in these bloody packs." He twisted round to stare westwards. "And where the hell's our bloody cavalry?" "Shut up, face front!" It was the quartermaster who snapped the order. Harper gave him a lingering look, full of insolence and disdain, then turned back to watch Major Dunnett's companies withdraw. The dragoons were dull shapes in the middle distance. Sometimes a carbine fired, and the wind snatched at a smear of grey smoke. A greenjacket was hit in the leg and swore at the enemy. The new lieutenant guessed it was now about 2 hours before midday. This fighting retreat should be over by early afternoon, after which he would have to hurry ahead to find some cattle shed or church where the men could spend the night. He hoped a commissary officer would appear with a sack of flour that, mixed with water and roasted over a fire of cow dung, would have to suffice as supper and breakfast. With luck, a dead horse would provide meat. In the morning, the men would wake with stomach cramps. They would again form ranks. They would march, then they would turn to fight off these same dragoons. Dragoons who now seemed happy to let the riflemen slip away. "They're not very eager today," the lieutenant grumbled. "They're dreaming of home," Murray said wistfully. "Of chicken and garlic in a pot, good red wine and a plump girl in bed. Who wants to die in a miserable place like this, if that's waiting for you?" "We'll retire by column of half companies." Dunnett, convinced that the enemy would not risk closing the gap, planned to turn his back on them and simply march away. "Captain Murray, your men first, if you please." But before Murray could give an order, the new lieutenant's voice called in urgent warning. "Where cavalry behind?" "They're ours, you fool!" Dunnett's distaste for the quartermaster could not be disguised. Oh, Christ! Murray had turned to look up the road along which the 4 companies must retreat. "Rear rank! About turn! Major Dunnett? They're crappos!" God alone knew how, but a new enemy had appeared behind. There was no time to wonder where they had come from, only to turn and face the 3 fresh squadrons of dragoons. The French cavalry rode with open cloaks which revealed their pink-faced green coats. They carried drawn swords. They were led, curiously, by a chasseur, an officer in the red coat, scarlet pelisse, and black fur hat of the Emperor's Imperial Guard. Alongside him, mounted on a big roan, was an equally strange figure, a man dressed in a black riding coat and boots that were gleaming white. Dunnett gaped at the new enemy. Riflemen frantically reloaded empty weapons. The quartermaster knelt, braced his rifle by looping its sling about his left elbow, and fired at the chasseur. He missed. Rifleman Harper jeered. A trumpet sounded from the enemy. There was death in its shrill note. The chasseur's sabre was raised. Beside him, the man in the civilian coat drew a long, slim sword. The cavalry broke into the trot, and the new lieutenant could hear the hooves on the frozen ground. The regiment of dragoons still rode in squadrons that could be distinguished by the colour of their horses. The first squadron was on black horses, the second on bays, and the third on chestnuts. It was an arrangement common in peacetime, but rare in battle, that swiftly diluted the pattern with remounts. The trumpeters were on greys, as were the 3 men who carried the guidons on their long staffs. The small flags were bright against the low clouds. The dragoons' long swords were even brighter, like blades of pale ice. Major Dunnett realized his riflemen were in danger of annihilation. "Rally square! Rally! Rally!" The greenjackets contracted into the rally square, a clumsy formation whereby men crowded together for protection against cavalry. Any man who found himself in the front rank knelt and jammed his rifle butt into the turf, so that his sword bayonet's blade could be held rigid. Others reloaded their rifles, skinning their frozen knuckles on the sword bayonet's long blades as they rammed the charges home. Rifleman Cooper and his mule sheltered in the middle of the square. The chestnut squadron wheeled from the rear of the French charge, drew carbines, and dismounted. The other 2 squadrons spurred into the canter. They were still 100 paces away, and would not rowel their horses to the gallop till they were very close to their target. "Fire!" Dunnett shouted. Those riflemen who had reloaded fired. A dozen saddles were emptied. The riflemen jostled each other, shaking themselves into ranks, so that the rally square became a real square from which every rifle could fire. There were 3 ranks of them now, each plumed with bayonets. "Fire!" More rifles spat, more cavalry fell. Then the chasseur officer, instead of pressing the charge home, wheeled his horse away, and the 2 squadrons sheered off to unmask the dismounted men, who now opened fire with their carbines. The first dragoons, the company which had waited by the bridge, closed on the square's eastern face. The rally square made a perfect target for the dismounted dragoons. If the riflemen shook themselves into line to sweep the makeshift infantry away, then the mounted cavalry would spur their horses back into motion, and the greenjackets would become mincemeat. The chasseur colonel, the lieutenant thought, was a clever bastard, a clever French bastard who would kill some good riflemen this day. Those riflemen began to fall. The centre of the square soon became a charnel house of wounded men, of blood, screams and hopeless prayer. The rain was stinging harder, wetting the rifle pans, but enough black powder fired to spit bullets at the enemy, who, crouched in the grass, made small and elusive targets. The 2 mounted squadrons had wheeled away to the west and now reformed. They would charge along the line of the road, and the frozen steel of their heavy straight swords would burn like fire when it cut home. Except, so long as the riflemen stayed together, and so long as their unbroken ranks bristled with the pale blades, the horsemen could not hurt them. But the enemy carbines were taking a fearful toll, and when enough riflemen had fallen, the cavalry charge would split the weakened square with the ease of a sword shattering a rotten apple. Dunnet knew it, and he looked for salvation. He saw it in the low cloud which misted the hillside just 200 yards to the north. If the Green Jackets could climb into the obscuring shroud of those clouds, they would be safe. He hesitated over the decision. A sergeant fell back into the square, killed clean by a ball through his brain. A rifleman screamed as a bullet struck his lower belly. Another, shot in the foot, checked his sob of pain as he methodically reloaded his weapon. Dunnet glanced up the hill at the cloud's refuge. He stroked his small, bristly moustache that was beaded with rain, then made his decision. "Uphill! Uphill! Keep ranks!" The square inched uphill. The wounded screamed as they were carried. French bullets still thumped home, and the Green Jacket formation became ragged as men stopped to return the fire or help the casualties. Their progress was desperately slow, too slow for Major Dunnet's frayed nerves. "Break and run! Break and run!" "No!" The new lieutenant shouted the countermand, but he was ignored. Dunnet's order was given, and now it was a race. If the Green Jackets could reach cover before the cavalry could reach them, then they would live. But if the chasseur officer had judged his distance right, then he would win. The red-coated chasseur had judged very well indeed. The Green Jackets ran, but over the sound of their hoarse breath and the pounding of their boots came the swelling thunder of the hooves. A man turned and saw the bared teeth of a horse. He heard a sword hissing above the sound of the trumpet. The rifleman screamed. Then came chaos and slaughter. The horsemen split the Green Jackets apart, then wheeled to the killing. The great swords chopped and speared. The new lieutenant had a glimpse of a man with pigtails swinging beneath his helmet's rim. He twisted aside and felt the wind of the dragoon's sword on his face. Another horseman rode at him, but he swung his rifle by its muzzle to crack the horse over the mouth. The horse screamed, reared, and the lieutenant ran on. He was shouting for men to close on him, but the Green Jackets were scattered and running for their lives. The battalion's mule bolted eastwards, and Cooper, stubbornly trying to save his belongings, which were strapped to the beast's panniers, was killed by a sword stroke. Major Dunnet was ridden down to the turf. A 17-year-old lieutenant was caught by two dragoons. The first blinded him with a slashing backstroke, the second stabbed into his chest. Still the horsemen came. Their horses stank with saddle sores because they had been ridden too hard. But they had been trained to this work. A rifleman's cheek was flenched from his face, and his mouth bubbled with blood and saliva. The French grunted as they hacked. This was a cavalryman's paradise, broken infantry and firm ground. The new lieutenant still shouted as he climbed, "Rifles! To me! To me! To me!" The chasseur must have heard him, for he turned his big black horse and spurred towards the Englishman. The lieutenant saw him coming, slung his empty rifle, and drew his sabre. "Come on, you bastard!" The chasseur held his own sabre in his right hand, and, to make his killing cut easy, directed his horse to the left of the rifleman. The lieutenant waited to swing his curved blade at the horse's mouth. The cut would stop its charge dead, making it rear and twist away. He had seen off more horsemen than he could remember with such a stroke. The skill lay in the timing, and the lieutenant hoped that the horse's panicked evasion would shake the rider loose. He wanted that clever chasseur dead. A touch of the Frenchman's spurs seemed to make the horse lunge forward for the killing stroke, and the lieutenant swung his sabre and saw he had been fooled. The horse checked and swerved in a manoeuvre which spoke of hours of patient training. The sabre hissed in empty space. The chasseur was not right-handed, but left, and he had changed hands as his horse broke to the right. His blade glittered as it swept down, aimed at the rifleman's neck. The lieutenant had been fooled. He had swung early and into nothing, and he was off balance. The chasseur, knowing this Englishman was dead, was planning his next kill even before his sabre stroke went home. He had killed more men than he could remember with this simple trick. Now he would add a rifle officer to all the Austrians, Prussians, Russians, and Spaniards who had not been skillful enough. But the chasseur's sabre did not cut home. With a speed that was astonishing, the rifleman managed to recover his blade into the parry. The sabres met with a clash that jarred both men's arms. The lieutenant's 4-guinea blade shattered, but not before it had taken the force from the Frenchman's slashing cut. The momentum of the chasseur's horse took him past the Englishman. The Frenchman turned back, astonished by the parry, and saw him turning to run uphill. For a second he was tempted to follow, but there were other, easier targets down the hill. He spurred away. The lieutenant threw away his broken sabre and scrambled towards the low cloud. "Rifles! Rifles!" Men heard and closed on him. They scrambled uphill together and made a large enough group to deter the enemy. The dragoons went for individuals, the men most easily killed, and they took pleasure in thus avenging all the horsemen who had been put down by rifle bullets, all the Frenchmen who had jerked and bled their lives away on the long pursuit, and all the jeers that the riflemen had sent through the biting air in the last bitter weeks. Captain Murray joined the new lieutenant. "Outfoxed us, by God!" He sounded surprised. The small group of riflemen reached safety short of the clouds, up where the litter of rocks made the ground too uneven for the dragoons to follow. There Murray stopped his men and stared, appalled, at the carnage beneath. The dragoons rode among the dead and the defeated. Riflemen with slashed faces reeled among them. Others lay motionless until grasping hands turned the dead bodies and began ripping at pouches and pockets. The quartermaster watched as Major Dunlop was pulled to his feet and his uniform searched for plunder. Dunlop was lucky. He was alive and a prisoner. One rifleman ran downhill, still trying to escape, and the man in the black coat and white boots rode after him, and with a chilling skill chopped down once. Bastards! Murray, knowing there was no more fighting to do, sheathed his heavy cavalry sword. Goddamn bloody crapo bastards! 50 riflemen, survivors from all 4 companies, had been saved from the rout. Sergeant Williams was with them, as was Rifleman Harper. Some of the men were bleeding. A sergeant was trying to staunch a terrible slash in his shoulder. A youngster was white-lipped and shaking. Murray and his new lieutenant were the only officers to have escaped the massacre. "We'll work our way east," Murray said calmly. "Maybe we can reach the army after dark." A morose swear-word sounded from the big Irishman, and the 2 officers glanced down the valley to see the British cavalry at last appear in the drizzle. The chasseur saw them at the same time, and the French trumpet called the dragoons into order. The British, seeing the enemy's preparedness, and finding no sign of infantry, withdrew. The riflemen on the cloud's edge jeered at their retreating cavalry. Murray whipped round. "Silence!" But the jeer had drawn the attention of the dismounted dragoons on the slope below, and they believed the mocking sound had been aimed at them. Some of them seized carbines, others took up fallen rifles, and they fired a ragged volley at the small group of survivors. The bullets hissed and whiplashed past the greenjackets. The ragged volley missed, except for one fatal bullet that ricocheted from a rock into Captain Murray's side. The force of the bullet spun him round and threw him face down onto the hillside. His left hand scrabbled at the thin turf, while his right groped in the blood at his waist. "Go on. Leave me." His voice was scarcely more than a whisper. Rifleman Harper jumped down the slope and plucked Murray into his huge arms. The captain sighed a terrible moan of pain as he was lifted. Below him the French were scrambling uphill, eager to complete their victory by taking these last riflemen prisoner. "Follow me!" The lieutenant led the small group into the clouds. The French fired again, and the bullets flickered past, but the riflemen were lost in the whiteness now. For the moment, at least, they were safe. The lieutenant found a hollow among the rocks that offered some shelter from the cold. The wounded were laid there, while pickets were set to guard its perimeter. Murray had gone as white as cartridge paper. "I didn't think they could beat us, Dick. I don't understand where they came from." The lieutenant's scarred face, Murray thought, made him look like an execution. "They didn't get past us. They couldn't." "They must have done." Murray sighed, then gestured to Rifleman Harper, who, with a gentleness that seemed odd in a man so big, first unstrapped the captain's sword belt, then unpeeled his clothes from the wound. It was clear that Harper knew his business, and so the lieutenant went to peer down the fogged hillside for a sight of the enemy. He could neither see nor hear anything. The dragoons evidently thought the band of survivors too small to worry about. The 50 riflemen had become the flotsam of war, mere splinters hacked from a sinking Endeavour, and if the French had known that the fugitives were led by a quartermaster, they might have been even more contemptuous. But the quartermaster had first fought the French 15 years before, and he had been fighting ever since. The stranded riflemen might call him the new lieutenant, and they might invest the word new with all the scorn of old soldiers, but that was because they did not know their man. They thought of him as nothing more than a jumped-up sergeant, and they were wrong. He was a soldier, and his name was Richard Sharpe. Chapter 2. In the night, Lieutenant Sharpe took a patrol westwards along the high crest. He had hoped to determine whether the French held the place where the road crossed the ridge, but in the freezing darkness and among the jumble of rocks he lost his bearings, and grudgingly went back to the hollow where the riflemen sheltered. The cloud lifted before dawn, letting the first wan light reveal the main body of the French pursuit in the valley which lay to the south. The enemy cavalry was already gone to the west, and Sharpe stared down at Marshal Soult's infantry, which marked in dogged pursuit of Sir John Moore's army. "We're bloody cut off!" Sergeant Williams offered his pessimistic assessment to Sharpe, who, instead of replying, went to squat beside the wounded men. Captain Murray slept fitfully, shivering beneath a half-dozen greatcoats. The sergeant, who had been slashed across the neck and shoulders, had died in the night. Sharpe covered the man's face with a shako. "He's a jumped-up bit of nothing." Williams stared malevolently at Lieutenant Sharpe's back. "He ain't an officer, Harps, not a real one." Rifleman Harper was sharpening his sword bayonet, doing the job with the obsessive concentration of a man who knows his life depends on his weapons. "Not a proper officer," Williams went on. "Not a gentleman, just a jumped-up sergeant, isn't he?" "That's all." Harper looked at the lieutenant, seeing the scars on the officer's face and the hard line of his jaw. "If he thinks he's giving me orders, he's a bugger. He ain't no better than I am, is he?" Harper's reply was a grunt, and not the agreement which would have given the sergeant the encouragement he wanted. Williams waited for Harper's support, but the Irishman merely squinted along the edge of his bayonet, then carefully sheathed the long blade. Williams spat. "Put a bloody sash and sword on them, and I think they're God Almighty. He's not a real rifle, just a bloody quartermaster, Harps." "Nothin' else," Harper agreed. "Bloody jumped-up storekeeper, ain't he?" Sharpe turned quickly, and Williams, even though it was impossible, felt that he had been overheard. The lieutenant's eyes were hard as flint. "Sergeant Williams?" "Sir?" Williams, despite his assertion of disobedience, stepped dutifully towards Lieutenant Sharpe. "Shelter!" Sharpe pointed down into the northern valley, where, far beneath them, and slowly being revealed by a shredding mist, a stone farmstead could be seen. "Get the wounded down there." Williams hissed a dubious breath between yellowed teeth. "I don't know as how they should be moved, sir. The captain's—" "I said get the wounded down there, Sergeant." Sharpe had stepped away, but now turned back. "I didn't ask for a debate on the goddamn matter. Move!" It took the best part of the morning, but they succeeded in carrying the wounded down to the derelict farm. The Dryas building was a stone barn built on rock pillars that were meant to keep vermin at bay, and with a roof surmounted by crosses, so that from a distance it looked like a small, crude church. The ruined house and byres yielded damp and fungus-ridden timbers that, split and shredded with cartridge powder, were coaxed into a fire that slowly warmed the wounded men. Rifleman Hagman, a toothless, middle-aged Cheshire man, went to hunt for food, while the lieutenant put pickets on the goat tracks that led east and west. "Captain Murray's in a poorly way, sir?" Sergeant Williams cornered Sharpe when the lieutenant returned to the barn. "He needs a surgeon, sir." "Hardly possible, is it?" Unless we, that is... The sergeant, a squat, red-faced man, could not say what was in his mind. "Unless we surrender to the French?" Sharpe asked acidly. Williams looked into the lieutenant's eyes. They were curious eyes, almost reptilian in their present coldness. The sergeant found a truculence to brace his argument. "At least the Crappos have got surgeons, sir." In 1 hour, Sharpe's voice implied that he had not even heard Williams's words. "I'll inspect every man's rifle. Make sure they're ready." Williams stared belligerently at the officer, but could not summon the courage necessary for disobedience. He nodded curtly and turned away. Captain Murray was propped against a pile of packs inside the barn. He offered Sharpe a feeble smile. "What will you do?" "Sergeant Williams thinks I should take you to a French surgeon." Murray grimaced. "I asked what you wanted to do." Sharpe sat beside the captain. "Rejoin." Murray nodded. He was cradling a mug of tea, a precious gift from one of the riflemen who had hoarded the leaves in the bottom of his ammunition pouch. "You can leave me here." "I can't. I'm dying." Murray made a deprecatory shrug to show that he wanted no sympathy. His wound was not bleeding over much, but the captain's belly was swelling blue to show that there was bleeding inside. He nodded towards the other 3 badly wounded men, all of them with great sword cuts on their faces or chests. "Leave them to... Where will you go? The coast?" Sharpe shook his head. "We'll never catch the army now." Probably not." Murray closed his eyes. Sharpe waited. It had started to rain again, and a leak in the stone roof dripped insistently into the fire. He was thinking of his options. The most inviting choice was to attempt to follow Sir John Moore's army, but they were retreating so fast, and the French now controlled the road that Sharpe must take, and thus he knew he must resist that temptation, for it would only lead into captivity. Instead, he must go south. Sir John had marched from Lisbon, and a few troops had been left to protect the Portuguese capital, and perhaps that garrison still existed, and Sharpe could find it. "How far is Lisbon?" he asked Murray. The captain opened his eyes and shrugged. "God knows. 500 miles. He flinched from a stab of pain. "It's probably nearer 600 on these roads. Do you think we've still got troops there?" "We can at least find a ship." "If the French don't get there first. What about Vigo?" "The French are more likely to be there than Lisbon." "True." The light division had been sent to Vigo on a more southerly road. Only a few light troops like these riflemen had been retained to protect Sir John Moore's retreat. Maybe Lisbon would be best. Murray looked past Sharpe and saw how the men were brushing and oiling their rifle locks. He sighed. "Don't be too hard on them." "I'm not." Sharpe was instantly defensive. Murray's face flickered with a smile. "Were you ever commanded by an officer from the ranks?" Sharpe, smelling criticism, bridled for an instant, then realized that Murray was trying to be helpful. "No, sir. Never." "The men don't like it. Stupid, really. They believe officers are born, not made." Murray paused to take a breath that made him shudder with pain. He saw Sharpe about to enjoin him to silence, but shook his head. "I haven't got much time. I might as well use what there is." "Do you think I'm being damnably rude?" "No, sir." Murray paused to sip at his tea. "They're good lads." "Yes." "But they have an odd sense of what's proper. They expect officers to be different, you see. They want them to be privileged. Officers are men who choose to fight. They aren't forced to it by poverty. Do you understand that?" "Yes." "They think you're really one of them, one of the damned, and they want their officers to be touched by something more than that. Murray shook his head sadly. "It isn't very good advice, is it?" "It's very good," Sharpe lied. The wind sighed at the corners of the stone barn and flickered the flames of the small fire. Murray smiled sadly. "Let me think of some more practical advice for you. Something that will get you to Lisbon." He frowned for an instant, then turned his red-rimmed eyes to Sharpe. "Get Patrick Harper on your side." Sharpe turned to glance at the men who were crowded at the barn's far end. The big Irishman seemed to sense that his name had been mentioned, for he offered Sharpe a hostile glance. "He's a troublemaker, but the men listen to him. I tried to make him a chosen man once." Murray instinctively used the rifle's old term for a corporal. "But he wouldn't have it. He'd make a good sergeant. Hell, even a good officer if he could read, but he won't have any of it. But the men listen to him. He's got Sergeant Williams under his thumb." "I could manage Harper." Sharpe said the words with a false conviction. In the short time that he had been with his battalion, Sharpe had often noticed the Irishman, and he had seen for himself the truth of Captain Murray's assertion that he was a natural leader. Men crowded to Harper's campfire, partly to relish his stories, and partly because they wanted his approval. To the officers he liked, the Irishman offered a humorous allegiance, while to those he disliked, he offered nothing but scorn. And there was something very intimidating about Rifleman Harper, not just because of his size, but because of his air of knowing self-reliance. "I've no doubt Harper thinks he can manage you. He's a hard man." Murray paused, then smiled. "But he's filled with sentimentality." "So he has a weakness," Sharpe said harshly. "Is that a weakness?" Murray shrugged. "I doubt it. But now you'll think I'm weak. When I'm dead, you see." And again he had to shake his head to stop Sharpe interjecting. "When I'm dead," he repeated, "I want you to take my sword. I'll tell Williams you're to have it." Sharpe looked at the heavy cavalry sword that was propped in its metal scabbard against the wall. It looked an awkward and clumsy weapon, but Sharpe could not make any such objection to the gift now. "Thank you." He said it awkwardly. He was not used to receiving personal favours, nor had he learned to be gracious in accepting them. "It isn't much of a sword," Murray said, "but it'll replace the one you lost, and if the men see you carrying it—" He was unable to finish the sentence. "They'll think I'm a real officer." The words betrayed Sharpe's resentment. "They'll think I liked you." Murray spoke in gentle correction. "And that will help." Sharpe, reproved by the tone in the dying man's voice, again muttered his thanks. Murray shrugged. "I watched you yesterday. You're good in a fight, aren't you?" "For a quartermaster?" Murray ignored the self-pity. "You've seen a lot of battles?" "Yes." "That wasn't very tactful of you." Murray smiled. "New lieutenants aren't supposed to be more experienced than their seniors." The captain looked up at the broken roof. "Bloody silly place to die, isn't it?" "I'm going to keep you alive." "I suspect you can do many things, Lieutenant Sharpe, but you're not a miracle worker." Murray slept after that. All the riflemen rested that day. The rain was insistent, and at mid-afternoon turned to a heavy, wet snow, which by nightfall was settling on the shoulders of the closest hills. Hagman had snared 2 rabbits, thin fare, but something to flavour the few beans and scraps of bread that the men had hoarded in their knapsacks. There were no cooking cauldrons, but the men used tin mugs as saucepans. Sharpe left the barn at dusk and went to the cold shelter of the ruined farmhouse to watch the nightfall. It was not much of a house, merely 4 broken stone walls that had once held up a timber and sod roof. One door faced east, another west, and from the eastern door Sharpe could see far down a valley that now whirled and bellied with snow. Once, when the driving snow was lifted by the wind, he thought he saw the grey smear of smoke at the valley's end, evidence perhaps of a tiny village where they could find shelter. Then the snow blanketed the view again. He shivered, and it seemed impossible that this was Spain. Footsteps made him turn. Rifleman Harper ducked under the western door of the small house, saw Sharpe, and checked. He waved a hand at some fallen roof beams that were embedded in stones and turf. "Timber, sir." He explained his errand. "For the fire." "Carry on." Sharpe watched as the Irishman took hold of the rotted timbers and snapped them clear of their obstructions. Harper seemed to resent being watched, for he straightened up and stared at the lieutenant. "So what are we doing, sir?" For a second Sharpe took offence at the surly tone, then realized that Harper was only asking what every man in the company wanted to know. "We're going home." "You mean England?" "I mean back to the army." Sharpe suddenly wished he faced this journey alone, unencumbered by resentful men. "We'll have to go south, to Lisbon." Harper crossed to the doorway, where he stooped to stare eastwards. "I didn't think you meant Donegal." "Is that where you come from?" "Aye." Harper watched the snow settle in the darkening valley. "Donegal looks something like this, so it does. Only this is a better land." "Better?" Sharpe was surprised. He was also obscurely pleased that the big man had deigned to have this conversation, which made him suddenly more likeable. "Better?" Sharpe had to ask again. "The English never ruled here, did they, sir?" The insolence was back. Harper, standing, stared down at the sitting Sharpe, and there was nothing but scorn in his voice. "This is an unsoiled country, so it is." Sharpe knew he had been lured into the question which had released this man's derision. "I thought you were fetching timber." "I was. Then fetch it and go." Later, after he had visited the shivering pickets, Sharpe went back to the barn and sat by the wall, where he listened to the low voices of the men who gathered about Rifleman Harper. They laughed softly, letting Sharpe know that he was excluded from the company of soldiers, even of the damned. He was alone. Murray died in the night. He did it without noise or fuss, just sliding decorously into death. "The lads want to bury him." William said it as though he expected Sharpe to disapprove. Sharpe was standing in the barn's doorway. "Of course." "He said to give you this." Williams held out the big sword. It was an awkward moment, and Sharpe was aware of the men's gaze as he took the cumbersome weapon. "Thank you, Sergeant." "He always said it was better than a sabre in a fight, sir," Williams said. "Puts the fear of God into the bloody frogs, it does. Right butcher's blade it is." "I'm sure." The moment of intimacy forged by the gift of the sword seemed to give Williams confidence. "We were talking last night, sir." "We?" "Me and the lads." "And?" Sharpe jumped from the barn's raised doorway into a world made dazzling by new snow. The whole valley glittered under a pale sun that was threatened by thickening clouds. The sergeant followed him. "They're not going, sir. They're not going south." His tone was respectful, but very firm. Sharpe walked away from the barn. His boots squeaked in the fresh snow. They also let in damp, because like the boots of the men he was supposed to command, they were torn, gaping, and barely held together with rags and twine. Hardly the footwear of a privileged officer whom these frightened riflemen would follow through the valley of the shadow of death. "And who made that decision, Sergeant?" "We all did, sir." "Since when, Sergeant, has this army been a—" Sharpe paused, trying to remember the word he had once heard at a mess dinner. "A democracy." Williams had never heard the word. "What, sir?" Sharpe could not explain what it meant, so tried a different approach. Since when did sergeants outrank lieutenants? Well, it isn't that, sir. Williams was embarrassed. Then what is it? The sergeant hesitated, but he was being watched by men who clustered in the barn's gaping entrance, and under their critical gaze he found courage and volubility. It's madness, sir. That's what it is. We can't go south in this weather. We'll starve. We don't even know if there's still a garrison at Lisbon. That's true, we don't. So, we'll go north, sir. Williams said it confidingly, as though he did Sharpe a great favour by the suggestion. There are ports up there, sir, and we'll find a boat. I mean, the Navy's still off the coast, sir. They'll find us. How do you know the Navy's there? Williams shrugged modestly. Well, it isn't me you know, sir. Harper? Sharpe guessed. Harps? Lord knows, sir, he's just a bog paddy, isn't he? He will know nothing, sir. No, it's Rifleman Tongue, sir. He's a clever man, he can read. It was a drink that did him in, sir, you see. Only the drink. But he's an educated man, sir, and he told us, see, how the Navy's off the coast, sir, and how we can go north and find a boat. Williams, encouraged by Sharpe's silence, gestured towards the steep northern hills. It can't be far, sir, not to the coast. Maybe 3 days? 4? Sharpe walked a few paces further from the barn. The snow was about 4 inches thick, though it had drifted into deeper tracts where the ground was hollowed. It was not too deep for marching, which was all Sharpe cared about this morning. The clouds were beginning to mist the sun as Sharpe glanced into the sergeant's face. Has it occurred to you, Sergeant, that the French are invading this country from the north and east? Are they, sir? And that if we go north, we're likely to march straight into them? Or is that what you want? You were quite ready to surrender yesterday. We might have to be a bit clever, sir, dodge about a bit. Williams made the matter of avoiding the French sound like a child's game of hide-and-seek. Sharpe raised his voice so that every man could hear him. We're going south, Sergeant. We'll head down this valley today and find shelter tonight. After that we turn south. We leave in 1 hour. Sir? 1 hour, Sergeant. So if you wish to dig a grave for Captain Murray, start now, and if you wish to disobey me, Sergeant Williams, then make the grave large enough for yourself as well. Do you understand me? Williams paused, wanting to offer defiance, but he quailed before Sharpe's gaze. There was a moment of tension when authority trembled in the balance. Then he nodded acceptance. Yes, sir. Then get on with it. Sharpe turned away. He was shaking inside. He had sounded calm enough, giving Williams his parting orders, but he was not at all certain those orders would be obeyed. These men had no habit of obeying Lieutenant Sharpe. They were cold, far from home, surrounded by the enemy, and convinced that a journey north would take them to safety far faster than a journey to the south. They knew their own army had been outmanoeuvred and driven into retreat, and they had seen the remnants of the Spanish armies that had been similarly broken and scattered. The French spread victorious across the land, and these riflemen were bereft and frightened. Sharpe was also frightened. These men could call the bluff of his tenuous authority with a terrifying ease. Worse, if they perceived him as a threat to their survival, then he could only expect a blade in the back. His name would be recorded as an officer who had died in the debacle of Sir John Moore's retreat, or perhaps his death would not even be noticed by anyone, for he had no family. He was not even sure he had friends anymore, for when a man was lifted from the ranks into the officers' mess, he left his friends far behind. Sharpe supposed he should turn back to impose his will on the makeshift company, but he was too shaken, and unwilling to face their resentment. He persuaded himself that he had a useful task to perform in the ruined farmhouse, where, with a horrid feeling that he evaded his real duty, he took out his telescope. Lieutenant Richard Sharpe was not a wealthy man. His uniform was no better than those of the men he led, except that his threadbare officer's trousers had silver buttons down their seams. His boots were as ragged, his rations as poor, and his weapons as battered as any of the other riflemen's equipment. Yet he possessed one object of value and beauty. It was the telescope, a beautiful instrument made by Matthew Burge in London, and presented to Sergeant Richard Sharpe by General Sir Arthur Wellesley. There was a brass plate recording the date of the battle in India, where Sharpe, a redcoat then, had saved the general's life. That act had also brought a battlefield commission, and, staring through the glass, he now resented that commission. It had made him a man apart, an enemy to his own kind. There had been a time when men crowded about Richard Sharpe's campfire and sought Richard Sharpe's approval, but no longer.
End of Disc 1. Disc 2.
Sharpe gazed down the valley to where, in the dusk's snowstorm, he thought he had seen the grey smear of smoke from a village's fires. Now, through the finely ground lenses, he saw the stone buildings and small high arch of a church's bell tower. So there was a village just a few hours' march away, and however poor, it would have some hoarded food. Grains and beans would be buried in wax-sealed pots, and hams hanging in chimneys. The thought of food was suddenly poignant and overwhelming. He edged the telescope right, scanning the glaring brilliance of the snow. A tree hung with icicles skidded across the lens. A sudden movement made Sharpe stop the slewing glass, but it was only a raven flapping black against a white hillside. Behind the raven a churned line of footsteps showed where men had slithered down the hill into dead ground. Sharpe stared. The tracks were fresh. Why had the pickets not raised an alarm? He moved the glass to look at the shallow trench in the snow that marked the line of the goat track, and he saw that the pickets were gone. He swore silently. The men were already in mutiny. God damn them! He slammed the tubes of the spyglass shut, stood and turned. He turned to see Rifleman Harper standing in the hovel's western doorway. He must have approached with a cat-like stealth, for Sharpe had heard nothing. "We're not going south," the Irishman said flatly. He seemed somewhat startled that Sharpe had moved so suddenly, but his voice was implacable. "I don't give a damn what you think. Just get out and get ready." "No." Sharpe laid the telescope on his haversack that he had placed with his new sword and battered rifle on the windowsill of the ruined house. There was a choice now. He could reason and cajole, persuade and plead, or he could exercise the authority of his rank. He was too cold and too hungry to adopt the laborious course, and so he fell back on rank. "You're under arrest, Rifleman." Harper ignored the words. "We're not going, sir, and that's that." "Sergeant Williams!" Sharpe shouted through the door of the hovel that faced towards the barn. The riflemen stood in an arc about the shallow grave they had scooped in the snow. They watched, and their stillness was evidence that Harper was their emissary and spokesman this morning. Williams did not move. "Sergeant Williams!" "He's not coming," Harper said. "That's very simple, sir. We're not going south. We'll go north to the coast. We talked about it, so we did, and that's where we're going. You can come or stay. It's all the same to us." Sharpe stood very still, disguising the fear that pricked his skin cold and churned in his hungry belly. If he went north, then he tacitly agreed with this mutiny. He accepted it, and with that acceptance he lost every shred of his authority. Yet if he insisted on going south, he was inviting his own murder. "We're going south." "You don't understand, sir." "Oh, I do. I understand very well. You've decided to go north, but you're scared to death that I might go south on my own and reach the Lisbon garrison. Then I report you for disobedience and mutiny. They'll stand you by your own grave, Harper, and shoot you." "You'll never make it to the south, sir." "What you mean, Harper, is that you've been sent here to make sure I don't survive. A dead officer can't betray a mutiny, isn't that right?" Sharpe could see from the Irishman's expression that his words had been accurate. Harper shifted uneasily. He was a huge man, 4 inches taller than Sharpe's 6 feet, and with a broad body that betrayed a massive strength. Doubtless the other riflemen were content to let Harper do their dirty work, and perhaps only he had the guts to do it. Or perhaps his nation's hatred of the English would make this murder into a pleasure. "Well," Sharpe insisted, "am I right?" Harper licked his lips, then put his hand to the brass hilt of his bayonet. "You can come with us, sir." Sharpe let the silence drag out. Then, as though surrendering to the inevitable, he nodded wearily. I don't seem to have much choice, do I?" "No, sir." Harper's voice betrayed relief that he would not have to kill the officer. "Bring those things." Sharpe nodded at his haversack and weapons. Harper, somewhat astonished to receive the peremptory order, nevertheless bent over to pick up the haversack. He was still bending when he saw he had been tricked. Harper began to twist away, but before he could protect himself, Sharpe had kicked him in the belly. It was a massive kick, thumping deep into the hard flesh, and Sharpe followed it with a two-handed blow that slammed down onto the back of Harper's neck. Sharpe was amazed that the Irishman could even stand. Another man would have been winded and stunned, but not him. He shook his head like a cornered boar, staggered backwards, then succeeded in straightening himself to receive Sharpe's next blows. The officer's right fist slammed into the big man's belly, then his left followed. It was like hitting teak, but the blows hurt Harper. Not enough. The Irishman grunted, then lurched forward. Sharpe ducked, hit again. Then his head seemed to explode like a cannon firing as a huge fist slammed into the side of his skull. He butted his head forward and felt it smash on the other man's face. Then his arms and chest were being hugged in a great rib-cracking embrace. Sharpe raised his right foot and raked his heel down Harper's shin. It must have hurt, but the grip did not lessen, and Sharpe had no weapon left but his teeth. He bit the Irishman's cheek, clamping his teeth down, tasting the blood, and the pain was enough to force Harper to release his huge embrace, to hit at the officer's head. Sharpe was faster. He had grown up in a rookery, where he had learned every trick of cheating and brutality. He punched Harper's throat, then slammed a boot into his groin. Any other man would have been blubbing by now, shrivelling away from the pain, but Harper just seemed to shudder, then bored in again with his overwhelming strength. "Bastard!" Sharpe hissed the word, ducked, feinted, then threw himself backwards, so that he bounced off the blackened stone wall, and used the momentum of his recoil to drive his bunched fists into the other man's belly. Harper's head came forward, and Sharpe butted again. Then, through the whirl of lights that seared across his vision, he brought his fists backwards and forwards across the Irishman's face. Harper would not back down. He punched back and drew blood from Sharpe's nose and lips, then drove him reeling backwards. Sharpe slipped on snow, tripped on the floor's rubble, and fell. He saw the massive boot coming, and twisted clear. He came up from the floor, snarling through blood, and grabbed Harper's crossbelt. The Irishman was himself off balance now, and Sharpe turned him, swung him, then let go. Harper spun away, staggered, and fell against the wall. A stone gouged blood down his left cheek. Sharpe was hurting. His ribs were tender, his head spinning, and his face bloody. He saw the other greenjackets edging closer to where the two men fought. Their faces showed disbelief, and Sharpe knew that not one of them would intervene to help Harper. The big Irishman had been delegated to do this job, and he would be left alone to finish it. Harper spat, stared at Sharpe through a mask of blood, then heaved himself up to his feet. He found his bayonet and drew it. "Use that, you Irish bastard, and I'll kill you." Harper said nothing, and there was something very terrifying in his silence. "Bastard!" Sharpe said again. He glanced towards his new sword, but the Irishman had edged round to bar that salvation. Harper stepped forward, coming slowly, the sword bayonet held like a fighter's knife. He lunged with it once, sending Sharpe to one side, then lunged again, quick and hard, hoping to catch the officer off balance. Sharpe, expecting the second lunge, avoided it. He saw the flicker of astonishment on the big man's face. Harper was good. He was younger than Sharpe, but he had not fought a man with Sharpe's quickness. Nor had he been hurt so much in a long time, and the flicker of surprise turned to pain as Sharpe's fist slapped at his eyes. Harper slashed with the bayonet, using it now to drive his attacker away, and Sharpe let the blade come at him. He felt it slice at his forearm. He ignored it, and rammed the heel of his hand forward to break the Irishman's nose. He clawed at Harper's eyes, trying to hook them out of his skull. The Irishman wrenched away, and Sharpe pushed him off balance again. Fire seared at his arm, the fire of warm blood drawn by steel. But the pain went as Harper fell. Sharpe followed fast. He kicked once, twice, crunching his boot into the big man's ribs. Then he seized the bayonet, cutting his fingers, and stamped his heel onto Harper's wrist. The weapon came away. Sharpe reversed it. He was panting now, his breath misting in the frigid air. Blood dripped from his hand to run down the blade. There was more blood on the snow which had drifted through the hovel's broken roof and gaping doors. The Irishman saw his death above him. He rolled, then jerked back towards Sharpe with a stone in his hand. He lunged with the stone, smashing it onto the point of the descending blade, and the shock of it numbed Sharpe's arm. He had never fought such power, never. He tried to drive the weapon down again, but Harper had heaved up, and Sharpe cried aloud as the rock thumped into his belly. He fell onto the wall behind, his hand still numb where it held the bayonet. He saw that Harper's face had changed. Until that moment the big Irishman had seemed as dispassionate as a butcher. But now there was a berserker look on his face. It was the face of a man goaded into battle fury, and Sharpe understood that till now Harper had been reluctantly doing a necessary job that had suddenly become a passion. The Irishman spoke for the first time since the fight had begun, but in Gaelic, a language Sharpe had never understood. He only understood that the words were an insult that would be the threnody of his death, as Harper used the stone to crush his skull. "Come on, you bastard." Sharpe was trying to massage life back into his numbed arm. "You Irish scum, you bog-paddy, bloody bastard, come on!" Harper peeled bloody lips back from bloody teeth. He screamed a challenge, charge, and Sharpe used the chasseur's trick. He switched the blade from his right to his left hand, and screamed his own challenge. He lunged. Then the world exploded. A noise like the thunder of doom crashed in Sharpe's ear, and a flash of flame seared close to his face with a sudden warmth. He flinched, then heard the whip-crack of a bullet ricocheting from the hovel's wall. Sharpe thought one of the other riflemen had at last summoned up the courage to help Harper. Desperate as a cornered animal, he twisted, snarling from the foul smell of the gunpowder smoke, then saw that the Irishman was as astonished as himself. The stone still grasped in his massive fist, Harper was staring at a newcomer who stood in the east-facing door. "I thought you were here to fight the French." The voice was amused, mocking, superior. "Or do the British have nothing better to do than squabble like rats?" The speaker was a cavalry officer in the scarlet uniform of the Spanish cazadores, or rather the remnants of such a uniform, for it was so torn and shabby that it might have been of beggar's rags. The gold braid which edged the man's yellow collar was tarnished, and the chain slings of his sword were rusted. The black boots that reached midway up his thighs were ripped. A sacking cloak hung from his shoulders. His men, who had made the tracks in the snow and who now formed a rough cordon to the east of the farmhouse, were in a similar condition. But Sharpe noted, with a soldier's eye, that all these Spanish cavalrymen had retained their swords and carbines. The officer held a short-barreled and smoking pistol that he lowered to his side. "Who the devil are you?" Still holding the bayonet, Sharpe was ready to lunge. He was indeed like a cornered rat, bloody, salivating, and vicious. "My name is Major Blas Vivar." Vivar was a man of middle height with a tough face. He looked, as did his men, as though he had been through hell in the last days. Yet he was not so exhausted that his voice did not betray derision for what he had just witnessed. "Who are you?" Sharpe had to spit blood before he could answer. "Lieutenant Richard Sharpe of the 95th, the Rifles," he added. "And him?" Vivar looked at Harper. "He's under arrest," Sharpe said. He threw down the sword bayonet and pushed Harper in the chest. "Out! Out!" He pushed him through the hovel's door, out to where the other greenjackets waited in the snow. "Sergeant Williams?" "Sir?" Williams stared with awe at their bloodied faces. "Sir?" "Rifleman Harper is under close arrest." Sharpe shoved Harper a last time, tumbling him into the snow. then turned back to the Spaniard's mocking gaze.
"You seem to be in trouble, Lieutenant."
Vivar's derision was made worse by the amusement in his voice. The shame of the situation galled Sharpe, just as the Spaniard's tone stung him. "It's none of your business."
"Sir."
Major Vivar chided him. "None of your bloody business, sir." Vivar shrugged.
"This is Spain, Lieutenant. What happens here is more my business than yours, I think."
His English was excellent and spoken with a cold courtesy that made Sharpe feel mulish. But the Englishman could not help his mulishness. "All we want to do," Sharpe smeared blood from his mouth onto his dark green sleeve, "is get out of your damned country." There was a hint of renewed anger in the Spaniard's eyes.
"I think I shall be glad to see you gone, Lieutenant. So, perhaps, I'd better help you leave?"
Sharpe, for better or worse, had found an ally. Chapter 3.
"Defeat,"
Blas Vivar said,
"destroys discipline. You teach an army to march, to fight, to obey orders."
Each virtue was stressed by a downward slash of the razor, which spattered soapy water onto the kitchen floor.
"But," he shrugged, "defeat brings ruin."
Sharpe knew that the Spaniard was trying to find excuses for the disgraceful exhibition at the ruined farmstead. That was kind of him, but Sharpe was in no mood for kindness, and he could find nothing to say in reply.
"And that farmhouse is unlucky."
Vivar turned back to the mirror fragment which he had propped on the window ledge.
"It always has been. In my grandfather's time there was a murder there. Over a woman, naturally. And in my father's time there was a suicide."
He made the sign of the cross with the razor, then carefully shaved the angle of his jaw.
"It's haunted, Lieutenant. At night you can see ghosts there. It is a bad place. You're lucky I found you. You want to use this razor?"
"I have my own." Vivar dried his blade and stowed it, with the mirror, in its leather case. Then he watched pensively as Sharpe spooned up the beans and pig's ears that the village priest had provided as supper.
"Do you think,"
Vivar asked softly,
"that after your skirmish the dragoons followed your army?"
"I didn't see."
"Let us hope they did."
Vivar ladled some of the mixture onto his own plate.
"Perhaps they think I've joined the British retreat, yes?"
"Perhaps." Sharpe wondered why Vivar was so interested in the French dragoons, who had been led by a red-coated chasseur and a black-coated civilian. He had eagerly questioned Sharpe about every detail of the fight by the bridge. But what most interested the Spaniard was which direction the enemy horsemen had taken after the fight, to which inquiry Sharpe could only offer his supposition that the dragoons had ridden in pursuit of Sir John Moore's army.
"If you're right, Lieutenant,"
Vivar raised a mug of wine in an ironic toast,
"then that is the best news I've had in 2 weeks.
"Why were they pursuing you?"
"They weren't pursuing me," Vivar said. "They're pursuing anyone in uniform, anyone. They just happened to catch my scent a few days ago. I want to be sure they're not waiting in the next valley."
Vivar explained to Sharpe that he'd been travelling westwards, but, forced into the highlands, he had lost all his horses and a good number of his men. He had been driven down to this small village by his desperate need for food and shelter. That food had been willingly given. As the soldiers entered the small settlement, Sharpe had noted how glad the villagers were to see Major Blas Vivar. Some of the men had even tried to kiss the Major's hand, while the village priest, hurrying from his house, had ordered the women to heat up their ovens and uncover their winter stores. The soldiers, both Spanish and British, had been warmly welcomed.
"My father," Vivar now explained to Sharpe, "was a lord in these mountains."
"Does that mean you're a lord?"
"I am the younger son. My brother is the count now."
Vivar crossed himself at this mention of his brother, a sign which Sharpe took to denote respect.
"I am an hidalgo, of course," he went on. "So these people call me Don Blas." Sharpe shrugged. Hidalgo? Vivar politely disguised his surprise at Sharpe's ignorance. An Hidalgo, Lieutenant, is a man who can trace his blood back to the old Christians of Spain. Pure blood, you understand, without a taint of Moor or Jew in it. I am Hidalgo. He said it with a simple pride, which made the claim all the more impressive. And your father? He is a lord, too? I don't know who my father is, or was. You don't know? Vivar's initial reaction was curiosity. Then the implication of bastardy made him drop the subject. It was clear that Sharpe had fallen even lower in the Spaniard's opinion. The Major glanced out of the window, judging the days dying. So what will you do now, Lieutenant? I'm going south, to Lisbon. To take a ship home. Sharpe ignored the hint of scorn, which suggested he was running away from the fight. To take a ship home, he confirmed. You have a map? No. Vivar broke a piece of bread to mop up the gravy. You will find there are no roads south in these mountains. None? None passable in winter, and certainly not in this winter. You will have to go east to Astorga, or west to the sea, before you will find a southern road open. The French are to the east? The French are everywhere. Vivar leaned back and stared at Sharpe. I'm going west. Do you wish to join me? Sharpe knew that his chances of surviving in this strange land were slim. He had no map, spoke no Spanish, and had only the haziest notion of Spanish geography. Yet at the same time Sharpe had no desire to ally himself with this aristocratic Spaniard who had witnessed his disgrace. There could be no more damning indictment of an officer's failure of command than to be discovered brawling with one of his own men, and that sense of shame made him hesitate. Are you tempted to surrender? Vivar asked harshly. Never. Sharpe's answer was equally harsh. His tone, so unexpectedly firm, made the Spaniard smile. Then Vivar glanced out of the window again. We leave in an hour, Lieutenant. Tonight we cross the high road, and that must be done in darkness. He looked back at the Englishman. Do you put yourself under my command? And Sharpe, who really had no choices left, agreed. What was so very galling to Sharpe was that his riflemen immediately accepted Vivar's leadership. That dusk, parading in the trampled snow in front of the tiny church, the greenjackets listened to the Spaniard's explanation. It was foolish, Vivar said, to try to go north, for the enemy was marching to secure the coastal harbours. To attempt to rejoin the retreating British army was equally foolish, for it meant dogging the French footsteps, and the enemy would simply turn and snap them up as prisoners. Their best course lay south, but first it would be necessary to march westwards. Sharpe watched the riflemen's faces, and for a second he hated them as they nodded their willing comprehension. So tonight, Vivar said, they must cross the road on which the main French army advanced. He doubted if the road was garrisoned, but the riflemen must be ready for a brief fight. He knew they would fight well. Were they not the vaunted British greencoats? He was proud to fight beside them. Sharpe saw the rifleman grin. He also saw how Vivar had the easy manner of a born officer, and for a second Sharpe hated the Spaniard too. Rifleman Harper was missing from the ranks. The Irishman was under arrest, and by Sharpe's orders his wrists were first bound together, then tied by a length of rope to the tail of a mule, which the Major had commandeered from one of the villagers. The mule was carrying a great square chest that was wrapped in oilcloth and guarded by 4 of Vivar's Spaniards, who also, by default, acted as guards over the prisoner. "He's an Irishman?" Vivar asked Sharpe. "Yes. I like the Irish. What will you do with him?" "I don't know." Sharpe would have liked to have shot Harper there and then, but that would have turned the other rifleman's dislike into pure hatred. Besides, to circumvent the army's careful disciplinary process and shoot him out of hand would have been to demonstrate a disdain of authority as great as that which had earned Harper punishment in the first place. "Wouldn't we march faster if he was untied?" Vivar asked. "And encourage him to desert to the French? The discipline of your men is your own affair," Vivar said delicately, thus intimating that he thought Sharpe had mishandled the whole business. Sharpe pretended to ignore his disapproval. He knew the Spaniard despised him, for so far Vivar had seen nothing but incompetence from Sharpe, and it was an incompetence made worse by comparison with his own easy authority. Vivar had not just rescued the British soldiers from their precarious refuge in the old farm, but from their officer as well, and every rifleman in the makeshift company knew it. Sharpe stood alone as the troops formed into companies for the march. The Spaniards would lead, then would come the mule with its box-shaped burden, and the rifleman would bring up the rear. Sharpe knew he should say something to his men, that he should encourage them or inspect their equipment, do anything which would assert his authority. But he could not face their mocking eyes, and so he stayed apart from them. Major Vivar, apparently oblivious to Sharpe's misery, crossed to the village priest and knelt in the snow for a benediction. Afterwards he accepted a small object from the priest, but what it was Sharpe could not tell. It was a bitter night. The thin snowfall had stopped at dusk, and gradually the clouds cleared in the eastern sky to reveal a brightness of cold stars. A fitful wind whipped the fallen snow into airy and fantastic shapes that curled and glinted above the path on which the men trudged like doomed animals. Their faces were wrapped with rags against the pitiless cold, and their packs chafed their shoulders raw, yet Major Vivar seemed imbued with an inexhaustible energy. He roamed up and down the column, encouraging men in Spanish and English, telling them they were the best soldiers in the world. His enthusiasm was infectious, forcing a grudging admiration from Richard Sharpe, who saw how the scarlet-uniformed cavalrymen almost worshipped their officer. "They're Galicians," Vivar gestured at his cazadores. "Local men?" Sharpe asked. "The best in Spain." His pride was obvious. "They mock us in Madrid, Lieutenant. They say we Galicians are country fools. But I'd rather lead one country fool into battle than 10 men from the city." "I come from a city." Sharpe's voice was surly. Vivar laughed, but said nothing. At midnight they crossed the road which led to the sea, and saw evidence that the French had already passed. The road's muddy surface had been ridged high by the guns, then frozen hard. On either verge, white mounds showed where corpses had been left unburied. No enemy was in sight. No town or village lights showed in the valley. The soldiers were alone in an immensity of white cold. An hour later they came to a river. Small bare oaks grew thick on its banks. Vivar scouted eastwards until he found a place where the freezing water ran shallow across gravel, and between rocks that offered some kind of footing for the tired men. But before he would allow a single man to try the crossing, he took a small phial from his pouch. He uncorked it, then sprinkled some liquid into the river. "Safe now." "Safe?" Sharpe was intrigued. "Holy water, Lieutenant. The priest in the village gave it to me." Vivar seemed to think the explanation sufficient, but Sharpe demanded to know more. "Xanes, of course," the Spaniard said, then turned and ordered his sergeant to lead the way. "Xanes?" Sharpe stumbled over the odd word. "Water spirits." Vivar was entirely serious. "They live in every stream, Lieutenant, and can be mischievous. If we did not scare them away, they might lead us astray." "Ghosts?" Sharpe could not hide his astonishment. "No, a ghost, Lieutenant, is a creature that cannot escape from the earth. A ghost is a soul in torment, someone who lived and offended the holy sacraments. Xana was never human. Xana is," he shrugged, "a creature? Like an otter or a water rat. Just something that lives in the stream. You must have them in England, surely." "Not that I know of." Vivar looked appalled, then crossed himself. "Will you go now?" Sharpe crossed the fast-flowing stream, safe from malicious sprites, and watched as his riflemen followed. They avoided looking at him. Sergeant Williams, who carried the pack of a wounded man, stepped into deeper water rather than scramble up the bank where the officer stood. The mule was prodded across the stream, and Sharpe noticed with what care the soldiers guarded the oilcloth-covered chest.
He supposed it contained Major Vivar's clothes and belongings. Harper, still tied to the pack mule, spat towards him, a gesture Sharpe chose to ignore.
"Now we climb,"
Vivar said with a note of satisfaction, as if the coming hardship was to be welcomed. They climbed. They struggled up a steeply rising valley where the rocks were glossed by ice and the trees dripped snow onto their heads. The wind rose and the sky clouded again. It began to sleet. The wind howled about their muffled ears. Men were sobbing with the misery and effort, but somehow Vivar kept them moving.
"Upwards, upwards! Where the cavalry can't go, eh? Go on, higher! Let's join the angels! What's the matter with you, Marcus? Your father would have danced up this slope when he was twice your age. You want the Englishman to think a Spaniard has no strength? Shame on you! Climb!"
By dawn they had reached a saddle in the hills. Vivar led the exhausted men to a cave that was hidden by ice-sheathed laurels.
"I shot a bear here,"
he told Sharpe proudly.
"I was 12, and my father sent me out alone to kill a bear."
He snapped off a branch and tossed it towards the men who were building a fire.
"That was 20 years ago."
He spoke with a kind of wonder that so much time had passed. Sharpe noted that Vivar was exactly his own age, but, coming from the nobility, was already a major, while Sharpe came from the gutter, and only an extraordinary stroke of fate had made him into a lieutenant. He doubted if he would ever see another promotion, nor, seeing how badly he had handled these greenjackets, did he think he deserved one. Vivar watched as the chest was fetched from the mule's back and placed in the cave mouth. He sat beside it, with a protective arm over its humped surface, and Sharpe saw that there was almost a reverence in the way he treated the box. Surely, Sharpe thought, no man, having endured the frozen hell that Vivar had been through, would take such care to protect a chest if it only contained clothes. "What's in it?" Sharpe asked.
"Just papers."
Vivar stared out at the creeping dawn.
"Modern war generates papers, yes?"
It was not a question that demanded an answer, but rather a comment to discourage further questions. Sharpe asked none. Vivar took off his cocked hat and carefully removed a half-smoked cigar that was stored inside its sweatband. He gave an apologetic shrug that he had no cigar to offer Sharpe, then struck a flame from his tinderbox. The pungent smell of tobacco teased Sharpe's nostrils.
"I saved it," Vivar said, "till I was close to home."
"Very close?" Vivar waved the cigar in a gesture that encompassed the whole view.
"My father was lord of all this land."
"Will we go to your house?"
"I hope to see you safe on your southern road first."
Sharpe, piqued by the curiosity the poor have about the lordly rich, felt oddly disappointed. "Is it a large house?"
"Which house?"
Vivar asked dryly.
"There are 3, all of them large. One is an abandoned castle, one is in the city of Orense, and one is in the country. They all belong to my brother, but Tomas has never loved Galicia. He prefers to live where there are kings and courtiers, so, on his sufferance, I can call the houses mine."
"Lucky you," Sharpe said sourly.
"To live in a great house."
Vivar shook his head.
"Your house may be more humble, Lieutenant, but at least you can call it your own. Mine is in a country taken by the French."
He stared at Rifleman Harper, who, still tied to the mule's tail, hunched in the wet snow.
"Just as his is in a country taken by the English."
The bitterness of the accusation surprised Sharpe, who, beginning to admire the Spaniard, was disconcerted to hear such sudden hostility. Perhaps Vivar himself thought he had spoken too harshly, for he offered Sharpe a rueful shrug.
"You have to understand that my wife's mother was Irish. Her family settled here to escape your persecution."
"Is that how you learned English?"
"That, and from good tutors."
Vivar drew on the cigar. A slip of snow loosened by the fire in the cave slid from the lip of rock.
"My father believed that we should speak the language of the enemy."
He spoke with a wry amusement.
It seems strange that you and I should now be fighting on the same side, does it not? I was raised to believe that the English are heathenish barbarians, enemies of God and the true faith, and now I must convince myself that you are our friends.
At least we have the same enemies, Sharpe said.
Perhaps that is a more accurate description, he agreed.
The two officers sat in an awkward silence. The smoke from Vivar's cigar whirled above the snow to disappear in the misting dawn. Sharpe, feeling the silence hang heavy between them, asked if the Major's wife was waiting in one of the three houses. Vivar paused before answering, and when he did so his voice was as bleak as the country they watched.
My wife died 7 years ago. I was on garrison duty in Florida, and the yellow fever took her.
Like most men to whom such a revelation is vouchsafed, Sharpe had not the first idea how to respond. "I'm sorry," he said clumsily.
She died, Vivar went on relentlessly, as did both of my small children. I had hoped my son would come back here to kill his first bear, as I did. But God willed it otherwise.
There was another silence, even more awkward than the first.
And you, Lieutenant? Are you married?
I can't afford to marry.
Then find a wealthy woman,
Vivar said with a grim earnestness.
No wealthy woman would have me, Sharpe said.
Then, seeing the puzzlement on the Spaniard's face, he explained. I wasn't born to the right family, Major. My mother was a whore, what you call a puta.
I know the word, Lieutenant.
Vivar's tone was level, but it could not disguise his distaste.
I'm not sure I believe you, he said finally.
Sharpe was angered by the imputation of dishonesty. Why the hell should I care what you believe?
I don't suppose you should.
Vivar carefully wrapped and stored the remains of his cigar, then leant back against the chest.
You watch now, Lieutenant, and I'll sleep for an hour.
He tipped the hat over his eyes, and Sharpe saw the bedraggled sprig of rosemary that was pinned to its crown. All Vivar's men wore the rosemary, and Sharpe supposed it was some regimental tradition. Below them the Irishman stirred. Sharpe hoped that the cold was slicing to the very marrow of Harper's bones. He hoped the Irishman's broken nose, hidden beneath a snow-whitened scarf, was hurting like the devil. Harper, as if sensing these malevolent thoughts, turned to stare at the officer, and the look in his eyes, beneath their frosted brows, told Sharpe that so long as Harper lived, and so long as nights were dark, he should beware. 2 hours after dawn, the sleet turned to a persistent rain that cut runnels in the snow, dripped from trees, and transformed the bright world into a grey and dirty place of cold misery. The strong-box was put back on the mule, and the sentries posted on its flanks. Harper, who had finally been allowed into the cave's shelter, was tied once more to the animal's tail. Their route lay downhill. They followed a stream bed which tumbled to the bottom of a valley so huge that it dwarfed the 100 soldiers into insignificant dark scraps. In front of them was an even wider, deeper valley, which lay athwart the first. It was an immense space of wind and sleet.
We crossed that valley, Vivar explained. Climb those far hills, then we drop down to the Pilgrim Way. That will lead you west to the coast road.
First, though, the two officers used their telescopes to search the wide valley. No horseman stirred there. Indeed, no living thing broke the grey monotony of its landscape. "What's the Pilgrim Way?" Sharpe asked.
"The road to Santiago de Compostela."
"You've heard of it?" "Never." Vivar was clearly annoyed by the Englishman's ignorance.
"You've heard of St. James?"
"I suppose so."
"He was an apostle, Lieutenant, and he is buried at Santiago de Compostela. Santiago is his name. He is Spain's patron saint, and in the old days thousands upon thousands of Christians visited his shrine, not just Spaniards, but the devout of all Christendom." In the old days? Sharpe asked. A few still visit, but the world is not what it used to be. The devil stalks abroad, Lieutenant. They waded a stream, and Sharpe noted how this time Vivar took no precautions against the water spirits. He asked why, and the Spaniard explained that the Tsanes were only troublesome at night. Sharpe scoffed at the assertion. I've crossed 1,000 streams at night and never been troubled. How would you know? Perhaps you've taken 1,000 wrong turnings. You're like a blind man describing colour. Sharpe heard the anger in the Spaniard's voice, but he would not back down. Perhaps you're only troubled if you believe in the spirits. I don't. Vivar spat left and right to ward off evil. Do you know what Voltaire called the English? Sharpe had not even heard of Voltaire, but a man raised from the ranks to the officers' mess becomes adept at hiding his ignorance. I'm sure he admired us. Vivar sneered at his reply. He said, the English are a people without God. I think it is true. Do you believe in God, Lieutenant? Sharpe heard the intensity in the question, but could not match it with any responding interest. I never think about it. You don't think about it? Vivar was horrified. Sharpe bridled. Why the hell should I? Because without God there's nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing! The Spaniard's sudden passion was furious. Nothing! He shouted the word again, astonishing the tired men who twisted to see what had prompted such an outburst. The two officers walked in embarrassed silence, breaking a virgin field of snow with their boots. The snow was pitted by rain and turning yellow where it thawed into ditches. A village lay 2 miles to their right, but Vivar was hurrying now and was unwilling to turn aside. They pushed through a break of trees, and Sharpe wondered why the Spaniard had not thought it necessary to throw pickets ahead of the marching men. But he assumed Vivar must be certain that no Frenchman had yet penetrated this far from the main roads. He did not like to mention it, for the atmosphere was strained enough between them. They crossed the wider valley and began to climb again. Vivar was using tracks he had known since childhood, tracks that climbed from the frozen fields to a treacherous mountain road which zigzagged perilously up the steep slope. They passed a wayside shrine where Vivar crossed himself. His men followed his example, as did the Irishmen among his greenjackets. There were 15 of them, 15 troublemakers who would hate Sharpe because of Rifleman Harper. Sergeant Williams must have had much the same thoughts, for he caught up with Sharpe, and, with a sheepish expression, fell into step with him. It wasn't Harpe's fault, sir. What wasn't? What happened yesterday, sir? Sharpe knew the sergeant was trying to make peace, but his embarrassment at his loss of dignity made his response harsh. You mean you were all agreed? Yes, sir. You all agreed to murder an officer? Williams flinched from the accusation. It wasn't like that, sir. Don't tell me what it was like, you bastard. If you all agreed, Sergeant, then you all deserve a flogging, even if none of you had the guts to help Harper. Williams did not like the charge of cowardice. Harps insisted on doing it alone, sir. He said it should be a fair fight or none at all. Sharpe was too angry to be affected by this curious revelation of a mutineer's honour. You want me to weep for him? He knew he had handled these men wrongly, utterly wrongly, but he did not know how else he could have behaved. Perhaps Captain Murray had been right. Perhaps officers were born to it. Perhaps you needed privileged birth to have Vivar's easy authority. And Sharpe's resentment made him snap at the greenjackets who shambled past him on the wet road. Stop straggling! You're bloody soldiers, not prinking choir boys! Pick your bloody feet up! Move it! They moved. One of the greenjackets muttered a word of command, and the rest fell into step, shouldered arms, and began to march as only the light infantry could march. They were showing the lieutenant that they were still the best. They were showing their derision for him by displaying their skill, and Major Vivar's good humour was restored by the arrogant demonstration. He watched the greenjackets scatter his own men aside, then called for them to slow down and resume their place at the rear of the column. He was still laughing when Sharpe caught up with him. You sounded like a sergeant, Lieutenant, Vivar said. I was a sergeant once. I was the best goddamn bloody sergeant in the goddamn bloody army. The Spaniard was astonished. You were a sergeant? Do you think the son of a whore would be allowed to join as an officer? I was a sergeant and a private before that. Vivar stared at the Englishman as though he had suddenly sprouted horns. I didn't know your army promoted from the ranks. Whatever anger he had felt with Sharpe an hour or so before evaporated into a fascinated curiosity. It's rare, but men like me don't become real officers, Major. It's a reward, you see, for being a fool, for being stupidly brave, and then they make us into drill masters or quartermasters. They think we can manage those tasks. We're not given fighting commands. Sharpe's bitterness was rank in the cold morning, and he supposed he was making the self-pitying confession because it explained his failures to this competent Spanish officer. They think we all take to drink, and perhaps we do. Who wants to be an officer anyway? But Vivar was not interested in Sharpe's misery. So, you've seen much fighting? In India, and in Portugal last year. Vivar's opinion of Sharpe was changing. Till now he had seen the Englishman as an aging, unsuccessful lieutenant who had failed to either buy or win promotion. Now he saw that Sharpe's promotion had been extraordinary, far beyond the dreams of a common man. Do you like battle? It seemed an odd question to Sharpe, but he answered it as best he could. I have no other skill. Then I think you will make a good officer, Lieutenant. There'll be much fighting before Napoleon is sent down to roast in hell. They climbed another mile, until the slope flattened out and the troops trudged between immense rocks that loomed above the road. Vivar, his friendliness restored, told Sharpe that a battle had been fought in this high place where the eagles nested. The Moors had used this same road, and the Christian archers had ambushed them from the rocks on either side. We drove them back and made the very road stink with their blood. Vivar stared at the towering bluffs as if the stones still echoed with the screams of dying pagans. That must be nearly 900 years ago. He spoke as if it were yesterday, and he himself had carried a sword to the fight. Each year, the villagers celebrate a mass to remember the event. There's a village here? A mile beyond the gorge. We can rest there. Sharpe saw what a magnificent sight the canyon made for an ambush. The Christian forces hidden in the high rocks would have had an eagle's view of the road, and the Moors climbing to the gorge would have been watched every step of the way to the killing arrows. And how do you know the French aren't waiting for us? Emboldened by Vivar's renewed affability, he raised the question which had worried him earlier. We've got no pickets. Because the French won't have reached this far into Spain, Vivar said confidently. And if they had, then the villagers would have sent warning down all the roads. And even if the warnings missed us, we'd smell the French horses. The French, always careless of their cavalry horses, drove them until their saddle and crupper saws could be smelt half a mile away. One day, Vivar added cheerfully, the French will flog their last horse to death, and we'll ride over that loathsome country. The thought gave him a renewed energy, and he turned towards the marching men. Not far before you can rest. At which point, from above the gorge where the Moors had been ambushed, and in front of Sharpe where the road led down towards the Pilgrim Way, the French opened fire. Chapter 4. Sharpe saw Vivar dive to the right side of the road, and threw himself to the left. The big, unfamiliar sword at Sharpe's hip clanged on a rock. Then the rifle was at his shoulder, and he tore away the scrap of rag that kept rain from the gunpowder in the rifle's pan. A French bullet gouged wet snow 2 inches to his right. Another slapped with a vicious crack into the stone face above him. A man screamed behind him. Dragoons. God-damned bloody dragoons. Green coats and pink facings. No horses. Dismounted dragoons with short carbines. Sharpe, recovering from his astonishment at the ambush, tried to make sense of the chaos of fear and noise that had erupted in the winter's cold. He saw puffs of grey smoke, dirty as the thawing snow,
in an arc about his front. The French had thrown a low barricade of stones across the road, about 60 paces from the canyon's mouth. It was long range for the French carbines, but that did not matter. The dismounted dragoons who lined the peaks of the immense and sheer cliffs either side of the gorge were the men doing the damage. Sharpe rolled onto his back. A bullet cracked into the snow where his head had been a second before. He could see the dragoons standing on the lips of the chasm, firing down into the death trap of the road, where 900 years before the Moors had been slaughtered. Vivar's men had scattered. They crouched at the base of the rocks and fired upwards. Vivar was shouting to them, calling for them to form a line, to advance. He was planning to charge the men who barred the road. Instinctively, Sharpe knew that the French had foreseen that move, which was why they had not made their barricade in the gorge, but beyond it. They wanted to lure the ambushed out into the plateau, and there could only be one reason for that. The French had cavalry waiting, cavalry with long, straight swords that would butcher unprotected infantry. Even as that realization struck him, Sharpe also realized that he was acting like a rifleman, not like an officer. He had taken shelter. He was looking for a target, and he did not know what his men were doing back in the gorge. Not that he had any desire to go back into that trap of rock and bullets, but such was an officer's duty, and so he picked himself up and ran. He shouldered through the assembling Spaniards, saw that the mule lay kicking and bleeding, then was aware of a buzzing and cracking about his ears. The carbine bullets were spitting down into the gorge, ricocheting wildly, filling the air with a tangle of death. He saw a greenjacket lying on his belly. Blood had spewed from the man's mouth to stain a square yard of melting snow. A rifle cracked to Sharpe's left, then one to his right. The greenjackets had taken what cover they could, and were trying to kill the Frenchmen above. It occurred to him that the French should have put more men on the heights, that the volume of their fire was too small to overwhelm the road. The thought was so surprising that he stood quite still and gaped at the high skyline. He was right. The French had just enough men on the heights to pin the ambush down. Yet the killing would not be done by those men, but by others. That knowledge gave Sharpe hope and told him what he must do. He began by striding down the road's centre and shouting for his men. "Rifles, to me! To me!" The riflemen did not move. A bullet slapped into the snow beside Sharpe. The French cavalrymen, more used to the sword than the carbine, were aiming high, but that common fault was small consolation amidst their bullets. Sharpe again shouted for the riflemen to come to him, but naturally enough, they preferred the small shelter offered them at the base of the cliffs. He dragged one man out of a rock cleft. "That way! Run! Wait for me at the end of the gorge!" He rousted others. "On your feet! Move!" He kicked more men to their feet. "Sergeant Williams?" "Sir?" The reply came from further down the chasm, somewhere beyond the skeins of rifle smoke that were trapped by the rock walls. "If we stay here, we're dead-uns! Rifles, follow me!" They followed. Sharpe had no time to reflect on the irony that men who had so recently tried to kill him now obeyed his orders. They obeyed because Sharpe knew what needed to be done, and the certainty of his knowledge was strong in him, and it was that certainty which fetched the greenjackets out of their scanty shelter. They also followed because the only other man they might have trusted, Harper, was not with them, but still tied to the wounded mule's tail. "Follow! Follow!" Sharpe jumped a wounded Spaniard, twisted as a bullet slashed past his face, then turned to his right. He had led his men almost to the mouth of the canyon, just behind the place where Vivar still formed his own dismounted cavalrymen into line. Once, years before, a fall of rock had slid down to make a shoulder of scree and turf, and though the slope was perilously steep, and made even more perilous by the melting snow, it offered a short cut to the hillside, which in turn led to the heights above. Sharpe scrambled up the rockfall, using his rifle as a staff, and behind him, in ones and twos, the riflemen followed. "Skirmish order!" Sharpe paused at the top of the first steep slope to shrug off his encumbering pack. "Spread out!" Some of the riflemen suddenly realized what was expected of them. They were supposed to assault a steep and slippery slope, at the top of which the French would be protected by the natural bastions of jumbled rock. Some of them hesitated and looked for cover. "Move!" Sharpe's voice was louder than the gunfire. "Move! Skirmish order! Move!" They moved, not because of any confidence in Sharpe, but because the habit of obedience under fire ran deep. Sharpe knew that to stay in the gorge was to die. The French wanted them in there, pinned by the carbines above to be slaughtered by the dragoons who would charge from the roadblock. The only way to prize this ambush apart was to attack one of its jaws. Men would die in the attempt, but not so many as would die in the blood-reeking sludge and horror on the roadway. Sharpe heard Vivar shout a word of command in Spanish, but he ignored it. The Major must do what he thought fit, and Sharpe would do as he thought best. And the strange exaltation of battle suddenly gripped him. Here, in the filthy stench of powder smoke, he felt at home. This had been his life for 16 years. Other men learned to plough fields or to shape wood, but Sharpe had learned how to use a musket or rifle, sword or bayonet, and how to turn an enemy's flank or assault a fortress. He knew fear, which was every soldier's familiar companion, but Sharpe also knew how to turn the enemy's own fear to his advantage. High above Sharpe, silhouetted against the grey clouds, a French officer redeployed his men to face the new threat. The dismounted dragoons who had lined the canyon's edge must now scramble to their right to face this unexpected attack on their flank. They moved urgently, and the first French bullets hissed whip-quick in the freezing air. "I want fire! I want fire!" Sharpe shouted as he climbed, and was rewarded by the cracks of the Baker rifles. The riflemen were doing what they were trained to do. One man fired as his partner moved. The dragoons, still searching for new positions in the high rocks, would hear the bullets spin past their ears. The French did not use rifles, preferring the faster musket, but a musket was a clumsy weapon compared to the slow-loading Baker. A bullet hissed by Sharpe. He thought it must have been a rifle bullet fired from behind him, and he wondered if one of his men, hating him, had aimed at his back. There was no time for that fear now, though it was a real fear. For in India he had known more than one unpopular officer shot in the back. "Faster! Faster! Left! Left!" Sharpe was gambling on his instinct that the men who had been positioned on the heights were only enough to hold the ambush down, and he hoped he was stretching those men too thin. He went further left, forcing the French to move again. He saw a face in the rocks ahead, a moustached face framed by the odd pigtails of the French dragoons. Dragon was the French and Spanish name for them, and that thought whisked by Sharpe as the face disappeared behind a puff of smoke, and again he heard the distinctive smack of a rifle bullet. A rifle! A Baker! He suddenly knew these must be the same men who had split apart Dunnett's 4 companies of riflemen at the bridge. They were using captured British rifles, and the memory of that defeat gave him a new anger which drove him onwards. Sharpe turned abruptly towards the centre of the enemy's weakened line. Somewhere on the hillside behind, he had abandoned his unfired rifle and drawn his new sword. The weapon would make him a mark to the dragoons, an officer to be shot, but it also made him visible to his men. His legs were hurting with the effort of climbing. The slope was steep and ice-slick, and every footfall slid back before it took purchase. Anger had driven him up the hill, but now fear made him frail. Sharpe was panting, too out of breath to shout any more, conscious only of the need to close the gap on the French. He had a sudden certainty that he would die. He would die here, because even a dragon could not fail to kill him at this short range. But still he climbed. What mattered was to prise open this jaw of the trap, so that Vivar's men could escape up the hill. Sharpe's heart pounded in his chest, his muscles burned, his bruises ached, and he wondered whether he would feel the bullet that killed him. Would it strike clean, throwing him back to slide in blood and thawing snow down the slope? At least his men would know he was no coward. He would show the bastards how a real soldier died. A Spanish volley sounded beneath him, but that was another battle. Further off a trumpet sounded, but it had nothing to do with Sharpe. His world was a few yards of slush with rocks beyond. He saw a shard of white struck by a bullet from a rock, and he knew some of his men were firing to give cover. He could hear other riflemen following him, cursing as they slipped on the icy slope. He saw flashes of pale green in the rocks, dragoons, and he jerked aside from a puff of smoke, and the crash of the carbine rang in his ears. He wondered if he was dreaming, if he was already dead. Then his left boot found a firm foothold on an outcrop of stone, and he pushed desperately upwards. 2 guns hammered at him. Sharpe was screaming incoherently now, a scream of pure fear turning into a killing rage. He hated the whole world. He saw a dragoon scrambling backwards with a ramrod in his hand, and the big sword, Murray's gift, cleaved down to smash into the man's ribs. There was a moment when the blade was gripped by the flesh, but he twisted the steel free and swung it left so that blood drops spewed into the face of a French officer who lunged with his own sword at Sharpe's belly. Sharpe let the enemy blade come, twisted aside, then rammed the guard of his heavy sword into the Frenchman's face. A bone cracked, there was more blood, then the officer was on the ground, and Sharpe was smashing at the man's face with the disc hilt of his sword. A green-jacket ran past, sword bayonet already bloodied, then another rifleman was among the rocks. Sharpe stood, reversed the sword, and stabbed down. On the long slope beneath him he could see 2 men, who in their green coats lay like discarded rag dolls. A carbine fired to Sharpe's left, and up there, unprotected from the wind, the smoke was snatched clean away to show a frightened dragoon turning to run. Sergeant Williams shot the man, then stabbed him with his bayonet. He was shouting like a fiend. Other riflemen reached the summit. A knot of Frenchmen tried to form a rally square at the canyon's edge, and Sharpe shouted for his men to attack. The green-jackets scrambled over patchy snow that was flecked red. Their faces were stained with powder, and their lips were drawn back in a snarl as they moved like a wolf pack towards the dragoons, who did not wait for the charge but broke and fled. Bullets hissed from the dragoons positioned on the far side of the gorge. A rifleman spun, fell, then spat blood as he struggled to his hands and knees. "Sergeant Williams, kill those bastards!" Sharpe pointed across the canyon. "Get their bloody heads down!" "Sir!" The trumpet sounded again, and Sharpe veered back towards the slope he had climbed. At its foot Vivard had formed his men, but the French had expected it. Their main force had been barricaded on the road, and now from the Spaniards' left flank a company of dragoons was lined for the charge. "You!" Sharpe grabbed a green-jacket. "You!" Another. "Kill those buggers!" The rifles snapped at the horseman. "Aim low!" His voice was snatched by the wind. "Low!" A horse went down. A man fell back from his saddle. Sharpe found a rifle among the rocks, loaded it, and fired downwards. Sergeant Williams had a dozen men sniping over the canyon, but the rest of the green-jackets were now pouring fire at the cavalry. They could not stop the charge, but they could unsettle it. A riderless horse stampeded in the snow, while another dragged a bleeding man across the charger's face. Vivard retreated. His thin line of men would have been turned into carrion by the dragoons' swords, and so the major took shelter in the gorge. The French commander must have realized that his own charge was doomed, for the horsemen were pulled back. If the cavalry had funneled themselves into the rocks and done so without the help of cover from above, they would have been massacred by rifle fire. Stalemate. Somewhere a wounded man sobbed in a terrible wailing voice. A limping horse tried to rejoin the cavalry's ranks, but fell. Cartridge waddings smoked in the snow. Sharpe did not know whether 2 minutes or 2 hours had passed. He felt the cold seep back into his bones, a cold that had been vanquished by the sudden emergency. He grinned to himself, proud of his green jackets' achievement. It had been done with a ruthless speed which had unbalanced the enemy and taken away their advantage, and now there was stalemate. The French still barred the road, but Sharpe's riflemen could harass those sheltering behind the low barricade, and they did so with the grim enjoyment of men revenging themselves. 2 French prisoners had been taken on the heights, 2 miserable dragoons who were shoved into a hollow of the rocks and guarded by a savage-looking rifleman. Sharpe guessed there had never been more than 3 dozen dragoons on each side of the chasm, and he could see no more than 60 or 70 either behind the barricade or in the ranks of the aborted charge. This could only be a detachment of dragoons, a handful sent into the mountains. "Lieutenant!" Vivard shouted from beneath Sharpe. The Spaniard was hidden by the loom of the rocks. "Major! If I reach the barricade, can you give me fire?" "You'll never make it!" If Vivard attacked the barricade, then his flank would again be open to the horsemen. Sharpe had seen what dragoons could do to scattered infantry, and he feared for Vivar's dismounted cazadores. The carbine was not the dragoons' real weapon. They relished the power of their long straight swords, and they prayed for rash fools on whom to wield the killing blades. "Englishman!" Vivar shouted again. "Major? I spit on your opinion! Give me fire!" "Fool!" Sharpe muttered, then shouted at his men. "Keep their heads down!" Vivar's men broke cover in a column of threes. The first time he had attacked, Vivar had made a line, but now he aimed his men like a human battering ram at the road's obstruction. The Galicians did not march forward, but ran. Smoke puffed from the barricade, and Sharpe's men opened fire. The mounted dragoons, just 40 strong, saw the scarlet-coated enemy come into the open. The horses wheeled and were spurred into a trot. Vivar ignored them. A Spaniard fell, and his comrades swerved round his body and reformed beyond. A trumpet sounded high and shrill. Then at last the major stopped his men and turned them towards the threatened flank. Sharpe now saw what Vivar planned, and saw that it was brave to the point of idiocy. Ignoring the dragoons behind the barricade, he would pour all his fire into the horsemen. He was trusting the riflemen to keep the dismounted dragoons occupied, and Sharpe paced along his line of marksmen and shouted their targets to them. "That bugger by the tree! Kill him!" He saw a man fire in a hurry, and he kicked his leg. "Aim properly, you bastard!" Sharpe looked for the telltale scatter of discarded powder, which would betray a man who only half-charged his rifle to spare his shoulder the mule-hard kick of the butt. But none of the riflemen were using that cheap expediency. 2 men of Vivar's right file were down. They were the price Vivar had to pay. The cavalry was galloping at speed now, their hooves flinging up great gobs of dirty snow and soil. "Take aim!" Vivar stood on the exposed right flank, the one closest to the barricade and where the greatest danger lay. He raised his sword. "Wait for it! Wait for it!" The snow was thin on the flat ground beside the road. The horses' hooves thrummed the turf, and the long swords reflected the pale light. The trumpet hurled them on, faster, and the horsemen shouted the first challenge. The Spaniards had not formed a square, but were risking all on one crushing volley from men in line. Only disciplined troops could stand in line against a cavalry charge. "Fire!" Vivar's sword flashed down. The Spanish carbines flamed. Horses tumbled. Blood, men, and snow made a whirling chaos. Something screamed, but whether man or horse, Sharpe could not tell. Then over the scream came Vivar's war shout. "Santiago! Santiago!" The Galicians cheered, then charged. Not at the barricade, but towards the broken horsemen. "Jesus Christ!" a rifleman close to Sharpe muttered, then lowered his weapon. "They're bleeding mad." But it was a magnificent madness. Sharpe's men watched, and he barked at them to keep firing at the enemy behind the barricade. He permitted himself to watch as the tough Galician soldiers discarded their firearms and drew their own long swords. They climbed over the dead horses and stabbed down at dazed dragoons. Others seized bridles or dragged at riders. The Frenchmen behind the barricade stood to make their own charge, and Sharpe shouted a warning at Vivar, but one which he knew the Spaniard would never hear. He turned. "Sergeant Williams, keep your men here. The rest of you follow." The riflemen ran in a frenzied scramble down the hill. They made a ragged charge that would take the last dragoons in the flank, and the French saw them coming, hesitated, then fled. Vivar's men were taking prisoners, or rounding up riderless horses, while the surviving Frenchmen scrambled away to safety. The battle was over. The ambushed, outnumbered, had snatched an impossible victory, and the snow stank of blood and smoke. Then gunfire sounded from the canyon behind Sharpe. Vivar turned, his face ashen. A rifle fired, its sound amplified by the echo of rock walls. "Lieutenant!" Vivar gestured desperately towards the canyon. "Lieutenant!" There was a genuine despair in his voice. Sharpe turned and ran towards the chasm. The gunfire was sudden and brusque. He could see Sergeant Williams firing downwards, and he knew there must have been more Frenchmen hidden at the canyon's far end, men who would have blocked the panicked retreat they had expected to provoke. Instead, Those men must be advancing up the canyon to take Vivar and Sharpe in the rear. Except they had been stopped by one man. Rifleman Harper had found the rifle of a fallen man, and using the corpse of the mule as a bastion, was holding off the handful of dragoons. He had cut the bonds from his wrists, using a bayonet that had slashed deep wounds into his hands. But despite the bleeding cuts, he still loaded and fired his rifle with a fearful precision. A dead French horse and a wounded dragoon witnessed to the Irishman's skill. He screamed his Gaelic challenge at the others, daring them to come closer. He turned wild-eyed as Sharpe appeared, then turned scornfully back to face the French. Sharpe lined his rifles across the road. "Take aim!" The chasseur in his red pelisse and black fur hat was in the gorge. Next to him rode the tall man in a black riding coat and white boots. "Fire!" Sharpe shouted. A dozen rifles flamed. Bullets whined in ricochet, and 2 more horsemen fell. The man in red and the man in black were safe. They seemed to stare directly into Sharpe's eyes for an instant. Then a fusillade from above made them turn their horses and spur away to safety. The riflemen jeered, and Sharpe snapped them into silence. "And reload!" The French had gone. Water dripped from thawing icicles that hung from rocks. A wounded horse whinnied. The filthy smoke of gunfire drifted in the gorge. A rifleman vomited blood, then sighed. Another man wept. The wounded horse was silenced by a rifle shot, and the sounds slammed in brutal echoes from the rock walls. Footsteps sounded behind Sharpe. It was Blas Vivar who walked past him, past the greenjackets, and knelt by the mule. He carefully unstrapped the strongbox from the dead beast's harness. Then, standing, he looked up at Harper. "You saved it, my friend." "I did, sir." It was clear the Irishman had no idea what value Vivar placed on the chest. The Spaniard reached up to the huge man and kissed both his cheeks. One of Sharpe's riflemen sniggered, then was shamed to silence by the moment's solemnity. "You saved it," Vivar said again, and there were tears in his eyes. Then he lifted the strongbox and carried it back up the canyon. Sharpe followed. His men, silent and cold, came down to the roadway. There was no exultation in victory, for unnoticed until this moment, and far beyond the abandoned French barricade, a smear of grey smoke rose into the winter air. It rose from the village, and the smoke was grey as a pauper's shroud and carried the stench of death and fire. And from it, like dark snow, ashes fell on a bloodied land. Chapter 5. The villagers could have sent no warning of the French presence, for there was no village any more, nor villagers. The fires must have been set just as the ambush was sprung, for the houses still burned fiercely. The corpses, though, had frozen hard. The French had killed the people, then sheltered in their houses as they waited for Vivar's small column to reach the high canyon. It had never been much of a village, a poor place of goats and sheep, and of people who made a living from high pastures. The houses lay in a hollow sheltered by dwarf oaks and chestnut trees. Potatoes had grown in a few small fields that were edged with wild mulberries and firs. The houses had been mere thatched huts with dung heaps at their doors. They had been shared by men and animals alike, just as the houses Sharpe's own riflemen had known in England had been, and that nostalgic resemblance added to the poignancy of the day. If anything could add to the poignancy of children and babies killed, of women raped, or of men crucified. Sergeant Williams, who had known his share of horror in a bad world, vomited. One of the Spanish infantrymen turned in silence on a French captive, and before Vivar could utter a word, disemboweled the man. Only then did the cazador utter a howl of hatred. Vivar ignored the killing and the howl. Instead, with an odd formality, he marched to Sharpe. "Would you—" he began, but found it hard to continue. The stench of those bodies which burned inside the houses was thick. He swallowed. "Would you place pickets, Lieutenant?" "Yes, sir." That at least took the riflemen away from the bodies of slaughtered infants and the burning hovels. All that was left of the village's buildings were the church walls. Walls of stone which could not be burned, though the church's timber roof still flamed high to spew smoke above the valley's rim, where among the trees Sharpe placed his sentries. The French, if they still lingered, were invisible. "Why did they do it, sir?" Dodd, a quiet man, appealed to Sharpe. Sharpe could offer no answer. Gattaker, as fly a rogue as any in the army, stared empty-eyed at the landscape. Isaiah Tongue, whose education had been wasted by gin, winced as a terrible scream sounded from the village. Then, realizing that the scream must have come from a captured Frenchman, spat to show that it had not troubled him.
End of Disc 2. Disc 3.
Sharpe moved on, placing more sentries, finally reaching a spot from which, between two great granite boulders, he could see far to the south. He sat there alone, staring into the immense sky that promised yet more bad weather. His drawn sword was still in his hand, and almost in a daze he tried to push it home into its metal scabbard. The blade, still sticky with blood, stopped halfway, and he saw to his astonishment that a bullet had pierced the scabbard and driven the lips of metal inwards. "Sir?" Sharpe looked round to see a nervous Sergeant Williams. "Sergeant?" "We lost 4 men, sir." Sharpe had forgotten to ask, and he cursed himself for the omission. "Who?" Williams named the dead, though the names meant nothing to Sharpe. "I thought we'd have lost more," he said in wonderment. "Sims is wounded, sir, and Cameron. There are some others, sir, but those are the worst." The sergeant was only doing his job, but he was shaking with nerves as he spoke to his officer. Sharpe tried to gather his thoughts, but the memory of the dead children was withering his senses. He had seen dead children often enough, who had not? In these past weeks he had passed a score of the army's children frozen to death in the ghastly retreat, but none of them had been murdered. He had seen children beaten till their blood ran, but not till they were dead. How could the French have waited in the village and not first hidden their obscene butchery? How could they have committed it in the first place? Williams, troubled by Sharpe's brooding silence, muttered something about finding a stream from which the men could fill their canteens. Sharpe nodded. "Make sure the French haven't fouled the water, Sergeant." "Of course, sir." Sharpe twisted to look at the burly man. "Then the men did well." "Very well." "Thank you, sir." Williams sounded relieved. He flinched as another scream sounded from the village. "They did very well." He said it too hastily, as if trying to distract both their thoughts from the scream. The French prisoners were being questioned, and then would die. Sharpe stared south, wondering whether the clouds would send rain or snow. He remembered the man in the red coat, the chasseur of the Imperial Guard, and the man in the black coat beside him. Why those 2 men again? Because he thought they had known Vivar was coming. Yet the one thing the French had not reckoned on was riflemen. Sharpe thought of the moment at the hilltop, when the first green jacket had gone past him, sword bayonet fixed, and he recalled another failing of his own. He had never ordered the swords to be fixed, but the men had done it themselves. "The men did very well," Sharpe repeated. "Tell them that." Williams hesitated. "Sir, wouldn't it be better if you told them?" "Me?" Sharpe turned abruptly towards the sergeant. "They did it for you, sir." Williams was embarrassed, and made more so because Sharpe did not respond to his awkward words. "They were trying to prove something, sir. Well, we all were. And hoping you'd, Hoping what?" The question was asked too harshly, and Sharpe knew it. "I'm sorry." "We were hoping you'd let Harps go, sir. The men like him, you see, and the army's always let men off punishment, sir, if their comrades fight well." The bitterness Sharpe felt for the Irishman was too strong to let him grant the request immediately. "I'll tell the men they did well, Sergeant." He paused. "Then I'll think about Harper." "Yes, sir." Sergeant Williams was plainly thankful that for the first time since he had come under Sharpe's orders, the lieutenant had treated him with some civility. Sharpe realized that too, and was shocked by it. He had been nervous of leading these men, and frightened of their insubordination. But he had not understood that they were also frightened of him. Sharpe knew himself to be a tough man, but he had always thought of himself as a reasonable one. Yet now, in the mirror of William's nervousness, he saw himself as something far worse, a bullying man who would use the small authority of his rank to frighten men. In fact, the very kind of officer Sharpe had most hated when he himself was under their embittered authority. He felt remorse for all the mistakes he had made with these men, and wondered how to make amends. He was too proud to apologize, so instead he made an embarrassed confession to the sergeant. "I wasn't sure any of the men would follow me up that hill." Williams grunted, half in amusement and half in understanding. "Those lads would, sir. You've got the cream of the battalion there." "The cream?" Sharpe could not hide his surprise. "The rogues, anyway." Williams grinned. "Well, not me, sir. I was never much of a one for a scrap. I always hoped I'd never have to earn my pay like." He laughed. "But these boys, sir, well, most of them are right bastards." The words were said with a kind of admiration. "Stands to reason, sir, if you think about it. I watched the lads when those crapo attacked at the bridge, sir. Some were just ready to give up, but not these lads. They made sure they got away. You've got a tough one, sir. Well, except for me. I was just lucky. But if you give these lads a chance to fight, sir, they'll follow you." "They followed you too," Sharpe said. "I saw you on that hilltop. You were good." Williams touched the chevrons on his right sleeve. "I'd be ashamed of the stripes if I didn't muck in. But no, sir, it was you. Bloody madness it was to charge that hill, but it worked." Sharpe shrugged the compliment away, but he recognized it for one, and was secretly rather pleased. He might not be a born officer, but by God, he was a born soldier. He was the son of a whore, bereft of God, but a goddamned soldier. There were spades and shovels in the village that, taken back to the mouth of the canyon, were used to dig graves for the French dead. Vivar walked with Sharpe to where the shallow graves were being scraped from the hard earth. The Spaniards stopped by one of the dragoons who had died in the cavalry charge, and whose body had since been stripped naked. The skin of the dead man's body was as white as the churned snow, while his face had been turned brown by exposure to wind and sun. The bloodied face was framed by pigtails. "Cadnet," Vivar said abruptly. "That's what they call those. What do you call them? Brides?" "Pigtails." "It's their mark." He sounded bitter. "Their mark of being special, an elite." "Like the rosemary in your men's hats?" "No, not like that at all." Vivar's abrupt denial checked the words between the two men. They stood in embarrassed silence above the enemy dead. Sharpe, feeling uncomfortable, broke the silence. "I wouldn't have believed it possible for dismounted cavalry to break horsemen." The praise delighted the major. "Nor would I have believed it possible for infantry to take that hill. It was stupid of you, Lieutenant, very stupid, and more brave than I could have dreamt possible. I thank you." Sharpe, as ever made awkward by a compliment, tried to shrug it away. "There was my rifleman." "They did it to please you, I think." Vivar spoke meaningfully, trying to offer Sharpe some reassurance. When the Englishman offered a response, the Spaniard's voice became more intense. "Men always behave best when they know what is expected of them. Today you showed them what you wanted, and it was simple victory." Sharpe muttered something about luck. Vivar ignored the evasion. "You led them, Lieutenant, and they knew what was expected of them. Men should always know what their officers expect of them. I give my catadores 3 rules. They must not steal unless they will die for not stealing. They must look after their horses before themselves. And they must fight like heroes. 3 rules only, but they work. Give men firm rules, Lieutenant, and they will follow you." Sharpe, standing on the lonely and cold-swept plateau, knew he was being offered a gift by Major Vivar. Perhaps there were no rules for being an officer, and perhaps the best officers were born to their excellence. But the Spaniard was offering Sharpe a key to success, and, sensing the value of the gift, he smiled. "Thank you."
Rules, Vivar went on as though Sharpe had not spoken. Rules make real soldiers, not child killers like these bastards. He kicked the dead Frenchman, then shuddered. Other French corpses were being dragged across the slurried snow to the shallow grave. I'll have one of my men make some crosses from burnt wood. Again Sharpe was surprised by this man. One moment he kicked the naked corpse of an enemy, the next he was taking care to mark those enemies' graves with crosses. Vivar saw his surprise. It isn't respect, Lieutenant. No. I fear their estadere, their spirits. The crosses will keep their filthy souls underground. Vivar spat onto the body. You think I'm a fool, but I've seen them, Lieutenant. The estadere are the lost spirits of the doomed dead, and they look like a myriad of candles in the night mist. Their moaning is more terrible even than that. He jerked his head towards another dying scream which sounded from the village. For what they did to the children, Englishmen, they deserve worse. Sharpe could not quarrel with the Major's justification. Why did they do it? He could not imagine killing a child, nor how a man could even dream of such an act. Vivar walked away from the French corpses, towards the edge of the small plateau across which the cavalry had charged. When the French came here, Lieutenant, they were our allies. God damn our foolishness, but we invited them. They came to attack our enemies, the Portuguese. But once they were here, they decided to stay. They thought Spain was feeble, rotten, defenseless. Vivar paused, staring into the great void of the valley. And maybe we were rotten. Not the people, Lieutenant. Never think that, never. But the government. He spat. So the French despised us. They thought we were a ripe fruit for the picking, and perhaps we were. Our armies? Vivar shrugged in hopelessness. Men cannot fight if they're badly led. But the people are not rotten. The land isn't rotten. He slammed his heel into the snow-covered turf. This is Spain, Lieutenant, beloved of God, and God will not desert us. Why do you think you and I won today? It was a question that expected no answer, and Sharpe made none. Vivar gazed again at the far hills, where the first rain showed as dark stains against the horizon. The French despised us. He picked up his earlier thought. But learned to hate us. They found victory hard in Spain. They even learned to taste defeat. We forced an army to surrender at Bailen, and when they besieged Saragossa, the people humiliated them. And for that the French will not forgive us. Now they flood us with armies and think if they kill us all, they can beat us. But why do they kill children? Sharpe was still haunted by the memory of small and grievously tortured bodies. Vivar grimaced at the question. You fight against men in uniforms, Lieutenant. You know who your enemy is because he dresses in a blue coat for you and hangs gold lace on a coat as a target for your rifles. But the French don't know who their enemies are. Any man with a knife could be their enemy, and so they fear us. And to stop us, they will make the price of enmity too high. They will spread a greater fear through Spain. A fear of that. He turned and jabbed a finger towards the smear of smoke that still rose from the village. They fear us, but they will try to make us fear them even more. And maybe they will succeed. The sudden pessimism was startling from a man as indomitable as Blas Vivar. You truly think so? Sharpe asked. I think men should fear the death of their children. Vivar, who had buried his own children, spoke very bleakly. But I do not think the French will succeed. They're victorious now, and the Spanish people mourn their children and wonder if there is any hope left. But if those people can be given just one small scrap of hope, just one glint in the darkness, then they will fight. He snarled the last words, then in a quicksilver change of mood smiled apologetically at Sharpe. I have a favor to ask of you."
"Of course."
"The Irishman, Patrick Harper.
"Release him?" "Release him?" Sharpe was taken aback, not by the request as such, but by the sudden change in Vivar's manner. A moment before he had been vengeful and steel-hard. Now he was diffidently polite, like a petitioner.
"I know," Vivar said hastily, "that the Irishman's sin is grievous. He deserves to be flogged half to death, if not beyond death. But he did a thing most precious to me."
Sharpe, embarrassed by Vivar's humble tone, shrugged. "Of course."
"I shall talk to him and tell him his duties of obedience."
"He can be released." Sharpe had already half persuaded himself of the necessity of releasing Harper, if only to prove his own reasonableness to Sergeant Williams.
"I've already released him," Vivar admitted, "but I thought it best to seek your approval."
He grinned, saw that Sharpe would offer no protest, then stooped to pick up a fallen French helmet. He ripped away the canvas cover which both protected the fine brass and prevented it from reflecting the sunlight to betray the dragoon's position.
"A pretty bauble," he said scathingly. "Something to hang on the staircase when the war's over."
Sharpe was not interested in a dented dragoon's helmet. Instead, he was realizing that the thing most precious Harper had done for Vivar was to protect the strong-box. He remembered the horror on the Spaniard's face when he thought the chest might be lost. Like a stab of sunlight searing through a rent in dark clouds, Sharpe at last understood. The chasseur had been chasing Vivar, and that chase had unwittingly drawn the dragoons across the tail of the British Army, where they had casually broken 4 companies of riflemen. But then they had kept going, not after the retreating British, but after the strong-box. "What's in the chest, Major?" he asked accusingly.
"I told you, papers,"
Vivar answered carelessly, as he tore away the last shreds of canvas from the helmet. "The French came here to capture that strong-box."
"The prisoners told me they came for food. I'm sure they were speaking the truth, Lieutenant. Men who face death usually do, and they all told me the same story. They were a forage party."
Vivar polished the helmet's brass with his sleeve, then held the helmet out for Sharpe's inspection.
Shoddy workmanship. See how badly the chin strap is riveted?"
Sharpe again ignored the helmet. "They came here for that chest, didn't they? They've been following you, and they must have known you had to cross these mountains."
Vivar frowned at the helmet. "I don't think I shall keep it. I shall find a better one before the killing's done."
"They're the same man who attacked our rearguard. We're lucky they didn't send the whole regiment up here, Major."
"The prisoners said that only the men on fit horses could come this far."
It seemed a partial affirmation of Sharpe's suspicions, but Vivar immediately denied the rest.
"I assure you, they only came here for forage and food. They told me they've stripped the villages in the valley bare, so now they must climb high for their food."
"What's in the chest, Major?" Sharpe persisted.
"Curiosity." Vivar turned away and began to walk towards the village. "Curiosity!"
He drew back his arm and hurled the helmet far into the void where the plateau dropped steeply away. The helmet glittered, turned, then fell with a crash into the undergrowth.
"Curiosity! An English disease, Lieutenant, which leads to death. Avoid it."
The fires died in the night, all but for one burning house that Vivar's men fed with wood cut from the surrounding trees, in which they roasted hunks of horse-meat that had been threaded onto their swords. The riflemen cooked the horse-meat on their ramrods. All were glad that the villagers' bodies had been buried. The pickets were pulled back to the very edge of the burnt village, where they shivered in the cold wind. The afternoon rain had stopped at dusk, and in the night there were even gaps in the high-flying clouds, which allowed a wan moonlight to illumine the jagged hills from which the snow had part melted, to leave the landscape looking strangely leprous. Somewhere in those hills a wolf howled. Sharpe's men provided the sentries for the first half of the night. At midnight he walked around the village and spoke a few awkward words with each man. The conversations were stilted because none of the greenjackets could forget the morning when they had conspired for Sharpe's death. but a Welshman, Jenkins, more loquacious than the others, wondered where Sir John Moore's army was now. "God knows," Sharpe said. "Far away." "Defeated, sir?" "Maybe." "But, Boney left, sir?" The question was asked eagerly, as if the Emperor's absence gave the fugitive rifleman renewed hope. So we were told. Napoleon was supposed to have left Spain already, but that was small reason for optimism. He had no need to stay. Everywhere his enemies were in retreat, and his marshals, who had conquered Europe, could be trusted to finish Spain and Portugal. Sharpe walked on past the burned-out houses. The sole of his right boot was hanging loose, and his trousers gaped at his thighs. At least he had repaired the broken scabbard, yet otherwise his uniform hung off him like a scarecrow's rags. He went to the place where the road climbed up towards the canyon, and where, beside a stone trough that the woman who had once lived in this village had used as a washing place, a 3-man picket was posted. "See anything?" "Not a thing, sir. Quiet as a dry alehouse." It was Harper who had answered, and who now rose up, huge and formidable, from the shadow of the trough. The 2 men stared at each other, and then, awkwardly, the Irishman pulled off his shako in the formal salute. "I'm sorry, sir." "It doesn't matter." "The Major talked to me, he did. We was frightened, you see, sir, and I said it didn't matter." Harper nodded. His broken nose was still swollen and would never again be straight. The big Irishman grinned. "If you'll not mind me saying it, sir, but you've got a punch on you like a Ballandary heifer." The comment might have been offered as a peace token, but Sharpe's memory of the fight in the ruined farmhouse was too fresh and too sore to accept it. "I've let you off a damned sharp hook, Rifleman Harper, but that does not give you the goddamned right to say whatever comes into your head, so put your bloody hat on and go back to work." Sharpe turned and walked away, ready to whip round instantly if a single insolent sound was uttered. But Harper had the sense to keep silent. The wind made the only noise, a sighing sound as it passed through the trees before lifting the sparks of the big fire high into the night. Sharpe went close to the fire, letting its heat warm his chilled and wet uniform. He supposed he had blundered again, and that he should have accepted the friendly words as the peace offering they were undoubtedly meant to be, but his pride had stung him into savagery. "You should get some sleep, sir." It was Sergeant Williams, muffled against the cold, who appeared in the firelight. "I'll look after the lads." "I can't sleep." "No." The word was said as agreement. "It's thinking of them dead nippers what does it." "Yes." "Bastards," William said. He held his hands towards the blaze. "There was one no older than my Mary." "How old is she?" "5, sir. Pretty wee thing she is, not like her father." Sharpe smiled. "Did your wife come out to Spain with you?" "No, sir. Helps in a Dar's bakery, she does. He wasn't too pleased when she married a soldier, but I never are." "That's true." The sergeant stretched. "But I'll have some rare tales to tell when I get back to Spitalfields." He was silent for a moment, perhaps thinking of home. "Funny, really." "What is?" "Why these bastards come all this way to get supplies. Isn't that what the Major said, sir?" "Yes." French forces were supposed to live off the land, stealing what they could to stay alive, but Sharpe, like Williams, could not believe that the enemy horsemen had climbed to this remote village when other, more tempting places lay in the valleys. "They were the same men," he said, "who attacked us on the road." Which in a way had worked to Sharpe's advantage, because the French dragoons, unable to resist using the captured rifles, had proved inept with the unfamiliar weapons. Sergeant Williams nodded. "Bugger in a red coat, right?" "Yes, and a fellow in black." "It's my belief they're after that box the Spanish lads are carrying." Williams lowered his voice as though one of the sleeping cazadores might hear him. "It's the sort of box you carry jewels in, isn't it? Could be a king's bloody ransom in that thing, sir." "Major Vivar says it holds papers." "Papers?" The sergeant's voice was scornful. "Well, I don't suppose we're going to find out," Sharpe said. "And I wouldn't recommend being too inquisitive, Sergeant. The Major doesn't take kindly to curiosity." "No, sir." William sounded disappointed at his lack of enthusiasm. But Sharpe merely hid his own inquisitiveness, for after a few more moments of desultory conversation, and after bidding the sergeant a good night, he went softly and slowly towards the church. He used the stealth he had learned as a child in the London rookery, where if a boy did not steal, he starved. He walked round the church, then stood for a long time in the shadows by the door. He listened. He heard the fire's crackle and the wind's rising noise, but nothing else. Still he waited, straining to hear a single sound from within the old stone building. He heard nothing. He could smell the fallen and burnt timbers within the building, but he could sense no human presence. The nearest Spaniards were 30 paces away, rolled in their cloaks asleep. The church door was ajar. Sharpe edged through, and once inside the church stopped again. Moonlight illuminated the sanctuary. The walls were scorched black, the altar was gone. Yet Vivar's men had begun to clear the desecration by forcing the burnt roof timbers aside to make an aisle which led to the altar steps. At the top of those steps, black like the walls, was the strong-box. Sharpe waited. He looked round the building's small interior, watching for movement, but there was none. A small black window opened on the church's southern wall, but that was the only aperture. Nothing showed in the opening except darkness, suggesting that the small window opened into a cupboard or a deep shelf. Sharpe walked forward between the fallen timbers, some of which still smouldered. Once his loose right sole crunched a black lump of burnt wood, but that was the only sound he made. He stopped at the foot of the 2 steps which had led to the altar, and squatted there. Curled on the lid of the strong-box was a jet rosary, its small crucifix shining in the moonlight. Within this box, Sharpe thought, lay something that had drawn French soldiers into the frozen highlands. Vivar had said it was papers, but even the most religious of men would not guard papers with a crucifix. The chest was wrapped in oilcloth that had been sewn tight. During the fight, 2 bullets had embedded themselves in the big box, breaking the cloth, and Sharpe, fingering under the holes and past the lumpen bullets, felt the hard smoothness of the wood. He traced the shapes of the hasps and padlocks beneath the oilcloth. The padlocks were old-fashioned bull locks that Sharpe knew he could open in seconds with a rifle's cleaning pin. He rocked back on his heels, staring at the chest. 4 riflemen had died because of it, and yet more might die, and that, Sharpe decided, gave him the right to know what lay inside. He knew he would not be able to disguise that the box had been opened, but he had no intention of stealing its contents, so had no scruples about leaving the oilcloth torn and the locks picked. He reached into his jacket pocket and brought out the clasp knife he used for food. He opened its blade and reached forward to cut the cloth. "Touch it, Englishman, and you die." Sharpe twisted to his right. The click of a pistol's lock sounded from the small dark window. "Major?" "The sick could watch the mass from this window, Lieutenant." Vivar's voice sounded from the blackness. "It's a good place for a sentry." "What is the sentry guarding?" "Just papers." Vivar's voice was cold. "Put your knife away, Lieutenant, and stay there." Sharpe obeyed. After a moment the Major appeared in the church doorway. "Don't do that again, Lieutenant. I will kill to protect what is in that box." Sharpe felt like a small boy caught by a watchman, but he tried to brazen out the confrontation. "Papers?" "Papers," Vivar said bleakly. He looked up at the sky where silver clouds flew fast beside the moon. "It isn't the night for a killing, Englishman. Yesterday are already restless." He walked up the aisle. "Now I think you should try to sleep. We have far to go in the morning." Sharpe, chastened, went past Vivar to the church door. With one hand on the jamb, he turned to look back at the chest. Vivar, his back to him, was already on his knees in front of the mysterious strong-box. Sharpe, embarrassed to see a man praying, paused. "Yes, Lieutenant?" Vivar had not turned round. "Did your prisoners tell you who the chasseur is? The man in red who led them here?" "No, Lieutenant." The Spaniard's voice was very patient, as though by answering he merely humoured a child's caprice.
"I did not think to ask them."
"Or the man in black? The civilian?"
Vivar paused for a second. "Does the wolf know the names of the hounds?"
"Who is he, Major?" The rosary's beads clicked.
"Good night, Lieutenant."
Sharpe knew he would fetch no answers, only more mysteries to rival the insubstantiality of the Estadea. He half-closed the charred door, then went to his cold bed of bare earth and listened to the wind moan in the spirit-haunted night. Somewhere a wolf howled, and one of the captured horses whinnied softly. In the chapel a man prayed. Sharpe slept. Chapter 6. The cazadores and riflemen still went west, but for fear of the French dragoons, Vivar avoided the easier paths of the Pilgrim Way, insisting that safety still lay in the uplands. The road, if it could be called a road at all, struggled through the passes of high mountains and across cold streams swollen by meltwater and by the persistent stinging rain that made the paths as slippery as grease. The wounded men and those who caught a fever of the cold were carried by the captured French horses, but those precious beasts had to be led with an infinite caution if they were to survive on the treacherous tracks. One of the horses carried the strong-box. There was no news of the French. During the first 2 days of the march, Sharpe expected to see the threatening silhouettes of the dragoons on the skyline, but the chasseur and his men seemed to have vanished. The few people who lived in the highland villages assured Vivar that they had seen no Frenchmen. Some of them did not even know that a foreign enemy was in Spain, and, hearing the strange language of Sharpe's riflemen, would stare with a suspicious hostility at the strangers.
"Not that their own dialect isn't strange," Vivar said cheerfully.
Then, as fluent in the Galician speech as in the more courtly tongue of Spain, he would reassure the peasants that the men in torn green coats were not to be feared. After the first few days, and satisfied that the French had lost the scent, Vivar descended to the Pilgrim Way, which proved to be a succession of mingling tracks that twisted through the deeper valleys. The largest roads were reinforced with flint so that carts and carriages could use them, and even though the winter had drowned the flints in mud, the men marched fast and easily on the firmer surface. Chestnuts and elm trees grew thick beside the road, which led through a country that had so far been free of scavenging armies. The men ate well. There was maize, rye, potatoes, chestnuts, and salted meat in winter store. One night there was even fresh mutton. Yet, despite the food and the easier footing, it was not a soft country. One midday, beside a bridge which crossed a deep dark stream, Sharpe saw 3 human heads stuck high on wooden poles. The heads had been there for months, and their eyes, tongues, and softer flesh had been eaten by ravens, while what shreds of skin were left on the grisly skulls had turned as black as pitch.
"Rateros,"
Vivar told Sharpe.
"Highwaymen. They think that pilgrims give easy pickings."
"Do many pilgrims go to Santiago de Compostela?"
"Not so many as in the old days. A few lepers still go to be cured, but even they will be stopped by the war."
Vivar nodded towards the lank-haired skulls.
"So now those gentlemen will have to use their murderous skills against the French."
The thought cheered him, just as the easier going on the Pilgrim Way cheered Sharpe's riflemen. Sometimes they sang as they marched. They rediscovered old comforts. Vivar bought great blocks of tobacco that had to be rasped into shreds before it could be smoked, and some of the riflemen imitated the Spanish soldiers and twisted the tobacco in paper rather than smoking it in clay pipes. The small villages would always yield generous quantities of a rough, strong cider. Vivar was astonished at the riflemen's capacity for the drink, and even more astonished when Sharpe told him that most of the men had only joined the army to get the daily ration of 1/3 of a pint of rum. There was no rum to be had, but, perhaps because of the plentiful cider, the men were happy, even treating Sharpe with a wary acceptance. The Green Jackets had welcomed Harper back into their ranks with unfeigned delight, and Sharpe had again seen how the big man was the real leader of the men. They liked Sergeant Williams, but instinctively expected Harper to make their decisions, and Sharpe noted sourly how it was Harper, rather than himself, who melded these survivors of 4 separate companies into a single unit.
Harps is a decent fellow, sir. Sergeant Williams persevered in his role as peacemaker between the two men. He says he was wrong now.
Sharpe was irritated at this second-hand compliment.
I don't give a damn what he says. He says he was never hit so hard in his life.
I know what he says. Sharpe wondered if the sergeant would talk in this way to other officers, and decided he would not. He supposed it was only because Williams knew he was an ex-sergeant that he felt able to use such intimacy. You can tell Rifleman Harper, Sharpe said with deliberate harshness, that if he steps out of line once more, he'll be hit so hard that he'll remember nothing. Williams chuckled.
Harps won't step out of line again, sir. Major Vivard had a word with him, sir. God knows what he said, but he scared the bloody daylights out of him.
He shook his head in admiration of the Spaniard.
The Major's a tough bugger, sir, and a rich one. He's carrying a bloody fortune in that strongbox.
I told you it's nothing but papers, Sharpe said carelessly.
It's jewels, sir.
Williams took an evident pleasure in revealing the secret.
Just like I guessed, diamonds and things. The Major told Harps as much, sir. Harps says the jewels belong to the Major's family, and that if we get them safe to this Santiago place, then the Major will give us all a piece of gold.
Nonsense, Sharpe said sourly, and he knew that his sourness was provoked by an irrational jealousy. Why should Vivard tell Rifleman Harper what he would not tell him? Was it because the Irishman was a Catholic? For that matter, why would Vivard reverently lodge a family's jewels in a church? And would mere jewels have brought enemy dragoons across wintry hills to set an ambush?
They're ancient jewels.
Sergeant Williams was oblivious to Sharpe's doubts.
One of them's a necklace made from the diamonds of a crown. A blackamoor's crown, sir. It was an old king, sir, and even.
It was clear that the greenjackets had been fearfully impressed. The riflemen might march through rain and across bad roads, but their hardships were given dignity because they escorted the pagan jewels of an ancient kingdom. I don't believe a bloody word of it, Sharpe said.
The Major said you wouldn't, sir,
Williams said respectfully. Did Harper see these jewels?
Well, that would mean bad luck, sir.
Williams had his answer ready.
If the chest is open, like, without all the family's permission, then the bad spirits will get you. Understand, sir?
Oh, entirely, Sharpe said. But the sergeant's belief in the jewels was beyond any of Sharpe's ironic doubts. That afternoon, in a flooded field that was pitted with rain, Sharpe saw 2 gulls fly down from the west. The sight, even if it did not promise journey's end, was full of hope. To reach the sea would be an accomplishment. It denoted the end of the westward march and the beginning of the journey south. And in his eagerness he even fancied he could smell the salt in the rain-stinging air. That night, an hour before dusk, they came to a small town built about a bridge that spanned a deep, fast river. An old stump of a fortress dominated the town, but the stronghold had long been abandoned. The alcalde, the mayor, assured Major Vivard there were no Frenchmen within 5 leagues, and that assurance persuaded him to rest in the town.
"We'll make an early start," he told Sharpe. "If the weather holds, we'll be in Santiago de Compostela this time tomorrow."
"Where I turn south."
"Where you turn south."
The alcalde offered his own house to Vivard and his stables to the catadores, while the riflemen were billeted in a Cistercian monastery, which, sworn to offer hospitality to pilgrims, proved equally generous to the foreign soldiers. There was freshly killed pork with beans, bread, and skins of red wine. There were even black bottles of a raw and fierce brandy called aguardiente, offered by a brawny monk whose scars and tattoos made him look like an old soldier. The monk also brought a sack of hard-baked bread, and intimated by dumb show that the food was for their march on the morrow. The monk's generosity convinced Sharpe that after the cold horrors of the last weeks, he and his riflemen would truly reach safety. The danger of the enemy at last seemed far away, and relieved of the need to set pickets against the night's alarms, Sharpe slept, only to be woken in the very depths of the night. A white-robed monk holding a lantern searched among the dark forms of the riflemen who slept in a cloister's arcade. Sharpe grunted and propped himself up on an elbow. He could hear noises in the street outside, the rumble of wheels and the crack of hooves. "Senor! Senor!" The monk beckoned urgently to Sharpe, who, cursing his broken sleep, scooped up his boots and weapons and followed the monk across the frosted cloister to the monastery's candlelit hallway. Standing in that hallway, with a handkerchief pressed against her mouth as though she feared a contagion, was a woman of fearsome size. She was as tall as Sharpe, as broad in the shoulders as Harper, and as large about the waist as any wine-tun. She wore a multiplicity of cloaks and capes that made her bulk seem even more massive, while her small-eyed, thin-lipped face was surmounted by a tiny bonnet of ludicrous delicacy. She ignored the importunate monks who clamoured at her in pleading tones. The great doors of the monastery stood open behind her, and in the light of torches bracketed in the street, Sharpe could see a carriage. As he arrived, the woman pushed the handkerchief into her sleeve. "Are you an English officer?" Sharpe was so astonished that he said nothing. It was not the demand that surprised him, nor even the stentorian voice in which it was made, but the fact that the huge woman was clearly English. "Well?" she demanded. "Yes, ma'am. I cannot say I am glad to find an officer who has sworn allegiance to a Protestant king in such a place as this. Now put your boots on. Hurry, man." The woman shrugged off the monks who tried to attract her attention, much as a massive milch cow might have ignored the bleating of a sheep. "Tell me your name," she ordered Sharpe. "Sharpe, ma'am. Lieutenant Richard Sharpe of the Rifles." "Find me the most senior English officer, and button your jacket." "I am the senior officer, ma'am." The woman stared with malevolent suspicion at him. "You?" "Yes, ma'am." "You will have to suffice, then. Take your filthy hands off me." This was to the abbot, who, with an exquisite politeness, had tried to draw the woman's attention by a tentative hand placed tremulously on the edge of one of her voluminous cloaks. "Find me some men." This was to Sharpe. "Who are you, ma'am?" "My name is Mrs. Parker. You have heard of Admiral Sir Hyde Parker?" "Indeed, ma'am." "He was my husband's kinsman, before God chose to translate him to glory." Having established that she outranked Sharpe, at least by marriage, Mrs. Parker returned to a more vituperative tone. "Hurry, man!" Sharpe, pulling on his torn boots, tried to make sense of an Englishwoman appearing at the dead of night in a Spanish monastery. "You, want men, ma'am?" Mrs. Parker looked at him as though she would wring his neck. "Are you deaf, man? Touched, or merely witless? Get your papist hands off me!" This last admonition was again addressed to the Cistercian abbot, who, as if stung, jumped backwards. "I shall wait in the carriage, Lieutenant. Hurry!" Mrs. Parker, to the evident relief of the monks, stalked back to her coach. Sharpe buckled on his sword, slung his rifle, and without bothering to fetch any men, went out to the street, which was crowded with wagons, coaches, and horsemen. There was a feeling of panic in the crowd, engendered by people who knew they must be moving, but did not know where safety might lie. Sharpe, sensing disaster, went to Mrs. Parker's coach. Its plush interior was lit by a shielded lantern, which showed a tall and painfully thin man trying to assist a woman to her seat. "There you are!" Mrs. Parker, succeeding at last in twisting her vast bulk onto the leather bench, frowned at Sharpe. "You have men?" "Why do you want them, ma'am?" "Why do I want them? Did you hear that, George? One of His Majesty's officers discovers a defenceless Englishwoman stranded in a Papist country and endangered by the French, and he asks questions." Mrs. Parker leaned forward to fill the open carriage door. "Get them." "Why?" Sharpe barked the word, astonishing Mrs. Parker, who was clearly not accustomed to opposition. "For the testaments." It was the man who replied. He peered around Mrs. Parker to offer Sharpe a very tentative smile. "My name is Parker, George Parker. I have the honour to be a cousin to the late Admiral Sir Hyde Parker." He said the last in a weary tone, revealing that whatever glory Mr. George Parker might have achieved in this life was due solely to the reflected lustre of his cousin. "My wife and I have need of your assistance." "We have Spanish translations of the New Testament," Mrs. Parker interrupted, "hidden in this town, Lieutenant. The Spanish confiscate such scriptures unless we hide them. We require your men to rescue them." Such an explanation clearly constituted a conciliatory speech, and one that her husband rewarded with an eager nod. "You want my rifles to rescue testaments from the Spanish?" Sharpe asked, in utter confusion. "From the French, you fool!" Mrs. Parker bellowed out of the carriage.
They here? They entered Santiago de Compostela yesterday, Mr. Parker said sadly. Jesus Christ! The blasphemy had the happy effect of silencing Mrs. Parker. Her husband, seeing Sharpe's shock, leaned forward. You haven't heard of the events at Corunna? Sharpe almost did not want to hear. I've heard nothing, sir. There was a battle, Lieutenant. It seems the British Army succeeded in escaping to sea, but at the expense of many lives. Sir John Moore is said to be dead, and the French, it seems, are now masters of this part of Spain. Good God! We were told of your presence when we arrived here, George Parker explained, and now we beg your protection. Of course. Sharpe glanced up the street, understanding the panic. The French had taken the Atlantic ports at the northwestern corner of Spain. The British were gone, the Spanish armies squandered, and soon Napoleon's troops would turn southwards to complete their victory. How far is Corunna from here? 11 leagues, 12? George Parker's face, pale in the candlelight, was drawn and worried. And no wonder, Sharpe thought. The French were scarcely a day's march away. Will you hurry? Mrs. Parker, recovered from the shock of Sharpe's blasphemy, leaned vengefully forward. Wait, ma'am. Sharpe ran back into the monastery. Sergeant Williams! Sergeant Williams! It took 10 minutes to rouse and parade the riflemen, who staggered sleepily into the street, where, under the torchlight, Sharpe shouted them into their ranks. The monks were generously bringing small sacks of bread out to the soldiers, who seemed bemused by the shouting chaos in the small street. Lieutenant, will you hurry? It was Mrs. Parker making the carriage springs creak as she leaned forward. It was then that Rifleman Harper let out a piercing whistle. The other men cheered, and Sharpe whipped round to make a most unwelcome discovery. There was a third person in the carriage, a person who, till now, had been concealed by Mrs. Parker's great bulk. It seemed Mrs. Parker must have a maid, or perhaps a companion, or else a daughter, and the girl, if indeed she was Mrs. Parker's daughter, did not take after her mother. Not in the least. Sharpe saw a bright-eyed face, dark curls, and a mischievous smile which among soldiers could only mean trouble. Oh, shit, he muttered. Sharpe had roused and paraded his men, and not knowing what to do with them now, and while he waited for Blas Vivar to appear from the alcalde's house, where a council of town elders had been hurriedly convened, he let his men rescue the Spanish New Testaments from the stable of a bookseller who had hidden the books for George Parker. The Church of Rome doesn't approve, you understand. George Parker, away from his wife, proved a courtly and somewhat sad character. They wished to keep their people in the darkness of ignorance, and the Archbishop of Seville confiscated 1,000 testaments and burned them. Can you credit such behaviour? And that's why we came north. I believed Salamanca might prove a more fertile field for our endeavours, but the Archbishop there threatened a similar confiscation. So we went to Santiago, and on the way we sheltered our precious books with this good man. Parker gestured towards the bookseller's home. I believe he sells a few on his own account, but I can scarce blame him for that, indeed not. And if he spreads the gospel, Lieutenant, unadulterated by the priests of Rome, well, it can only be to God's glory, don't you agree? Sharpe was too befuddled by the night's strange happenings to offer agreement. He watched as another stack of the black-bound books was brought out into the street and packed into the carriage's rear box. You're in Spain to distribute Bibles? Well, only since the peace treaty between our two countries was signed, Parker said, as though that explained everything. Then, seeing that puzzlement remained on Sharpe's face, he offered further information. My dear wife and I, you must understand, are followers of the late John Wesley. The Methodist? Exactly and precisely so. Parker nodded vigorously. And when my late cousin, the Admiral, was gracious enough to remember me in his will, my dear wife deemed that the money might most appropriately be spent upon the illumination of the popish darkness that so envelops southern Europe. We saw the declaration of a peace between England and Spain as a providence of God that directed our steps hither. To much success? Sharpe could not resist asking, though the answer was clearly visible on Parker's lugubrious face. Alas, Lieutenant, the people of Spain are obstinate in their Romish heresy. But if just one soul is brought to a knowledge of God's saving and Protestant grace, then I will feel amply justified in this endeavour. Parker paused. And you, Lieutenant, may I inquire if you have a personal knowledge of your Lord and Saviour?"
"I'm a rifleman, sir," Sharpe said firmly, anxious to avoid a Protestant attack on his already Catholic-besieged soul. "Our religion is killing crappos and other such heathen bastards who don't like good King George." The belligerence of Sharpe's answer silenced Parker for a moment. The middle-aged man stared gloomily at the refugees in the street, then sighed.
"You are a soldier, of course, but perhaps you will forgive me, Lieutenant."
"Forgive you, sir?"
"My cousin, the late Admiral, was much given to strong oaths. Now, I do not wish to offend, Lieutenant, but my dear wife and niece are not accustomed to the strong language of the military man."
His voice faded away. "I apologize, sir. I'll try and remember." Sharpe gestured towards the bookseller's house where Mrs. Parker and the girl had taken temporary shelter. "She's your niece, sir? She seems a little young to be travelling in such a troubled place." If Parker suspected that Sharpe was fishing for information about his niece, he showed no resentment.
"Oh, Louisa is 19, Lieutenant, but sadly orphaned. My dear wife offered her employment as a companion. We had no conception, of course, that the war would take such a disadvantageous course. We believed that with the British Army campaigning in Spain, we would be both welcome and protected."
"Perhaps God's a Frenchman these days," Sharpe said lightly. Parker ignored the levity. Instead, he watched the stream of refugees who straggled through the night with their bundles of clothes. Children cried. A woman dragged 2 goats on lengths of rope. A cripple swung by on crutches. Parker shook his head.
"There is a great fear of the French here."
"They're bastards, sir." "Forgive me." Sharpe blushed. "Were you in Santiago de Compostela when they arrived?"
"Their cavalry reached the northern edge of the town yesterday evening, which gave us time to make our escape. The Lord was very providential, I think."
"Indeed, sir." Sergeant Williams, grinning broadly, stood to attention before Sharpe. "That's all the holy books loaded up, sir. Want me to fetch the ladies?" Sharpe looked at Parker. "Are you travelling on tonight, sir?" Parker was clearly bemused by the question.
"We'll do whatever you think best, Lieutenant."
"Well, it's up to you, sir."
"Me?"
It was obvious that George Parker was as indecisive as his cousin, Sir Hyde, whose prevarication had nearly lost the Battle of Copenhagen. Sharpe tried to explain what choices the family faced. "This road, sir, only goes east or west, and the French lie in both directions. I assume that now your books are safe, sir, you'll have to choose one way or the other. They say the French behave well enough to innocent English travellers. Well, you'll doubtless be questioned, and there'll be some inconvenience, but they'll probably give you permission to travel south. Might I suggest Lisbon, sir? I've heard there's still a small British garrison there, but even if the garrison sailed away, you should be able to find a British merchant ship." Parker stared worriedly at Sharpe.
"And you, Lieutenant? What is your intention?"
"I can hardly depend on French forbearance, sir." He smiled. "No, we're going south, sir. We'd hoped to take the road from Santiago de Compostela, but since the French are there, sir, we'll cut across the hills." Sharpe slapped one of the muddy wheels of the big coach. "No chance of that thing going with us, sir, so I fear you'll have to ask French permission to cross their territory." Parker had been shaking his head for a few seconds.
"I do assure you, Lieutenant, that my wife and I have no intention of humbling ourselves before the enemy so long as there is a viable escape for us. We shall travel south with you. And I can further assure you that there is a perfectly good southern road from this town. There." He pointed to the bridge, just the other side of the river.
Sharpe's astonishment made him silent for a second. "There's a road that goes south from here?"
"Precisely and exactly, sir. Otherwise I would hardly have dared come here for my testaments."
"But I was told—" Sharpe realized abruptly that there was no point in retelling Vivar's assertion that no such southern road existed. "Are you sure, sir?"
"I travelled it but a month ago."
Parker saw Sharpe's hesitation.
"I have a map, Lieutenant. You wish to see it?"
Sharpe followed Parker into the bookseller's house. Mrs. Parker, sitting massively by the fire, offered the green jacket a suspicious glance.
"All the testaments are safe, dear," Parker said meekly, "and I wondered if we might peruse the map."
"Louisa?" Mrs. Parker demanded of her niece. "The map." The girl obediently crossed to a leather valise and searched among the papers. Sharpe deliberately kept his eyes away from her. Louisa Parker, from the glimpses he had already caught of her, was disturbingly pretty. She had a tall and slender grace, a brightly inquisitive face, and a clear skin unscarred by hardship or disease. A girl, Sharpe thought, to make a soldier twitch in his dreams, even if she was a goddamned Methodist. Louisa brought the map to the table. George Parker attempted an introduction.
"Louisa, my dear, you have not been named to Lieutenant—"
"Louisa!" Mrs. Parker, evidently well aware of the dangers that soldiers presented to young girls, interrupted. "You will come here and sit." Sharpe unfolded the map in the ensuing silence.
"It isn't a very accurate map,"
Parker said humbly, as if he was personally responsible for its vagaries,
"but I assure you the road exists."
He traced a thin black line which meant little to Sharpe, who was still trying to find just where he was on the ill-printed sheet.
"The road meets the coastal route here, well south of Villa Garcia," Parker continued, "and I was hoping we might find a vessel here at Pontevedra. I believe the Royal Navy patrols this coast, and, God willing, perhaps a friendly fisherman can be persuaded to take us to one of their ships."
Sharpe was not really listening. He was staring at the map, trying to discover the tortuous route he had followed with Vivar. He could not find the exact course of the journey, but one thing was very clear. In the last days, he and his riflemen had passed at least 2 southern roads. Vivar had told Sharpe again and again that there was no southern road, that the riflemen must go to Santiago de Compostela before they turned towards Lisbon. The Spaniard had lied. George Parker mistook Sharpe's grim expression for pessimism.
"I do assure you the road exists."
Sharpe was suddenly very aware of the girl's gaze on him, and all his soldiers' protective instincts were warmed by that examination. "You say you travelled the road a month ago, sir?"
"Indeed."
"And a coach can manage it in winter?"
"Indeed it can."
"Do you intend to fritter away this whole night?" Mrs. Parker stood threateningly. "Or do British soldiers no longer care for the fate of British womanhood?" Sharpe folded the map, and, without permission, thrust it into his pouch. "We can leave very soon, ma'am, but first I have business in the town."
"Business?"
Mrs. Parker was clearly stoking the fires of her awesome wrath.
"What possible business can a lieutenant have, Mr. Sharpe, that will take precedence over our safety?"
Sharpe pulled open the door. "I shall be a quarter of an hour at the most. You will do me the kindness, ma'am, of being ready in 10 minutes. I have 2 wounded men who will need to travel inside your carriage." He saw another protest boiling up inside her. "And my men's packs will travel on the roof. Otherwise, ma'am, you can find your way south without me." He offered a trace of a bow. "Your servant, ma'am." Sharpe turned away before Mrs. Parker could argue with him, and he could have sworn he heard an amused chuckle from the girl. God damn it! God damn it! God damn it! He had enough to worry about without that perennial soldier's problem. He went to find Vivar. "Good news!" Vivar greeted Sharpe the moment the rifleman appeared in the alcalde's house. "My reinforcements are a mere half-day away. Lieutenant Davila has found fresh horses and fresh men. Did I tell you about Davila?" "You didn't tell me about the road, did you?" "The road? You told me we had to go west before we could go south." Sharpe had not meant to speak with such anger, but he could not hide his bitterness. He and his men had crossed a cold country, clambering wet hills and struggling through icy streams, and all for nothing. They could have headed south days ago. By now they could be across the Portuguese border. Instead, they were within a few hours' march of the enemy. "The road!" He slammed George Parker's map onto the table. "There's a road, Vivar! A goddamn road, and you marched us past 2 other goddamn roads, and the goddamn French are just a day's bloody march away. You bloody lied to me." "Lied to you?" Thus Vivar's anger flared as fiercely as Sharpe's. "I saved your miserable lives. You think your men would have lasted a week in Spain without me? If you're not fighting amongst yourselves, you're all getting drunk. I brought a pack of useless drunkards across Spain, and I get no thanks, none. I spit on your map." Vivar seized the precious map, and instead of spitting on it, tore it into shreds which he tossed onto the fire. The alcalde, together with a priest and 6 other elderly and serious men, watched the confrontation in perturbed silence. "Damn you!" Sharpe had grabbed at the map a second too late. "Damn me!" Vivar shouted. "I'm fighting for Spain, Lieutenant. I'm not running away like a frightened little boy."
But that's the British way, isn't it? One setback and they run home to their mothers. Very well, run away. But you won't find the garrison at Lisbon, Lieutenant. They'll have run away too.
Sharpe ignored the insults to ask the question that boiled indignantly inside him. Why did you bring us here at all, you bastard?
Vivar leaned over the table. Because for once in your benighted life, Lieutenant, I thought an Englishman could do something for Spain. Something for God. Something useful. You're a nation of pirates, of barbarians, of heathens. God alone knows why he put the English on this earth. But I thought just once you might do something of use to his creation. To protect your precious strongbox. Sharpe gestured at the mysterious chest which stood against one wall. You'd have lost the bloody thing without us, wouldn't you? And why, Major? Because your precious Spanish armies are bloody useless, that's why. And your army's broken, beaten, and gone. It's less than useless. Now get out, run away. I hope the French get your bloody box. Sharpe twisted away, then heard the rasp of the sword being drawn. He whipped back, scraping his own sword quickly from its mended scabbard, as Vivar's blade, already flickering in the candlelight, came towards him. Basta! It was the priest who threw himself between the two furious men. He pleaded with Vivar, who stared contemptuously at Sharpe. Understanding none of the conversation, the rifleman held his ground with his sword still raised. Vivar, reluctantly persuaded by the priest, dropped his blade. You won't last a day without me, Lieutenant. But get out! Sharpe spat on the floor to show his own contempt. Then, his sword still drawn, went back into the night. The French had gained the north, and he must flee. Chapter 7. Progress during the first day of the southward journey proved better than Sharpe had dared to hope. The Parkers' carriage was cumbersome, but it had broad-rimmed wheels designed to cope with rutted and muddy roads, and a patient Spanish coachman who skillfully handled its team of 6 big draught horses. Only twice in that first day was it necessary for the rifleman to help pull the carriage out of difficulty, once on a steep incline, and the second time when a wheel dropped into a roadside morass. Of Louisa Parker, Sharpe saw nothing, for the girl's aunt made certain that she stayed safely mewed up behind the coach's drawn leather curtains. The size and cost of the carriage impressed Sharpe. The Parkers' self-imposed mission to enlighten the papist heathens of Spain clearly lacked for little, and George Parker, who seemed to prefer walking with Sharpe to the company of his wife, explained that it was the bequest of the Admiral's prize money that had made such comforts possible. Was the Admiral a religious man, sir? Sharpe asked. Oh, alas, no, far from it, but a wealthy one, Lieutenant. Nor do I see... Parker was clearly piqued by Sharpe's questions about the carriage's cost. Why the Lord's work should be constrained by a paucity of funds, do you? Oh, indeed not. Sharpe cheerfully agreed. But why Spain, sir? I'd have thought there were enough heathens in England without bothering the Spanish. Because the Spanish labour under the darkness of Rome, Lieutenant. Do you have any idea what that means? The horror of it? I can tell you tales of priestly behaviour that would make you shudder. Do you know what superstitions these people harbour? I've an idea, sir. Sharpe turned to check on the carriage's progress. His 2 wounded men were travelling on the roof, banished there on Mrs. Parker's insistence. But the Dons don't seem quite ready for Methodism, sir, if you'll forgive me saying as much. It is stony ground, Parker agreed glumly. Mind you, I knew an officer in India who converted the heathen to Christianity, Sharpe said helpfully, and he was most successful. Truly? Mr. Parker was pleased to hear of this evidence of God's grace. A godly man? Mad as a hatter, sir. One of the Royal Irish, and they've all got wormscrew wits. But you say he was successful? He threatened to blow their heads off with a musket unless they were baptized, sir. That cue went twice round the armoury and clear back to the guardhouse. Mr. Parker fell silent, plunged into a gloom that was matched only by the rebellious mood of the trudging rifleman. Sharpe's own cheerfulness was forced, for he was unwilling to admit that the small progress he had so far made in gaining the rifleman's confidence had been shattered by his decision to strike off south alone. He told himself that the men's sullenness was due to lack of sleep, while in truth he knew it was because they had been forced to leave Major Vivar. They trusted Vivar, while his own authority over them was still on trial, and that knowledge fretted at Sharpe's fragile dignity.
Confirmation of the rifleman's unhappiness came from Sergeant Williams, who fell into step with Sharpe as the small column marched between wide apple orchards. "The lads really wanted to stay with the Major, sir." "Well, for Christ's sake, why?" "Because of the jewels, sir. He was going to give us gold when we got to Santiago." "You're a bloody fool, Sergeant. There was never going to be any gold. There may have been jewels in that damn box, but the only reason he wanted our company was to give him protection." Sharpe was certain he was right. Vivar's encounter with the rifleman had almost doubled the Major's small force, and Sharpe's duty was not to some damned strongbox, but to the British Army. "We'd never have reached Santiago anyway. It's full of the damn frogs." "Yes, sir," Williams said dutifully, but with regret. They stopped that night in a small town where George Parker's command of Spanish secured space in an inn. The Parkers hired themselves one of the rooms off the tavern's large chamber, while the riflemen were given the use of a stable. The remains of the monastery's gift of bread was the only food the men carried, and Sharpe knew they needed more. The innkeeper had meat and wine, but would not part with either unless Sharpe paid. He had no money, so approached George Parker, who confessed sadly that his wife controlled the family purse. Mrs. Parker, divesting herself of cloaks and scarves, seemed to swell with indignation at his request. "Money, Mr. Sharpe?" "The men need meat, ma'am." "We are to make a subvention to the army?" "It will be repaid, ma'am." Sharpe felt Louise's gaze on him, but in the interests of his men's appetites he resisted looking at the niece for fear of offending the aunt. Mrs. Parker jangled her leather purse. "This is Christ's money, Lieutenant." "We're only borrowing it, ma'am, and my men can offer you no protection if they're starving." That argument, put so humbly, seemed to convince Mrs. Parker. She demanded the presence of the innkeeper with whom she negotiated the purchase of a pot of goat bones, which, she told Sharpe, could be seethed into a nourishing broth. When the haggling was done, Sharpe hesitated before writing out the receipt that Mrs. Parker demanded. "And, some money for wine, ma'am?" George Parker raised eyes to the ceiling. Louisa busied herself with candle wicks, and Mrs. Parker turned to stare with horror at Sharpe. "Wine?" "Yes, ma'am." "Your men are bibbers of strong drink?" "They're entitled to wine, ma'am." "Entitled?" The rising inflection presaged trouble. "British Army regulations, ma'am. 1/3 of a pint of spirits a day, ma'am, or a pint of wine." "Each?" "Well, of course, ma'am." "Not, Lieutenant Sharpe, while they are escorting Christian folk to safety." Mrs. Parker thrust the purse into a pocket of her skirt. "Our Lord and Saviour's money, Lieutenant, will not be frittered away on liquor. Your men may drink water. My husband and I drink nothing but water." "Or small beer," George hastened to correct her. Mrs. Parker ignored him. "The receipt, Lieutenant, if you please." Sharpe dutifully signed the piece of paper, then followed the innkeeper into the large room, where, for lack of any other currency, he sliced off 4 of the silver buttons sewn on the outside seams of his uniform trousers. The buttons purchased enough wineskins to give each man a cupful. The issue, like the pot of gristly bones, was received in sullen silence, that was only broken by a mutinous muttering when Sharpe announced a reveille for 4 o'clock in the morning. Stung by this new evidence of the rifleman's most uncooperative behaviour, he snapped that if any man preferred to be a French prisoner, then that man could leave now. He gestured to the stable door, beyond which the frost was already forming on the stable-yard. No one spoke or moved. Sharpe could see Harper's eyes glittering from the back of the stable, and he saw again how the riflemen had instinctively grouped themselves about the big Irishman. But there was no point in looking to Harper for help. He, more than any man, seemed to resent leaving Major Vivar, though what purpose any of them imagined would be served by staying at the Major's side was beyond Sharpe's imagination. 4 o'clock, he said, and we'll be marching at 5. Mrs. Parker was no happier at the news than the rifleman. "Rising at 4? You think a body can survive without sleep, Lieutenant?" "I think, ma'am, that it's best to be travelling before the French." Sharpe hesitated, not willing to make another request of this disobliging woman, but knowing he could not trust himself to judge the hours in the night's blackness. "I was wondering, ma'am, if you had a clock or a watch." "A timepiece, Lieutenant." Mrs. Parker asked the question to gain time in which to marshal her forces of rejection. "Please, ma'am." Louisa smiled at Sharpe from her seat on the shelf in the alcove which formed the bed. Her aunt, seeing the smile, snatched the alcove's curtain closed. "You, of course, will sleep outside this door, Lieutenant." Sharpe, thinking of timepieces, was taken aback by the peremptory demand. "I beg your pardon, ma'am?" "There are defenceless females in this room, Lieutenant. British females." "I'm certain you will be safe, ma'am." Sharpe pointed at the heavy bolt inside the door. "Have you no conception of your responsibilities, Lieutenant?" Mrs. Parker advanced in wrath. "Is it any wonder that you have never secured promotion beyond your lowly rank?" "Ma'am, do not interrupt me. I will have none of your barrack manners here, Lieutenant. Have you seen the papist creatures who are drinking like animals in this tavern? Do you know what horrors strong drink provokes? And let me remind you that Mr. Parker paid his taxes in England, which entitles us to your protection." George Parker, trying to read his scriptures by the light of a tallow dip, looked beseechingly at Sharpe. "Please, Lieutenant." "I shall sleep outside, ma'am, but I need a timepiece." Mrs. Parker, pleased with her small victory, smiled. "If you are to guard us, Lieutenant, then you will want to be wakeful. Turning an hourglass will keep you from slumbering. George?" George Parker rooted about in his valise to produce an hourglass that he handed with an apologetic grimace to Sharpe. Mrs. Parker nodded satisfaction. "It lacks 25 minutes of 10 o'clock, Lieutenant, and the glass takes 1 hour to evacuate itself." She waved an imperious hand in dismissal. Sharpe leant on the wall outside the Parkers' room. He put the hourglass on a windowsill and watched the first grains trickle through. Damn the bloody woman! No wonder the army discouraged the spread of Methodism in its ranks. Yet in one way Sharpe was glad to be a bodyguard, even for someone as disobliging as Mrs. Parker, for it gave him an excuse not to go back to the stable where his riflemen would make their displeasure and disdain clear once more. There had been a time when the company of such men had been his life and pleasure, but now, because he was an officer, he was bereft of such companionship. He felt an immense and hopeless weariness, and wished this damned journey was over. He cut one more button from his trousers, which already gaped to show a length of scarred thigh, and bought himself a skin of wine. He drank it quickly and miserably, then dragged a bench close to the family's door. The tavern customers, suspicious of the ragged, harsh-faced foreign soldier, kept clear of him. The bench was close to a small unshuttered window that gave Sharpe a view of the stables. He half suspected that the riflemen might attempt another mutiny, perhaps sneaking off in the darkness to rejoin their beloved Major Vivard. But except for a few men who appeared in the stable-yard to urinate, all seemed calm. Calm, but not quiet. Sharpe could hear the riflemen's laughter, and it galled his loneliness. Gradually the laughter turned to silence. He could not sleep. The tavern emptied except for 2 drovers who snored cheerfully by the dying fire, and the potman who made his bed under the serving hatch. Sharpe felt the beginnings of a headache. He suddenly missed Vivard. The Spaniard's cheerfulness and certainty had made the long march bearable, and now he felt adrift in chaos. What if the British garrison had left Lisbon? Or what if there were no naval ships off the coast? Was he doomed to wander through Spain, till at last the French solved his problems by making him a prisoner? And what if they did? The war must soon end with French victory, and the French would send their prisoners home. Sharpe would go back to England as just another failed officer who must eke out a bare existence on half pay. He turned the hourglass and scratched another mark on the lime-washed wall. There was a half-collapsed skin of wine beside the sleeping drovers, and Sharpe stole it. He squirted the foul liquid into his mouth, hoping that the raw taste would cut through his burgeoning headache. He knew it would not. He knew that in the morning he would feel foul-tempered and sore. So, doubtless, would his men, and the memory of their sullenness only depressed him more. Damn them! Damn Williams! Damn Harper! Damn Vivard! Damn Sir John Moore for ruining the best damned army that had ever left England! And damn Spain! And damn the bloody Parkers! And damn the bloody cold that slowly seeped into the tavern as the fire died.
End of Disc 3. Disc 4.
Santiago! Santiago!
Vivard drew out the last syllable of his war cry as his catadores pounded behind him. The remnants of his scarlet-clad elite company were here, reinforced by their blue-coated comrades who had come north with Lieutenant de Villa. Clods of earth were flung high into the air from the horses' hooves.
Santiago!
There was a ditch ahead, lined with dragoons who had been firing at the farmhouse and who now rose, twisted, and aimed at the Spanish cavalry. A bullet hissed past Vivar's face.
Santiago!
He came to the ditch, jumped it, and his blade hissed down to slice blood from a Frenchman's face. The lance slammed into a dragoon, bearing the Guidon flag in his chest. The standard-bearer rode the staff free, screaming his own challenge, then was hit in the neck by a carbine bullet. A horseman coming behind seized the toppling staff and raised the blood-soaked flag high again.
Santiago!
Dismounted dragoons were fleeing in the farmyard. The Spanish cavalry crashed into them, blades chopped down. Frightened horses twisted, snapped with yellow teeth and lashed with their hooves. Swords clashed, ringing like blacksmiths' hammers. A Spaniard fell from the saddle. A Frenchman screamed as a sword pinned him against the barn. The hurdle screens were abandoned in the mud. The charge had scarred the French clean out of the farmyard and had made carnage of the eastern ditch. The trumpeter was sounding the call to reform as Vivar reined in, turned his horse and started back. A French dragoon, reeling from the first attack, made a feeble thrust at the major and was rewarded with a cut throat.
Rifles! Rifles!
Vivar shouted. Some French officers ran from the barn, and Vivar slewed his horse towards them, his men close behind him. The Frenchman turned and fled. The cazadores rode right into the barn, ducking under the lintel, and screams sounded inside. Mounted dragoons appeared. Vivar shouted at his men to form a line, to charge home, to fight for Santiago. It was then that the riflemen appeared from the house, splintering down the bullet-riddled door and running into the yard with sword bayonets fixed. They cheered the Spaniard.
East!
Vivar shouted above their cheers, pointing with his sword.
East!
The riflemen ran eastwards, away from the sea, into the wooded gully where they would be temporary safety from the French dragoons. Those dragoons, recovering from the shock of Vivar's attack and realizing how they outnumbered the Spanish horsemen, were reforming their ranks on the road beneath the farmhouse. The French trumpet sounded the advance. Vivar let the counterattack come. He was yielding ground, content that the French should regain the farm buildings while he withdrew to the gully. His men fired from the saddle. When they reloaded, they rammed the bullets down their carbine barrels with ramrods that were attached by a hinged sleeve to the weapons' muzzles, and so could not be dropped. The farmer, his wife, and the Parker's coachman fled with the greenjackets. The last of the Spanish cazadores crashed down the gully's slope. Sharpe's riflemen lined the brink, firing at the Frenchman, whose pursuit, though enthusiastic, was doomed. The gully's brush and thorn would force the dragoons to funnel into the narrow paths that were covered by the rifles, and, realizing the danger, de Leclerc called his men back. A few Frenchmen, stung to anger, spurred onwards, and Sharpe watched as the rifle bullets destroyed their scattered charge.
Cease fire! Follow us!
Vivar called from the gully's far crest.
Sir!
Harper shouted the warning, making Sharpe turn back. Sprinting over the pasture, her skirt held up in her right hand and her bonnet grasped in her left, came Louisa Parker. A bellow of rage sounded from the farm, evidently her aunt's despairing protest, but the girl ignored it. She skirted a fallen, bleeding horse. A Frenchman began running in pursuit, but Hagman dropped the man with a single shot. "Lieutenant! Lieutenant!" Louisa shouted. "God almighty!" Harper laughed as the girl, gasping for breath and eyes wide with the excitement of the moment, crashed into the gully and threw herself at Sharpe as though he could protect her against all the world. Sharpe, exhilarated by her arrival, opened his arms to check her headlong flight. For a second she clung to him, laughing and breathless. Then she drew away. Sharpe's men cheered the girl's defiance.
Lieutenant!
Vivar had spurred back to hasten the rifleman's retreat, and now stared with amazement at the girl at Sharpe's side.
Lieutenant!
But there was no time for explanations. No time for anything but the panicked flight eastwards, away from the sea's safety, and back to the mysteries enshrined in Blas Vivar's strongbox. The wild goose was safe. Chapter 10. They journeyed throughout that night, climbing ever higher and always into the teeth of a wind that brought the chill from the snow which lay in the gullies of the upper slopes. Past midnight, from a wooded spur, Sharpe saw the far-off gleam of the western sea. Much closer, and beneath him in the dark tangle of the lowlands, a smear of campfires betrayed where men bivouacked.
"The French,"
Vivar said softly. "Who believed I was escorting you southwards?" Sharpe said accusingly.
"Later, later,"
Vivar responded, just as he had to every other attempt Sharpe had made to invite an explanation for the Spaniard's behaviour. Beyond Vivar, the riflemen, bowed under their heavy packs, trudged up the hill path. The cazadores led their horses to conserve the strength of the animals for the long journey which lay ahead. Only the wounded were allowed to ride. Even Louisa Parker had been told she must walk. Vivar, seeing the girl go past, scowled at Sharpe.
"I leave you alone for 2 days, and you'll find an English girl."
Sharpe heard the hostility in the Spaniard's voice, and chose to answer it mildly. "She ran away from her aunt and uncle." Vivar spat towards the distant lights.
"I heard all about them. The Parkers, yes? They call themselves missionaries, but I think they are English busybodies. I was told that the bishop was going to eject them from Santiago de Compostela, but I see the French have done that favor for us. Why did she run away?"
"I think she craves excitement."
"We can provide that," Vivar said sourly. "But I have never considered soldiers to be fit company for a girl, even a Protestant girl."
"You want me to shoot her?" Sharpe suggested acidly. Vivar turned back towards the path.
"I'll shoot her myself, Lieutenant, if she makes any difficulties. We have our own mission, and that must not be put at risk."
"What mission?"
"Later, later."
They climbed higher, leaving the shelter of the trees to emerge onto a wind-scoured slope of thin grass and treacherous rocks. The night was dark, but the cavalrymen knew their path. They crossed a high valley, splashing through a stream, then climbed again.
"I'm going," Vivar said, "to a remote place, somewhere the French won't disturb us."
He walked in silence for a few paces.
"So, you met Thomas?"
Sharpe sensed that it was a great effort for Vivar to make the question sound casual. He tried to respond in the same careless manner. "That's your brother's name?"
"If he is my brother. I can count no traitor as a brother."
Vivar's shame and bitterness was now undisguised. He had been unwilling to discuss the Count of Muoro Morto earlier, yet the subject was unavoidable. Sharpe had met the Count, and explanations must be offered. Vivar had obviously decided that now, in the clean, cold darkness, was the right time.
"How did he seem to you?"
"Angry," Sharpe said inadequately.
"Angry? He should be filled with shame. He thinks Spain's only hope is to ally itself with France."
They were walking along a high ridge, and Vivar had to shout above the wind's noise.
"We call such men enfrancesados. They believe in French ideas, but in truth they are godless traitors. Thomas was ever seduced by northern notions. But such things bring no happiness, Lieutenant, only a great discontent. He would cut out Spain's heart and put a French encyclopedia in his place. He would forget God and enthrone reason, virtue, equality, liberty, and all the other nonsenses which make men forget that bread has doubled in price, and only tears are more plentiful."
"You don't believe in reason." Sharpe let the conversation veer away from the painful subject of the Count of Muoro Morto's loyalty.
"Reason is the mathematics of thinking, nothing more. You don't live your life by such dry disciplines. Mathematics cannot explain God, no more can reason. And I believe in God. Without him, we are no more than corruption. But, I forget, you are not a believer."
"No," Sharpe said lamely.
"But that disbelief is better than Thomas's pride. He thinks He is greater than God. But before this year is out, Lieutenant, I will deliver him to the justice of God."
"The French may think otherwise."
"I do not give a damn what the French think. I only care about victory. That is why I rescued you. That is why this night we travel in the dark."
Vivar would explain no more, for all his energies were needed to cajole the flagging men further and higher. Louisa Parker, exhausted beyond speech, was lifted onto a horse. Still the path climbed. At dawn, beneath a sky scoured clean of cloud, in which the morning star was a fading speck above the frosted land, Sharpe saw that they travelled towards a fortress built on a mountain top. It was not a modern fort, built low behind sloping earthen walls that would bounce the cannon shot high over ditches and ravelins, but a high fortress of ancient and sullen menace. Nor was it a gracious place. This was not the home of some flamboyant lord, but a stronghold built to defend a land till time itself was finished. The fort had lain empty for 100 years. It was too distant and too high to be easily supplied, and Spain had not needed such places. But now, in a cold dawn, thus Vivar led his tired cazadores under the old moss-thick arch and into a cobbled courtyard that was rank with weed and grass. Some of his men, commanded by a sergeant, had garrisoned the old fortress while the major was gone, and the smell of their cooking fires was welcome after the chill of the night. Not much else was welcoming. The ramparts were overgrown. The keep was a home for ravens and bats, and the cellar was flooded. But Vivar's delight as he led Sharpe about the walls was infectious.
"The first of the Vivars built this place almost 1,000 years ago. It was our home, Lieutenant. Our flag flew from that tower, and the Moors never took it."
He led Sharpe to the northern bastion, which, like the eyrie of some massive bird of prey, jutted above immeasurable space. The valley far below was a blur of streams and frosted tracks. From here for centuries steel-helmed men had watched for the glint of reflected sunlight from far-off heathen shields. Vivar pointed to a deep-shadowed cleft in the northern mountains where the frost lay like snow.
"You see that pass? A Count of Muoro Morto once held that road for 3 days against a Muslim horde. He filled hell with their miserable souls, Lieutenant. They say you can still find rusted arrowheads and scraps of their chainmail in the crevices of that place."
Sharpe turned to look at the high tower. "The castle now belongs to your brother?" Vivar took the question to be a goad to his pride.
"He has disgraced the family's name, which is why it is my duty to restore it. With God's help, I shall."
The words were a glimpse into a proud soul, a clue to the ambition which drove the Spaniard. But Sharpe had intended to elicit a different response, one that he now sought directly. "Won't your brother know you're here?"
"Oh, indeed. But the French would need 10,000 men to surround this hill, and another 5,000 to assault the fortress. They won't come. They are just beginning to discover what problems victory will give them."
"Problems?" Sharpe asked.
Vivar smiled. "The French, Lieutenant, are learning that in Spain great armies starve and small armies are defeated. You can only win here if the people feed you, and the people are learning to hate the French."
He led the way down the rampart.
"Think of the French position. Marshal Soult pursued your army northwest. To where? To nowhere. He is stranded in the mountains, and around him is nothing but snow, bad roads, and a vengeful peasantry. Everything he eats he must find, and in winter, in Galicia, there is not much to be found if the people wish to hide it. No, he is desperate. Already his messengers are being killed, his patrols ambushed, and so far only a handful of the people are resisting him. When all the countryside rises against him, then his life will be a torment of blood."
It was a chilling prophecy, and spoken with so much verve that Sharpe was convinced by it. He remembered how de Leclerc had frankly expressed his fear of the night, his fears of peasant knives in the dark. Vivar turned again to stare at the notch in the mountains where his ancestor had made carnage of a Muslim army.
"Some of the people fight already, Lieutenant, but the rest are frightened. They see the French victorious, and they feel abandoned of God. They need A sign. They need, if you like, a miracle. These are peasants. They don't know reason, but they do know their church and their land.
Sharpe felt his skin creep, not with the morning's cold, nor with fear, but with the apprehension of something beyond his imaginings. A miracle?
Later, my friend, later.
Vivar laughed at the mystery he deliberately provoked, then ran down the steps towards the courtyard. His voice was suddenly mischievous, full of joy and nonsense.
You still haven't thanked me for rescuing you.
Rescuing me? Good God! I was about to destroy those bastards, only you interfered. Sharpe followed him down the steps. You haven't apologized for lying to me.
Nor do I intend to. On the other hand, I do forgive you for losing your temper with me when last we met. I told you that you wouldn't last a day without me.
If you hadn't sent the damn French after me, I'd be halfway to Oporto by now.
But there was a reason for sending them after you.
Vivar had reached the foot of the rampart steps, where he waited for Sharpe.
I wanted to clear the French out of Santiago de Compostela. I thought that if they pursued you, then I could enter the town when they were gone. So I spread the rumor. It was believed, but the town was garrisoned anyway. So,
he shrugged. In other words, you can't win a war without me.
Think how bored you would be if you'd gone to Lisbon. No Frenchman to kill, no Blas Vivar to admire.
Vivar linked his arm through Sharpe's in the intimate Spanish manner.
In all seriousness, Lieutenant, I beg your pardon for my behavior. I can justify my lies, but not my insults. For those, I apologize.
Sharpe was instantly excruciated with embarrassment. I behaved badly, too. I'm sorry. Then he remembered another duty. And thank you for rescuing us. We were dead men without you. Vivar's ebullience returned.
Now, I have another miracle to arrange. We must work, Lieutenant. Work, work, work.
A miracle? Vivar loosened his arm so he could face Sharpe.
My friend, I will tell you all if I can. I will even tell you tonight after supper if I can. But some men are coming here, and I need their permission to reveal what is in the strongbox. Will you trust me till I've spoken with those men?
Sharpe had no choice. Of course.
Then we must work.
Vivar clapped his hands to attract his men's attention.
Work! Work! Work!
Everything that Vivar's men needed had to be carried up the mountain. The cavalry horses became pack horses for firewood, fuel, and fodder. The food came from mountain villages, some of it fetched for miles on the backs of mules or men. The Major had sent word throughout the land, which had been his father's domain, that supplies were needed, and Sharpe watched the response in astonishment.
My brother, Vivar said with grim satisfaction, ordered his people to do nothing which might hinder the French. Ha!
All that day the supplies arrived in the castle. There were jars of grain and beans, boxes of cheese, nets of bread and skins of wine. There was hay for the horses, cords of wood were dragged up the steep path, and bundles of brushwood brought for tinder. Some of the brushwood was made into brooms that were used to clean out the keep. Saddle blankets made curtains and rugs, while fires seeped warmth into cold stone. The men whom Vivar expected arrived at noon. A trumpet call announced the visitors' approach, and there was a flourish of celebration in its sound. Some of the cazadores went down the steep path to escort the two men into the fortress. The newcomers were priests. Sharpe watched their arrival from the window of Louisa Parker's room. He had gone to see her to discover why she had fled from her family. She had slept all morning and now seemed entirely recovered from the night's exertions. She looked past him at the dismounting priests and gave an exaggerated shudder of pretended horror. Ooh, I can never properly rid myself of feeling there's something very sinister about Romish clergy. My aunt is convinced they have tails and horns. She watched as the priests advanced through a guard of honour to where Blas Vivar waited to greet them. I expect they do have tails and horns, and cloven hooves. Don't you agree? Sharpe turned away from the window. He felt embarrassed and awkward. You shouldn't be here. Louisa widened her eyes. You do sound grim. Oh, I'm sorry. Sharpe was speaking more abruptly than he would have liked. "It's just that—" His voice tailed away. "You think your soldiers will be unsettled by my presence." Sharpe did not like to say that Blas Vivart had already been unsettled by Louisa's impulsive act. "It isn't a fit place for you," he said instead. "You're not used to this kind of thing." He waved his hand round the room, as though to demonstrate its shortcomings, though in truth Vivart's catadores had done everything they could to make the foreign girl comfortable. Her room, though small, had a fireplace in which logs smouldered. There was a bed of cut bracken and crimson saddle blankets. She had no other belongings, not even a change of linen. She seemed crestfallen by Sharpe's strict tone. "I'm sorry, Lieutenant." "No." Sharpe tried to dismiss her apology, even though he had elicited it. "My presence embarrasses you?" Sharpe turned back to the window and watched the catadores gather about the two priests. Some of his riflemen looked on in curiosity. "Would you like me to go back to the French?" Louisa asked tartly. "Of course not." "I think you would." "Well, don't be so damn stupid." Sharpe turned on her viciously and was instantly ashamed. He did not want her to know just how glad he was that she had run from her aunt and uncle, and in his effort to disguise that gladness he had let his voice snap uncontrollably. "I'm sorry, miss." Louisa was just as contrite. "No, I'm sorry." "Well, I shouldn't have sworn." "I can't imagine you giving up swearing, even for me." There was a trace of her old mischievousness, a hint of a smile, and Sharpe was glad of it. "It's just that your aunt and uncle will worry about you," he said lamely. "And we're probably going to have to fight again, and a fight's no place for a woman." Louisa said nothing for a moment, then shrugged. "The Frenchman, de l'Éclat, he offended me. I think he perceived me as a spoil of war." "He was offensive?" "I imagine he thought he was being very gallant." Louisa, dressed in the blue skirts and coat in which she had fled the travelling coach, paced about her small room. "Would I offend you by saying that I preferred your protection to his?" "I'm flattered, miss." Sharpe felt himself being drawn into her conspiracy. He had come here to warn Louisa that Blas Vivart disapproved of her presence, and to tell her to avoid the Spaniard as much as was possible. Instead, he felt the attraction of her vivacity. "I was tempted to stay with the French," Louisa confessed, "not because of the Colonel's intrinsic charms, but because Godalming would surely have been agog to hear of my adventures with the army of the Corsican ogre, would it not? Perhaps he would have been sent to Paris, and paraded before the mob like ancient Britons displayed before the Romans." "I doubt that," Sharpe said. "I rather doubted it too. Instead, I foresaw a most tedious time in which I would be forced to listen to my aunt's interminable complaints about the war, the lost testaments, her discomforts, French cooking, your shortcomings, her husband's timidity, my forwardness, the weather, her bunions— Do you wish me to continue?" Sharpe smiled. "No." Louisa teased out her dark curls with her fingers, then shrugged. "I came, Lieutenant, because of a whim. Because if I am to be stranded in a war, then I would rather be stranded with my own side than with the enemy." "I think Major Vivart fears you'll be a hindrance to us, miss." "Ooh," Louisa said with mock foreboding, then walked to the window and frowned down at the Spaniard, who still stood with the two priests. "Does Major Vivart not like women?" "I think he does." "He just thinks they get in the way." "In battle they do, if you'll pardon me, miss." Louisa mocked Sharpe with a deprecating smile. "I promise not to stand in the way of your sword, Lieutenant, and I'm sorry if I've caused you inconvenience. Now you can tell me just why we're here and what you plan to do. I can't stay out of the way unless I know exactly where the way leads, can I?" "I don't know what's happening, miss." Louisa grimaced. "Does that mean you don't trust me?" "It means I don't know." Sharpe told her about the strongbox and Vivart's secretiveness, and about their long journey which had been dogged by the French dragoons. "All I know is that the Major wants to take the box to Santiago, but why, I don't know, and what's in it, I don't know." Louisa was delighted with the mystery. "But you will find out." "I hope so." "I shall ask Major Vivart directly." "I don't think you should, miss." "Of course not. The ogreish papist Spaniard doesn't want me interfering in his adventure." "It's not an adventure, miss, but war." "War is the moment, Mr. Sharpe. when we loose the bonds of convention. Do you not think so? I do. And they are very constricting bonds, especially in Godalming. I insist upon knowing what is in Major Vivar's box. Do you think it's jewels? No, miss. The crown of Spain, the sceptre and orb. Of course it is, Mr. Sharpe. Napoleon wishes to put the crown on his head, and your friend is denying it him. Don't you see, we are carrying a dynasty's regalia to safety. She clapped her hands with delight. I shall insist upon seeing these treasures. Major Vivar is going to reveal everything to you, is he not? He said he might tell me after supper. I think it rather depends on those priests. In that case we might never know. Louisa grimaced. But I can have supper with you. The request embarrassed Sharpe, for he doubted whether Vivar would want Louisa present. But nor did he know a tactful way of telling the girl that she was being too persistent. I don't know, he said weakly. Of course I can dine with you. You don't expect me to starve, do you? Tonight, Mr. Sharpe, we shall look upon the jewels of an empire. Louisa was enchanted with the whole idea. If only Mr. Buffett could see me now. Sharpe recalled that Mr. Buffett was the ink-manufacturing Methodist who hoped to marry Louisa. He would doubtless pray for you. Most devoutly, she laughed. But it is cruel to mock him, Mr. Sharpe, especially as I merely delay the time when I must accept his hand. Her enthusiasm visibly evaporated in the face of reality. I presume that once you have solved this mystery, you will go to Lisbon. If there's still a garrison there, yes. And I shall have to go with you. She sighed as a child might sigh for the ending of a treat that had yet to begin. Then her face cleared, reverting to an expression of mischievous delight. But you will ask Major Vivar's permission for me to dine with a gentleman? I promise to behave myself. To Sharpe's surprise, Blas Vivar was not at all disconcerted by Louisa's request. Of course she may have supper with us. She's very curious about the strong-box, Sharpe warned. Well, naturally, aren't you? Thus Louisa was present that night when Sharpe at last discovered why Blas Vivar had lied to him, why the Cazadores had ridden to rescue him, and why the Spanish major had journeyed so obsessively westward through the chaos of winter and defeat. That night, too, Sharpe felt himself drawn ever more deeply into a world of mystery and weirdness, a world where the Estadea drifted like flames in the night and sprites inhabited streams. Blas Vivar's world. Sharpe, Louisa, Vivar, and Lieutenant Davila dined in a room punctuated by thick pillars which supported a barrel-vaulted ceiling. They were joined by the two priests. A fire was lit, blankets were spread on the floor, and dishes of millet, beans, fish, and mutton were served. One of the priests, Father Borelias, was a short, plump man who spoke passable English and seemed to enjoy practicing it on Sharpe and Louisa. Borelias told them that he had a parish in Santiago de Compostela, a small, very poor parish. Pouring Sharpe wine, and ever eager that the rifleman's plate did not empty, he seemed at pains to exaggerate his humble status. The other priest, he explained, was a rising man, a true hidalgo, and a future prince of the church. That other priest was the sacrist of Santiago's cathedral, a canon, and a man who, from the very first, made it plain that he disliked and distrusted Lieutenant Richard Sharpe. If Father Alfaga spoke English, then he did not betray that skill to Sharpe. Indeed, Alfaga barely acknowledged his presence, confining his conversation to Blas Vivar, whom he perhaps perceived as his social equal. His hostility was so blatant and so jarring that Borelias felt constrained to explain it. He does not love the English. Many Spaniards don't. Louisa, who seemed unnaturally subdued by the evident hostility in the room, commented dryly. You're heretics, you see, and your army has run away. The priest spoke in soft apology. Politics, I do not understand the politics. I am just a humble priest, Lieutenant. But Borelias was a humble priest whose knowledge of Santiago de Compostela's alleyways and courtyards had saved the sacrist from the French. He told Sharpe how they had hidden in a plasterer's yard while the French cavalrymen searched the houses. They shot many people. He crossed himself. If a man had a fowling gun, they said he was an enemy. Bang! If someone protested at the killing, bang! Borelias crumbled a piece of hard bread.
I did not think I would live to see an enemy army on Spanish soil. This is the 19th century, not the 12th.
Sharpe looked at the haughty-faced Alfaga, who clearly had not expected nor liked to see Protestant English soldiers on Spanish soil. What is a sacrist?
He is the cathedral's treasurer, not a clerk, you understand.
Borelius was eager that Sharpe should not underestimate the tall priest.
But the man's responsible for the cathedral's treasures. That is not why he is here, but because he is a most important churchman. Don Blas would have liked the bishop to come, but the bishop would not talk to me, and the most important man I could find was Father Alfaga. He hates the French, you see.
He flinched as the sacrist's voice was raised in anger, and, as if to cover his embarrassment, offered Sharpe more dried fish, and began a long explanation of the kinds of fish caught on the Galician coast. Yet no discussion of fish could hide the fact that Vivar and Alfaga were involved in a bitter altercation, each man deeply entrenched in opposing views, which, equally plainly, involved Sharpe himself. Vivar, making some point, would gesture at the rifleman. Alfaga, refuting it, seemed to sneer in his direction. Lieutenant Davila concentrated on his food, evidently wanting no part in the fierce argument, while Father Borelius, abandoning his attempts to distract Sharpe's attention, reluctantly agreed to explain what was being said.
Father Alfaga wants Don Blas to use Spanish troops.
He spoke too softly for the other to overhear. Spanish troops for what?
That is for Don Blas to explain.
Borelius listened for another moment.
Don Blas is saying that to find Spanish infantry would mean persuading a captain general, and all the captain generals are in hiding. And anyway, a captain general would hesitate, or he would say he must have the permission of the Galician junta, and the junta has fled Corona, so he might apply to the central junta in Seville instead. And in 1 or 2 months' time, the Captain General might say that perhaps there were men, but then he would insist that one of his own favorite officers be placed in charge of the expedition. Anyway, by that time, Don Blas says it would be too late.
Father Borelius shrugged.
I think Don Blas is right.
Too late for what?
That is for Don Blas to explain.
Vivar was speaking adamantly now, chopping his hand down in abrupt, fierce gestures that appeared to mute the priest's opposition. When he finished, Alfaga seemed to yield reluctantly on some part of the argument, and the concession made Blas Vivar turn towards Sharpe.
Would you mind very much describing your career, Lieutenant?
My career? Slowly.
One of us will translate.
Sharpe, embarrassed by the request, shrugged. I was born— Not that bit, I think, Vivar said hastily.
Your fighting career, Lieutenant. Where was your first battle?
In Flanders.
Start there.
For 10 uncomfortable minutes Sharpe described his career in terms of the battles he had fought. He spoke first of Flanders, where he had been one of the Duke of York's unfortunate 10,000. Then, with more confidence, of India. The pillared room, lit by its pinewood fire and cheap rushlights, seemed an odd place to be talking of Seringapatam, Asai, Argaum, and Gawalgur. Yet the others listened avidly, and even Alfaga seemed intrigued by the translated tales of far-off battles on arid plains. Louisa, her eyes shining, followed the story closely. When Sharpe had finished his description of the savage assault on the mud walls of Gawalgur, no one spoke for a few seconds. Resin flared in the fire. Alfaga, in his harsh voice, broke the silence, and Vivar translated.
Father Alfaga says he heard that the Tipu Sultan had a clockwork model of a tiger mauling an Englishman to death.
Sharpe looked into the priest's eyes. A life-size model, yes. Vivar translated again.
He would dearly like to have seen that model.
I believe it's in London now, Sharpe said. The priest must have recognized the challenge in those words, for he said something which Vivar did not interpret. What was that? Sharpe asked.
It was nothing,
Vivar said a little too carelessly.
Where did you fight after India, Lieutenant?
Father Alfaga said. Louisa astonished the room by raising her voice and by her evident knowledge of Spanish, which she had concealed till this moment, that this night he will pray for the soul of the Tipu Sultan, because the Tipu Sultan slew many Englishmen. Till now Sharpe had been embarrassed in describing his career, but the priest's scorn touched his soldier's pride. "And I killed the Tipu Sultan."
You did?
Father Borelia's voice was sharp with disbelief. "In the Watergates tunnel at Seringapatam."
He had no bodyguard?
Vivar asked. 6 men, Sharpe said. His picked warriors. He looked from face to face, knowing he need say no more. Alfaga demanded a translation, and grunted when he heard it. Vivar, who had been pleased with Sharpe's performance, smiled at the rifleman.
"And where did you fight after India, Lieutenant? Were you in Portugal last year?"
Sharpe described the Portuguese battlefields of Roliça and Vimeiro, where, before he was recalled to England, Sir Arthur Wellesley had trounced the French. "I was only a quartermaster," he said, "but I saw some fighting." Again there was silence, and Sharpe, watching the hostile priest, sensed he had passed some kind of a test. Alfaga spoke grudgingly, and the words made Vivar smile again.
"You have to understand, Lieutenant, that I need the blessing of the Church for what I have to do. And if you are to help me, then the Church must approve of you. The Church would prefer that I use Spanish troops, but that, alas, is not possible. With some reluctance, therefore, Father Alfaga accepts that your experience of battle will be of some small use."
"But what later?" Vivar held up a hand.
"First, tell me what you know of Santiago de Compostela."
"Only what you've told me." So Vivar described how, 1,000 years before, shepherds had seen a myriad of stars shining in a mist above the hill on which the city was now built. The shepherds reported their vision to Theudemerus, Bishop of Iria Flavia, who recognized it as a sign from heaven. He ordered the hill to be excavated, and in its bowels was found the long-lost tomb of Santiago, St. James. Ever since, the city had been known as Santiago de Compostela, St. James of the Field of Stars. There was something in Vivar's voice that made Sharpe shiver. The taper flames shimmered uncertain shadows beyond the pillars. Somewhere on the ramparts a sentry stamped his boots. Even Louisa seemed unnaturally subdued by the chill in the Spaniard's voice. A shrine had been built above the long-lost tomb, and though the Muslim armies had captured the city and destroyed the first cathedral, the tomb itself had been spared. A new cathedral had been built when the heathen were repulsed, and the city of the Field of Stars had become a destination second only to Rome for pilgrims. Vivar looked at Sharpe.
"You know who Santiago is, Lieutenant?"
"You told me he was an apostle."
"He is far more."
Vivar spoke softly, reverently, in a voice that made Sharpe's skin creep.
"He is St. James, a brother of St. John the Evangelist, St. James the patron saint of Spain, St. James, child of the founder, St. James the Great, Santiago!"
His voice had been growing louder, and now it rang out to fill the high-arched ceiling with the last, the greatest, and the most resonant of all the saints' titles.
"Santiago Matamoros!"
Sharpe was utterly still.
"Matamoros, the slayer of Moors, slayer of Spain's enemies!"
From Vivar it sounded like a challenge. Sharpe waited. There was no sound except for the fire's crackle and the grate of boots on the ramparts. Davila and Borelia stared down at their empty plates, as if to move or speak would be to jeopardize the moment. It was Alfaga who broke the silence. The sacrist made some protest, which Vivar interrupted harshly and swiftly. The two men argued for a moment, but it was plain that Vivar had won the night. As if signalling his victory, he stood and crossed to a dark archway. "Come, Lieutenant." Beyond the archway was the fortress's ancient chapel, On its stone altar a cross of plain wood stood between two candles. Louisa hurried to see the mystery revealed, but Vivar barred her entrance to the chapel until she had covered her head. She hastily pulled a shawl over her dark curls. Sharpe stepped past her and stared at the object which lay in front of the altar. The object he had known must be here, the very heart of the mystery, the lure which had drawn French dragoons across a frozen land, and the treasure for which Sharpe himself had been fetched to this high fortress. The strong-box. Chapter 11. Vivar stood to one side so that Sharpe could approach the altar steps. The Spaniard nodded towards the strong-box.
"Open it."
His voice was curt and matter-of-fact, almost as if the long haverings about revealing the secret had never taken place. Sharpe hesitated. It was not fear, but rather a sense that some ceremony should attend this moment. He heard the priests come into the chapel behind him as Louisa went to stand beside Vivar. The girl's face was solemn. "Go on," Vivar urged Sharpe. The oilcloth had already been cut away from the chest, and the padlocks removed from the two hasps. Sharpe stooped to lift the hasps, felt the resistance in their ancient hinges, then glanced at Vivar as if to receive his blessing.
"Proceed, Lieutenant,"
Vivar said. Father Alfaga made a last protest, but Vivar waved it down before reassuring Sharpe.
"It is right that you should know what it is I want of you. I don't doubt you will consider it a nonsense, but there are things in England you might consider sacred which I would regard as similar nonsenses."
Sharpe's metal scabbard scraped on the chapel's stone floor as he knelt. He did not make the obeisance out of reverence, but because kneeling would make it easier to explore the chest's interior. He pushed at the heavy lid and winced as the big hinges grated and screeched. Inside was another box. It was made from a leather that seemed as old as the wood which encased it. The leather had been red, but was now so faded and worn as to appear the colour of dried blood. The box was much smaller than the chest, just 18 inches long, a foot deep, and a foot wide. Incised into its lid was a design that had once been picked out with gold leaf, of which only shreds remained. The design was an intricately patterned border surrounding a thick-bladed and curved sword.
"Santiago was killed by the sword," Vivar said softly, "and it is still his symbol."
Sharpe lifted the leather box out of the chest, stood and placed it on the altar. "Was Santiago killed here?"
"He brought Christianity to Spain."
There was a faint note of reluctance in Vivar's explanation.
"But then returned to the Holy Land, where he was martyred. Afterwards his body was placed in a ship that had neither oars nor sails, nor even a crew, but which brought him safely back to the coast of Galicia, where he wished to be buried."
Vivar paused.
"I said you would find it a nonsense, Lieutenant."
"No." Sharpe, overwhelmed by the moment, fingered the golden catch which fastened the leather box.
"Open it gently," Vivar said, "but do not touch what you find inside."
Sharpe lifted the golden catch. The lid was stiff, so much so that he thought he would break the leather spine which served as a hinge, but he forced it back until the box lay open before him. The two priests and the two Spanish officers crossed themselves, and Sharpe heard Father Alfaga's deep voice quietly intoning a prayer. The candlelight was dim. Dust floated above the newly opened box. Louisa held her breath and stood on tiptoe to see what lay within it. The leather box was lined with sarcenet, that Sharpe supposed had once been of royal purple, but was now so faded and worn as to be of the palest and most threadbare lilac. Encased in the sarcenet was an embroidered tapestry bag about the size of a rifleman's canteen. The bag was plump and drawn tight by a golden cord. The design of the tapestry was a pattern of swords and crosses. Vivar offered Sharpe the smallest glimmer of a smile.
"As you can see, there are no papers."
No. Nor were there family jewels, nor even the crown of Spain. Just a tapestry bag. Vivar climbed the altar steps.
Nearly 300 years ago, the treasures of Santiago's shrine were put into hiding. Do you know why they were hidden?
No?
Because of the English. Your Francis Drake raided close to Santiago de Compostela, and it was feared he would reach the cathedral.
Sharpe said nothing. Vivar's mention of Drake had been in a voice so bitter that it was clearly best to keep quiet. Vivar stared down at the strange treasure.
In England, Lieutenant, you still have Drake's drum. Have you seen it?
No. The candlelight made the Spaniard's face appear to be carved from some fiery stone.
But you do know the legend of Drake's drum.
Sharpe, very conscious that everyone in the room watched him, shook his head. The legend, Louisa interrupted in a soft voice, proclaims that if England is in peril, then the drum must be beaten, and Drake will come from his watery grave to scour the Dons from the ocean.
Only it isn't the Dons anymore, is it?
There was still bitterness in Vivar's voice.
Whatever the enemy, the drum can be beaten.
Louisa nodded. So I've heard.
And there is yet another story in your country, that if Britain faces defeat, King Arthur will rise from Avalon to lead his knights into battle once more.
Yes, Louisa said. Just as the Hessians believe that Charlemagne and his knights lie sleeping in Oldenburg, ready to wake when the Antichrist threatens Christendom. Louisa's words pleased Vivar.
You are looking at the same thing, Lieutenant. You are looking at the gonfalon of Santiago, the banner of St. James.
He stepped quickly forward and stooped to the bag. Alfaga tried to protest, but Vivar ignored him. He put his strong, blunt fingers onto the golden cord, and rather than untie the knot, simply snapped it. He opened the tapestry bag, and Sharpe saw, folded inside, a length of dusty white cloth. He thought it was silk, but he could not be sure, for the folded material was so old that a single touch of a finger might have crumpled it into dust.
For years now, Vivar said quietly, the gonfalon has been a royal treasure, but always my family has been its guardians. That is why I rescued it before the French could take it. It is my responsibility, Lieutenant.
Sharpe felt a flicker of disappointment that the treasure was not some ancient crown, nor jewels heaped to catch the candlelight. Yet he could not deny the awe which filled the chapel because of the folded length of silk. He stared, trying to sense what magic lay within its dusty creases. Vivar stepped away from the box.
1,000 years ago, Lieutenant, it seemed that the Muslims would capture all of Spain. From Spain, their armies would have gone north, across the Pyrenees, to assault the whole of Christendom. Their heresy would even now rule Europe. There would be no cross, only a crescent.
A cold wind coming through the unglazed lancet window shivered the candles. Sharpe stood transfixed by the gonfalon as Vivar's voice continued the old story.
You must understand, Lieutenant, that though the Moors conquered nearly all of Spain, they were checked in these northern mountains. They were determined to break our resistance here, so they came in their thousands, while we were numbered only in our hundreds. We could not win, but nor could we surrender. And so our knights rode into unequal battle after unequal battle.
Vivar was speaking very softly now, but his voice held every person in the room motionless.
And we lost battle after battle. Our children were taken into slavery, our women for Islam's pleasure, and our men to their fields and galleys. We were losing, Lieutenant. The light of Christianity was nothing but a candle's dying flicker that must defy the light of a great but evil sun. Then there was one last battle.
Vivar paused. Then in a voice as proud as Spain itself, he told how a small band of Christian knights rode their tired horses against a Muslim army. He told the story so well that Sharpe felt he could actually see the Spanish knights lowering their lances and lumbering into a gallop beneath banners bright as the sun. Swords clashed on scimitars, men hacked and gouged and lunged, arrows hissed from strings and banners fell into the bloody dust. Men, their entrails cut from their bellies, were trampled by war horses, and the screams of the dying were drowned by the thunder of new attacks and the shouts of pagan victory.
The heathen were winning, Lieutenant. Vivar spoke as if he had himself tasted the dust of that far-off battlefield. But in the last extremities, in the candle's final flicker, a knight called on Santiago. It was Santiago who had brought the news of Christ to Spain. Would the saints now let Christ be driven out? So the knight prayed, and the miracle happened.
Sharpe's flesh crawled. He had stared so long at the tapestry